He didn't stab Flavia to death at the moment of his last climax of the night, but later he suggested to Janice that the girl would have received the knife with a smile if he had wished to go that far, and pay the charge required to dispose of her remains and install another girl in her quarters. The revolution must be won, and Janice is determined to be one of those at the apex of this techno-utopia, for otherwise there is no refuge for her in this world, no safety, no surcease from fear. The freckle-faced bitch stands beside her, not immediately responsive to Janice's introduction. With the hand that is behind the girl, Janice twists Laurie's belt, pinching her waist as a reminder that the little whore's position is precarious. She repeats, "Laurie Longren wants to apologize. She called you out here because she misunderstood the situation." The deceitful slut clears her throat, smiles, and waves at the crowd, which Janice thinks is a clever touch, a convincing gesture. "This nice lady," says Laurie Longren, raising her voice to compete with the chopper, but letting no quiver of fear taint her words. "This nice lady would like you to leave, and if you leave, she'll kill me." The stupid bitch has no common sense, no survival instinct. With her last 3 words, she tries to pull away, but she can't wrench free of her captor's grip. Janice draws the pistol, jams the muzzle against the girl's temple. The crowd reacts, and some of them start forward. "Her death's on you!" Janice shouts. "One more step and I'll blow her brains out! I chambered around before I came out here. I've got some pull on the trigger. It's a hair away from discharge. Her brains'll be all over your stupid faces." What now? What now? No refuge, no safety, no surcease from fear. Rejection, submission, enslavement, endless degradation. No pleasure left, except to kill the hateful little shit. Chapter 24. Chris and Sally and the 6 from Austin ease back from their confrontational stance, separating themselves from the mob as well as from Janice Dern. Too many guns, too much emotion. No way this can end in a truce. Every action that Chris and his crew take from now on must be calculated to reduce the number of casualties on their side. This is not his familiar partner, not the Janice with whom he's worked for more than 2 years. There has been a dangerous fault line in her, some San Andreas of the mind, waiting for the right kind of stress to quake her. You think that you know a colleague's mind and heart, know her far better than your sister, but maybe no one ever really knows the truth of anyone. The helicopter's searchlight evidently can be powered higher with the twist of a switch, because abruptly the beam doubles in brightness as it narrows in diameter, leaving a portion of the veranda in soft shadow, even as it focuses on Janice and Laurie with such blazing intensity that it seems capable of setting them aflame. And the moths a-dance within it, flicker like sparks rising from some infernal fire under the earth. The girl shields her eyes with one hand, and Janice shouts at the chopper pilot, who of course can't hear her. The young Austin agent beside Chris says, "The crazy bastard wants to save her, but he'll get her killed instead." It's one of those occasions when death plays games with the living, just to impress upon them that no one is immune from the touch of his fleshless fingers, not even freckled little girls. Infuriated, driven by emotion rather than reason, with a one-hand grip, Janice takes an unlikely distant shot at the chopper. The double crack of 2 guns echo together through the night, which is when Chris Roberts realizes the co-pilot at the open door must also be a well-trained sniper, perhaps former military. No one is immune, not even freckled little girls, or those who would kill them. Before Janice can bring the muzzle of the pistol back to the hostage's head, she receives a bullet of her own, a round of such high caliber and velocity that her skull comes apart like a hollow pumpkin in which Halloween pranksters have put a few cherry bombs. Swatches of her hair in flight, like strange, wet birds born out of some grim dream. Janice collapses as she's flung backward, and the screaming girl bolts down the steps into the yard, flailing her hands in her hair as if to chase off a swarm of bees, screaming to her knees, and thereafter sobbing. Chapter 25. At 4:10 a.m., in the bedroom of his suite in the Hyatt Regency Hotel, Egon Godfrey is awakened by the ringtone of his smartphone. The script requires him to be at once alert, and he sits up in bed, wide awake after less than 4 hours of sleep. From his immediate Arcadian superior, he receives a report of the events at Lohengrin Stables. Janice Dern dead, following a psychotic episode, a tense standoff that could have led to additional deaths but did not, a negotiated exit by all the agents involved, whereby they do not acknowledge wrongdoing of any kind, an agreement by the mob of vigilantes not to question the validity of the agents' FBI credentials as long as they depart at once and permanently, an understanding that there will be no prosecution of the sniper or vengeance of any kind against him, and adequate steps being taken by private sector Arcadians to prevent internet distribution of any vigilante account of these events or photographs of the agents involved. Considering the unknown playwright's usual style and narrative tendencies, this is surely not the way he intended this scene to be performed. Consequently, based on past experience, Godfrey assumes that characters who were supposed to be administrators of pain will find themselves recipients of it, so that they might learn to intuit the intentions of the author more accurately. Evidently, the playwright has given up entirely on the learning ability of the Janice Dern character. However, Godfrey finds it difficult to believe that he himself will be blamed and made to suffer for this deviation from the script when he wasn't even present for the action. He has been harried from Worsted to Colleen to Houston, and has neither failed to follow the leads given him nor complained about the demands that the story has put upon him. Go with the flow. Nothing is real anyway. Subsequent to the report of the debacle at Lohengrin Stables, the caller reveals that agents have been following up on the many buses that departed the Houston terminal during the period when Ansel and Claire Hawk might have been stowaways, and that one of them has struck pay dirt. There is video of the fugitives disembarking from a bus that departed Houston at 3:30 p.m. the previous day and arrived in Beaumont less than 2 hours later at 5:02. An Uber driver in Beaumont has additional information that will assist in the search. From your current location, the caller says, the drive to Beaumont will take approximately 1 hour and 27 minutes if you depart prior to morning traffic. We'll be there before 7 o'clock, Godfrey says. The MedExpress carrier containing the control mechanisms should maintain an appropriate temperature for at least another 36 hours. The carrier is on the nightstand. Godfrey reports the number on the digital readout. 42 degrees. Good. Now the clothes you were wearing yesterday have been cleaned and pressed. They'll be sent up to you by a bellman when you call the front desk. Another conflicting detail, Godfrey says. Excuse me? The hotel's own directory of services doesn't offer 4-hour laundry and dry cleaning, certainly not late night. Yes, but of course we made special arrangements. A minor rewrite. A what? They say it's good to be the king, Godfrey replies, but the real power is with the author of the play, who can change details, rewrite anything he wants, and make it turn out different. I hadn't thought of it that way, the caller says. We're rewriting the play, and the play is this country, the world, the future. Well, Godfrey says, throwing back the bedclothes, the script calls for me to take a shower. The caller laughs. Make it a short one and hit the road. We need to get the in-laws, brain shag 'em, and find the damn kid. We break Jane's heart, we'll also break the bitch's will. Chapter 26. The same night, the same Texas plain, infinite in appearance, the same sky overhead, infinite in fact, the same radically hot, bespoke Range Rover by Overfinch North America. Yet all is different. Chris Roberts marvels at how everything can change so profoundly in 1 hour. When he was cruising back and forth on this same highway, looking for the runaway Longren girl, he'd been thinking about shacking up with Janice for a torrid week, picturing her naked, figuring that even at just 35 he might need a bottle of Viagra to keep up with her. Now, her body and the jigsaw puzzle that is her head are wrapped in a waterproof tarp provided by Longren Stables, the ends folded and secured with almost an entire roll of strapping tape, resting in the cargo area behind the back seat. Picturing her naked is neither as easy nor as appealing as it was an hour earlier. This is a sobering journey, even for Chris, who is neither a pessimist nor a deep thinker. Pessimism is a waste of time because you can't forestall disaster by sitting around and brooding about it. Anyway, you can't be a pessimist and also a fun guy. Chris thinks of himself as a major fun guy. As for deep thinkers, well, the deep thinkers he's known mostly become alcoholics, and if they don't become alcoholics, they kill themselves. The few that have neither killed themselves nor become alcoholics are either in mental institutions or ought to be. Nevertheless, cruising now through the last hours of the night on a 4-hour drive to the Dallas-Fort Worth Metroplex, Chris has what he believes to be a deep thought. It scares him a little, not just the fact that it's deep, but the thought itself. Because he's the kind of guy who can get people to talk about themselves, he's aware that a significant percentage of the Techno Arcadians he knows have come from dysfunctional families. Janice has said little about her folks, except that she not only renounced her parents and sisters and hadn't seen them in 14 years, but also wished they would all die of a painful, disfiguring disease. Now, in light of what happened at the Longren place, Chris wonders if the fact that so many Arcadians come from dysfunctional families might result in the entire Techno Arcadian project becoming dysfunctional in the long run. Fortunately, he doesn't come from a dysfunctional family, and perhaps this gives him a competitive advantage within the ranks of the revolution. His mother and father love each other and never argue. They ran a prosperous business together, and 5 years ago, at the age of just 58, they retired to an ocean view home in Laguna Beach. They shower him with affection, always have, and he has only excellent memories of his childhood, especially when he reached puberty, whereupon many of the girls in his mom and dad's high-end, super-discreet West Side L.A. escort service thought he was a cute kid, a little blonde Tom Cruise, and wanted to please his mother by doing him for free. Nostalgic reveries aren't enough to take his mind off Janice back there in the cargo area. Each time he hits a bump in the road or takes a sharp turn, the tarp slides around a little, and he hopes he only imagines, that he hears her making sounds within the shroud. He has a long drive ahead of him before he can deliver Janice to the owner of a construction company, a fellow Techno-Arcadian who builds entire communities in the outlying suburbs of Fort Worth, and who will find a nice resting place for her under the concrete slab foundation of one structure or another. They can't very well blame her death on Jane Hawk, considering how many people know otherwise, and in the interest of putting the entire Longren Stables operation behind them, as though it never happened, it is best that Janice just disappear. Her name will be purged from the FBI, Homeland, and NSA personnel records. Her pensions have not had time to vest, so they can just evaporate. And because her family, whether slowly dying of a disfiguring disease or healthy, have for 14 years not known her whereabouts, no relative is going to come looking for her. That someone as young and hot as Janice should end this way is sad. Really sad. Epic sad. And Chris Roberts doesn't like to be sad. Sad is not who he is. He's a fun guy, and he's driving a radically hot vehicle, and he needs some bitchin' music to chase away the sadness. Puff Daddy is the right stuff most of the time, but that music doesn't feel right for driving dead Janice to an unmarked grave. He thinks about it for a couple miles, and then he pops some TLC into the system. Baby, Baby, Baby starts to improve his mood, and Red Light Special, and then, wham, Diggin' on You hoses away sadness. This was the true Wood back in the day. He was into it even before puberty. Cool with the music, sexually precocious, ready for the future yesterday. Tian Watkins, Lisa Lopez, Rosanda Thomas. Hot, hot, hot. And now their big hit, No Scrubs, totally top of the charts. The music gets him up and keeps him up as he races through the pre-dawn Texas dark toward a future that is Arcadian, that is inevitable, that belongs to him. Chapter 27. No matter how much shampoo she used, or how long she stood under the hot water, Lori Longren didn't feel clean. Although the water was so stinging hot that she turned a boiled pink color head to foot, she couldn't melt away the chill in her chest, couldn't stop shivering. Her mother waited with a bath towel when Lori at last stepped out of the shower stall. Lori preferred to dry. She'd been drying herself for ages and ages. However, she understood that her mother didn't merely want to do it, but also needed to do it, as if reassuring herself that her oldest daughter was alive and unharmed. So Lori allowed it. Mother kept telling her, promising her, nothing like this would happen again. They were taking steps to defend themselves against the repetition of such a horror. Every adult on their property would henceforth be armed at all times. From now until Jane Hawk was able to produce evidence to expose these power-mad bastards and clear her name, Lori and her sisters would be homeschooled, where no one could try to get at them. Lori's mom didn't get weepy at every sad movie, didn't get emotional over every little thing, and there were no tears in her eyes now. She was angry, furious, incensed at the people who had invaded her home. At the same time, she was tender and loving. Also, at the same time, she was worried and scared and trying hard to hide those feelings. Even as rattled as Lori was, she could recognize all these emotions in her mother because her mom and dad were the two people in the world she most trusted and admired. She was always watching them when they didn't realize it. Not watching them from a hiding place or anything creepy like that, just studying them to figure out how they were who they were. By watching them, she'd learned who she wanted to be and how to become that person. Though she wasn't that person yet, there was a long road ahead. Mother didn't lie, but she couldn't guarantee that what had happened wouldn't happen again. She and Daddy were people who got things done, didn't take crap, and were confident without being arrogant. What Mother meant was that she would die to stop people coming down on her family the way the thugs had done this time. Lori put on pajamas and sat on a vanity bench while her mother brushed and blew dry her hair, and she let herself be tucked in bed because she realized her mother needed to do it. It was also true that Lori needed to have it done, to have the covers smoothed around her and to be kissed on the brow, the cheek. But when Mother wanted to sit bedside to watch over her as she slept, Lori said, "I love you, really need you, always will. But Daphne and Artemis are just little kids. They need you even more." Her mother bent over her and felt her brow, as if Lori might have a fever. "You're going to be all right." Those words had not been in the form of a question, but Lori knew that's what they were. "Yeah, sure. I'll be all right. I've got you and Daddy and Daphne and Artemis and all the horses. I'd be a totally stupid dink if I wasn't going to be all right." After Mother left, Daddy came to her and sat on the edge of the bed. "I'm so sorry, sweetheart. God, I'm so sorry. But you were amazing, what you did." He'd been set upon by a band of vicious goons with guns, maybe FBI, maybe not, but with real-looking FBI badges, and there was nothing he could have done differently and still be law-abiding. Yet he blamed himself for underestimating how wicked even real FBI guys might be if they also were bad hats. He hated having let them get the upper hand to the point that they could do what they wanted, even tie him up. He was a tough guy. She had no doubt her father was a tough guy. But he was also a good guy, and sometimes bad people had an advantage over good guys just because they were good. She sat up in bed and put her arms around him and hugged him hard, even though she was as tired as if she'd been walking all night through a hurricane. Hugged him harder than she'd ever hugged him before. He hadn't needed to say anything, and she didn't need to say anything now, because they loved each other and knew the truth of each other. And besides, being Texans, they didn't indulge in a lot of useless palaver. Daddy used a dimmer switch to turn her lamp low, but he didn't switch it off. He could have switched it off. She would have been okay in the dark. She wasn't afraid of the dark. No one should be afraid of the dark. It was the wrong kind of people who might kill you, not the dark. But she was glad that he left the lamp on, because when he turned at the door and looked back at her, she could see him better. She liked the way he looked, strong and tough, but so very kind. He could see her better, too, so he could see her smile. Laurie figured he needed to see her smile. When he closed the door behind him, she closed her eyes. In Laurie's interior darkness, Janice loomed vividly, face distorted and strange, eyes yellow with an infall of attic light, her whisper as vicious as her poisonous stare. "My little pet." Laurie opened her eyes. She had never been so weary, tired in mind and heart and flesh and bone, but she couldn't stop thinking. Jane Hawk's mother had supposedly killed herself when Jane was a little girl. Her father was a famous pianist, performing all over the world. He'd been on a TV show Sunday evening, saying his only child was mentally ill or some such horse shit. Laurie's parents didn't know, but she'd once overheard them talking about Martin Duroc, how his first wife hadn't really committed suicide, that he had killed her and gotten away with it, how even as a child Jane knew, heard him or something, but had no proof, which was freaky. Janice and Jane. How could they both come from basket case families and turn out so different? One a vicious outlaw, the other doing everything she could to crush the bad hats. Laurie and her best friend, Bonnie Jean Haney, both came from good families, so probably they would both turn out good. But was it possible? Like Janice and Jane, one would turn out to be a psycho bitch and the other a hero Marine or something? And what about Daphne and Artemis, her sisters? Would maybe one of them grow up to rob banks and blow up churches? If who you were raised to be and who you most wanted to become didn't matter, if you could become some monster instead, that was a scary thing to consider. If Janice came from a rotten family and didn't want to be a dirtbag herself, but became rotten anyway, that was sad. Whether it was sad or not, however, Janice was dead, and that was good. If Laurie was confused about other things right now, she was not confused about the rightness of Janice being dead. Janice alive? Not good. Janice dead? Hallelujah. In spite of being raised right, in spite of wanting to be good, if one day Laurie Longren became a raging monster, she would want someone to kill her. Finally, she closed her eyes. She slept. In one of her dreams, Laurie was all grown up, a rotten, crazy bitch, and Janice Dern was an innocent little girl who said horseshit too much. They were on the veranda together, trying to encourage the firemen and firewomen to go away so that Laurie could kill little Janice. The sniper in the helicopter shot Laurie, and her head exploded. She kept trying to pick up the pieces and put her head back together, but there was a big chunk of her skull missing and a lot of her brain, and one of her eyes had rolled where she couldn't find it. She was frantically trying to make herself whole again, desperate to live, even though she was a monster. And she kept saying, "I didn't mean it. I was lying. That was all horse shit. I don't want to be killed." When she woke, she wasn't screaming, but she was crying hard. She couldn't stop crying. She buried her face in a pillow to muffle her sobs so that no one would hear. She cried as though to use a lifetime of tears in this single, terrible sadness. And one thing that kept her crying was the new understanding that there was no using up of all tears, that tears would be as much a part of her life for the rest of her life as would be laughter and hope. Part 3. Reptiles. Chapter 1. Borrego Valley at dawn. Fleecy clouds blazing bright coral against a turquoise eastern sky, paling slowly to blue. Carter Jurgen and Radley Dubose are cruising around, looking for stains on the fabric of normalcy, which might turn out to be indications, signs, manifestations, simply put, clues to the whereabouts of Travis Hawk. More accurately, Dubose is thus engaged, while in the front passenger seat, Jurgen takes note of a seemingly endless series of things about the desert that disturb him. 3 ungainly vultures describe a narrowing gyre in the dry air above the golf course at the Borrego Springs Resort, perhaps eyeing the pathetic cadaver of an early golfer who has dropped dead of heat stroke on the 3rd green. Who would want to play golf in a desert, Jurgen wonders.
Lots of people,
Dubose says.
It's pleasant to play in such low humidity.
Well, you're never going to find me whacking a golf ball around in 110-degree heat.
I would never look for you there, my friend.
I would assume your leisure time is full up with polo, croquet, and fox hunts. Another dig at Jurgen's Boston Brahmin roots. The remark has no effect. By now, he's immune to such ridicule.
Anyway,
Dubose continues,
it doesn't get 110 for at least another month. Predicted high for today is 92.
Jurgen says, positively frigid. Ahead, another denizen of the desert is crossing the highway, a 6-foot rattlesnake. In awareness of the velociraptor, the serpent raises the first 3 feet of its length off the pavement and turns its head toward them with eerie fluidity. Dubose purposely aims for the viper. The truck hits it at 50 miles an hour, and for a minute or so the entangled creature slaps noisily against the undercarriage, like a length of cable snared around an axle. When quiet returns, Jurgen says, "What if you didn't kill it? If we get out and it's alive under there somewhere, it's going to be pissed. They aren't that easy to kill."
My friend, I think you're confusing rattlesnakes with the hard-boiled, hard-bitten, intractable Boston debutantes you remember from your youth.
Jurgen is spared the need to engage in witless tit-for-tat when Dubose's smartphone rings. It's on the seat, between his thighs, and the pride of West Virginia rubs it against his crotch, as though for luck, before taking the call. Tarantulas, vultures, intolerable heat, rattlesnakes, and now the most disturbing thing yet. A 30-year-old rust-bucket Dodge pickup, broken down at the side of the road, and standing next to it, one of those lifelong desert dwellers, a sun-baked, sun-withered old woman in red athletic shoes and cargo pocket khakis and tan linen shirt and straw hat, with snow-white tangles of hair and a wrinkled face reminiscent of the pinched countenance of a desert tortoise. She vigorously waves a handkerchief to signal a need for assistance. After at least 8 decades in the Anza Borrego, she's most likely a half-crazed package of bad attitude, stubbornness, and crackpot opinions that she'll insist on sharing ad nauseum. In such circumstances, not reliably but occasionally, Radley Dubose experiences a welling up of down-home neighborliness and backwoods charm, which most of the time exists in him only to the extent that water exists in a stone. He is then capable of spending an hour to help a lost 3-legged dog cross a busy street, take it to the address on its collar, and chat with the grateful owner. With the phone to one ear, muttering solemn 1- and 2-word responses to whatever the caller is telling him, Dubose, fortunately, is not in a she-reminds-me-of-my-granny mood. He increases speed as they approach the disabled pickup, although as they flash past the old woman, he toots the horn twice, as if to say that he's rooting for her not to end up as a vulture's dinner. When the big man terminates the call and returns the smartphone to his crotch, his eyes remain unreadable behind the lenses of his sunglasses, but otherwise his expression is somber.
Here it is, party time, and someone pissed in the punch bowl.
Jurgen supposes that must be a Princeton expression. Give me a translation.
We got a really bad crocodile incident over at the Corrigan place.
Crocodiles are tropical, not desert reptiles, Jurgen says.
It's not that kind of crocodile. It's the kind Bertold Schenek worried about.
Schenek was the scientist who developed the nanomachine brain implants. With the assistance of several financial backers of his research, he also evolved the strategy and tactics for imposing the Arcadian utopia on a troubled, disordered world.
Dubose says, "You'll see, soon enough, when we get to Rooney Corrigan's place."
Who's he? Jurgen asks.
Third-generation Borrego Valley. Knows a lot of people around here. Who's who, what's what. He's ideal for the search party.
Sandsucker high society.
He, his wife, 2 sons, all were brain-screwed last night.
The approved term is adjusted. They were adjusted last night, and they're now adjusted people. Dubose makes a dismissive sound between a sigh and a snort.
I say potato, you say potato.
Chapter 2. Cornell woke early. On the iPod, Mr. Paul Simon was softly singing an ultra-infectious song. Some people say a lie's a lie's a lie, but I say why? Why deny the obvious, child? Why deny the obvious, child? When Cornell had awakened hours earlier, he'd been scared and needed music. The iPod was programmed with different playlists of Mr. Paul Simon's songs that he found suitable for the dead of night. The boy was still snoozing on the other big sofa. Both dogs were curled up there with him, and right now they didn't look like they had ever bitten anyone or ever would. Cornell went into the bathroom, where he stopped just inside the door, abruptly in the grip of dread, though he didn't know why. Oh, yes, the toothbrush. But the toothbrush wasn't here now, and the boy hadn't meant to terrorize him. It wouldn't happen again. Cornell brushed his teeth without fear, showered, dressed for the day, and returned to the sofas. The boy still slept, but the dogs were alert. Mr. Paul Simon was singing, "Losing love is like a window in your heart. Everybody sees you're blown apart." The German shepherds got off the sofa without disturbing the boy. They were very considerate dogs. Cornell fed them kibble and took them out to toilet. While he stood waiting, he heard an airplane. It was louder than usual for air traffic in this remote valley. He searched the sky. When he found the plane, it was passing over at less than 2,000 feet, heading south. Dogs peed first, but then they wandered around, sniffing the ground, sniffing the weeds, and took their time deciding whether and where to poop. Just as the dogs finished their business, the sound of the airplane, which had faded, grew louder once more. Duke and Queenie scampered over toward the little blue house, not running away, just playing with each other. Cornell watched the sky, and this time the plane appeared on a northward course. He was pretty sure this was the same aircraft, and that it was a twin-engine model, not a light single-engine Piper or the like that came and went from the Anza Air Park. After all these years of living with himself, Cornell Jasperson still didn't know why he was the way he was. He probably never would understand himself, because each time he seemed on an even keel, his days shaped by routines and rituals that kept him nicely balanced and content. Something that never disturbed him before suddenly caused him great anxiety, like a toothbrush, or this airplane. Previously, the sounds made by airplanes or by trucks, cars, motorcycles, machinery had not once concerned him. But for some reason, this plane now threw off a sound that he felt as well as heard, that crawled on his skin like thousands of ants, spiraled up his nostrils, squirmed in his ears, prickled across his eyes on tens of thousands of invisible ant legs. For years, Cornell had worn dreadlocks. Just 10 days earlier, he'd learned that Mr. Bob Marley, the reggae star, had been dead for decades. So then he began waking up at night and thinking about Mr. Bob Marley in a coffin. He felt as if he was wearing a dead man's hair. Although he never liked reggae, Cornell became so disturbed that he shaved his head as smooth as a misshapen egg. The dreadlocks incident was a minor disturbance compared to his reaction to the airplane. The noise again slowly faded, this time as the craft flew north, but its effect on Cornell didn't diminish with its volume. Invisible ants were crawling over him and all through his insides, even through the chambers of his heart. The sound was touching him in the invasive, demanding way that people touched him, and he knew the airplane was going to drain his mind and soul from him, so that he would not be anybody anymore, just a thing without memories and purpose. He shouted at the dogs, calling them to him. He turned from them and hunched his dinosaur shoulder blades and ducked his head and ran in his shambling fashion toward the barn that was a secret library, surprised at how far he had moved away from it. The electronic key in a pocket of his jeans signaled the lock to disengage. He stumbled into the vestibule. The dogs exploded into it behind him, excited by his anxiety, or maybe thinking he wanted to play, panting and whining with what sounded like delight, tongues lolling, claws clicking on the floor, spanking each other with their tails, dancing around in the small space, thumping against the walls. The door fell shut behind them. From this side, the inner door of the vestibule would open only to Cornell's touch. In his fright, he reached for the lever-style handle and thought of the boy inside, and stayed his hand, and stood trembling, confused, torn between an urgent need for the refuge of the library and a desire not to alarm the child. A crawly feeling, head to foot, blood flukes swimming through his veins and arteries and nibbling at his heart from within its auricles and ventricles, spiders swarming across the walls of his stomach, centipedes squirming into his bones to lay eggs in his marrow. Pestilence in great variety infested him, consuming his soul and mind in millions of microscopic bites. The airplane had passed to the north, and although a little of the engine noise might still be scratching at the morning beyond the outer door, none penetrated to the vestibule. However, the absence of the offending sound didn't at once relieve his reaction to it. Sometimes, after such an episode, he was distraught for hours, needed to lie down in the quiet dark to imagine that he floated in a cooling pool of water. But he couldn't turn off the light in the vestibule and stand here for hours until the heebie-jeebies passed. The boy might wake and wonder where he had gone. Cornell was responsible for the boy until his mother came for him, until his mother came. Besides, even if the foyer was entirely dark, the dogs would not be perfectly quiet. And while he was standing instead of lying down, he couldn't easily pretend that he was floating in a soothing pool of water.
"Cornell," said Cornell aloud, impatient with himself. "You can do this thing here. You can calm yourself and be responsible about the little boy. You're responsible about designing good apps that make millions of people happy, and you're responsible with managing your scary amount of money, keeping it safe and making it grow, so you can be responsible about the boy."
Of course, he never saw the millions who used his apps, and he communicated with his bankers and investment advisors only by phone and email. There was no chance that they would have an opportunity to touch him. But the boy might do that, even though he knew that he shouldn't. Might touch Cornell by accident. The dogs whined, wondering why they were delayed here. Cornell thought, "The boy is going to be at risk because of me. The boy is going to die because of me." Horrified, he said, "No, no, no. The boy won't die. The boy will live and grow old, live and grow old, live and grow very old." He gripped the door handle, and the electronic lock disengaged with a soft thunk. With the memory of airplane sounds crawling every inch of his skin and squirming through his bones, Cornell didn't return to the library so much as arrive there in a crash landing. violently shaking his head and flailing his arms to cast off the offending noise. Staggering forward on wobbly legs, he dropped to his knees as the jubilant dogs raced past him to greet their young master. The boy had awakened and gotten up. He stood maybe 8 feet away, holding a glass of chocolate milk, regarding Cornell with what looked like fear, but might have been concern, because he said, "Are you all right? Can I do something? Are you okay?" Gasping for breath, Cornell said, "Dogs? The dogs? Me and the dogs, we were playing. They peed and pooped and then wanted to play, and we were running around under the airplane, running, and they wore me out." This was a lie, but it wasn't a terrible, mortal lie, just a little fib so that the boy wouldn't be afraid for Cornell or for himself. "Do you want some chocolate milk?" the boy asked. "Not right now." Cornell stretched out on his back. "I'm just going to lie here and calm down, calm down, calm down." "I already got a muffin and took it to my chair, but I can get it and sit here with you." "No, no." Cornell pretended to be breathing harder than he really needed to, because gasping helped hide the fact he shook with fear. "I just want to lie here, on the cool floor, like it's a pool of water. Pool of water. Float here on the floor and close my eyes and get my death. My breath, get my breath." "Okay then," the boy said, and he went to his chair. The dogs came sniffing around, and Cornell feared they would touch him with their noses, but they didn't. And then they went away to be with Travis. The hateful, unwanted, terrifying thought came to Cornell again. The boy is going to die because of me. Chapter 3. Having traveled 92 miles from Houston, Egon Godfrey in his Rhino GX, followed by the competent if methamphetamine-popping Rupert Baldwin and the impossible Vince Penn in their bespoke Jeep Wrangler, arrives at the bus station in Beaumont, Texas, shortly before 7 a.m. They haven't been able to view the video of Ansel and Claire in advance of their arrival, according to the unknown playwright, who evidently thinks it makes for good drama to keep putting obstacles in their way. The NSA archives the traffic cam and public facility video from all major cities, but not yet from every city and town with a population lower than 150,000, though they're working on it. The population of Beaumont is approximately 120,000, so if the locals want to be part of the great Orwellian future, they better get busy having babies. Waiting for Godfrey and his men is an FBI agent named Leon Fetweiler, who is as memorable as a dish of vanilla ice cream. To the best of Godfrey's knowledge, Fetweiler is not an Arcadian, but he was in the area and dispatched to view the bus terminal video. With Fetweiler is the bus station manager, so nondescript that she makes Fetweiler look flamboyant. Godfrey doesn't even bother to listen to her name, for it's obvious that this woman is a walk-on and will not reappear, less a real character than a thin concept. The video can be viewed on a monitor in the nameless manager's office. The terminal's video recorder is old and oddly configured, so the disk that contains the images preserves them only for 7 days, cannot be tapped to transfer its data to another device, and can be viewed only here. Enduring the manager's convoluted explanation for this inconvenience is as boring as listening to someone read aloud from a health insurance policy. When the video finally runs, a 4-second snippet from 5:05 p.m. the previous day, it's the quality of a 1950s porno film shot with an 8mm camera in a motel room, using only available lamplight. Godfrey, Rupert, and Vince crowd together to watch a woman of Claire's height and build step out of a bus. She wears a headscarf. Following her is a Stetson-wearing man of Ansel's height and build. "Who are they, anyway?" the station manager asks. Viewing the brief video again, Godfrey says, "Criminals." "What have they done?" "Committed crimes." "We're not at liberty to say," Fetweiler tells the station manager, as if Godfrey hasn't made that clear. Video from a different camera shows the same man and woman meeting an Uber driver in front of the terminal. Since they are leaving the station, the camera catches them mostly from the back. "Is it them?" Godfrey asks Rupert Baldwin. Fingering his bolo tie, shifting his weight back and forth from one of his hush puppies to the other, Rupert squints at a third and fourth playing of the first video segment.
"Damn if I know."
Vince speaks up.
"Me neither. They might be, they might not. It's hard to say. The video isn't good, the lighting isn't. Oh, it's them. Sure enough,"
says Fetweiler, mercifully putting an end to Vince Penn's analysis.
"The Uber driver will confirm without hesitation."
"Where is he?" Godfrey asks.
"He wouldn't come in here. Insists we meet him out in the parking lot."
The Uber guy is waiting beside his car, a white GMC Terrain SLE. The unknown playwright has found the energy to paint this character with somewhat more detail than the station manager and Fetweiler. His name is Tucker Treadmont. He's maybe 30, stands about 5'6", weighs maybe 240 pounds. He is wearing pointy-toed boots, baggy jeans, and a pale blue polo shirt that shapes itself to his unfortunately large man breasts. His brown hair is slicked back, his round face appears so smooth as to be beardless, and his greenish-gray eyes assess Godfrey with the calculation of a card mechanic sizing up a mark. Fetweiler produces 8x10 photos of Ansel and Claire from a manila envelope. Tucker Treadmont says,
"Yeah, that's the dude and his squeeze. They booked the ride an hour earlier and I got the call."
"Where did you take them?" Godfrey asks.
"What works best for me is I'd drive you there and show you."
"We have vehicles of our own."
"I could be working now. I'm not some stinking millionaire."
"We haven't booked you through Uber."
"I also drive my own time. Uber don't own my ass."
This back and forth continues for a half-minute before Godfrey warns Treadmont that he's obstructing justice, when what he wants to do instead is use his collapsible baton to reshape the guy's head. The charge of obstruction is of no concern to the driver, and after yet a few more exchanges, Godfrey decides that it doesn't matter if he breaks the rules and pays. The guy isn't real anyway, and neither is the money. Only Godfrey is real, and this is just the playwright trying to make him crazy. So get on with it. "How much if you drive and we follow?" Treadmont says,
$121.50.
"You're not serious."
"The place I took them, it's not just around the corner."
Determined not to round it up with a tip, Godfrey takes 6 20s from his wallet, but he has no $1 bills. Rupert provides $1, and Vince has 2 quarters. "We're fine from here," Godfrey tells Fetweiler. "Thanks for all your help."
"I was planning to stay with you on this next part."
"Unnecessary. We've got it." Fetweiler is gone, as if he never existed. In his Rhino GX, with Rupert and Vince in the Jeep Wrangler behind him, Godfrey follows the GMC Terrain out of the parking lot. They haven't gone a block when his smartphone rings. The call is from the leader of his cell, Judge Sheila Draper Cruxton. The conversation that Godfrey had with her the previous night, during his cab ride to the Hyatt Regency in Houston, was so pleasant that he looks forward to speaking with her again. Until she starts to chew him out for the screw-up at the Longren place. Janice Dern clearly had psychological problems. Godfrey should have recognized her instability. He never should have included her in the operation. In fact, considering that she represented a grave potential risk to the revolution, he should have taken her someplace quiet and put a bullet in her head long before this. Yada, yada, yada. The judge assures him that his failure in this matter will have consequences and warns him not to fail to capture Ansel and Claire Hawke, because if he doesn't get his hands on them pronto, the consequences will be serious indeed. "Were you stooping the bitch?" she asks. "What bitch?" The judge is incensed. "What bitch are we talking about? Janice! Is that why you couldn't see she had a screw loose? Because you were so busy putting new screws to her?" "No, sir. No, ma'am. Judge, I'm not like that." You better stop wasting your testosterone, Godfrey. Keep your pants zipped, man up, start breaking heads, and get the job done. Judge Sheila Draper Cruxton terminates the call. Following Tucker Treadmont to whatever unpleasant surprise will come next, Egon Godfrey sourly wonders what the unknown playwright intends by layering on all these frustrations, what Godfrey is meant to intuit about the direction his role should take. He has so badly wanted to bludgeon so many people recently, not least of all Vince Penn and Tucker Treadmont. Judge Draper Cruxton's tirade suggests that in this regard, if in no other, Godfrey intuits what the playwright wants of him. Maybe it's time to be ruthless. If someone frustrates him, maybe he should answer them with violence. The previous night, he dreamed of shooting Ansel Hawke and slitting Claire's throat. Now that he thinks about it, the unknown playwright has spoken to him in dreams before, when Godfrey has been floundering in his role. And thereafter, everything was all right again. Chapter 4. Palm Springs to Rancho Mirage, through Indian Wells, past La Quinta. Jane Hawke in a world of sand traps and water hazards, more than 100 world-class golf courses in the 6 Up Valley towns, but with no time for leisure, living now for one purpose, with one task at which she must not fail. India was less about leisure, a center of industry and farm servicing companies. Much of it looked dusty, weathered, and weary here on the edge of the San Andreas Fault. Of Enrique de Soto operated his legit business, customizing limousines, high-end SUVs, and other vehicles for wealthy clients out of a 4-acre fenced and gated property in an industrial area. The manned guardhouse and the tight security had less to do with the value of the vehicle inventory than with the illegal weapons business conducted from a secret basement under one of the 3 large concrete block and corrugated metal buildings in which vehicles were being rebuilt. The workers started at 7 o'clock. Jane arrived shortly thereafter, in the pixie-cut chestnut-brown wig and the stage-prop glasses with black frames, her blue eyes made brown by contact lenses. She told the guard, "Eleanor Dashwood to see Mr. Escobar," and presented a California driver's license. The guard directed her to the 3rd building. By the time she parked the Explorer, Ferrante had come out to greet her. Slim, good-looking, well-barbered, he had the lithe movements and erect posture of a matador. He stood where the shadow of the building and the morning sun together scribed a territorial boundary on the pavement. His soft, musical voice matched his smile. "I'm so pleased to meet you. So very pleased." He had a boyish quality, a fresh, scrubbed, wide-eyed innocence that didn't comport with his second career as an arms dealer. South of 30, he was young to have created such a successful business. Of course, his Uncle Ricky had floated him the startup money. He knew who she really was. There were no secrets between him and Enrique. Jane said, "I appreciate the risk you're taking by letting me put this thing together here. I'm grateful." He nodded. There was something shy about the nod, a kind of deference in the way he stood, a coyness in his stare that seemed simultaneously to engage her and retreat from her. His handshake was firm, but when she met his eyes, he looked away. "The vehicles from my uncle will be here by 11. Meanwhile, we have a comfortable client lounge, coffee, donuts, TV." "Ricky told you I'm also in need of a handgun?" She preferred to have 2 at all times. She'd disposed of the gun she had used to defend herself in Tahoe on Sunday because it could be tied to the death of a major Arcadian. "A Heckler & Koch compact 45? Yes, of course. Do you want to arrange that now?" "Best get it out of the way. I'll have a lot to do later." "Then please, follow me." She got her tote from the car. It now contained the package of $120,000 for Enrique de Soto and $90,000 additional. Ferrante led her out of sunlight into shadow. As they stepped into a hallway, he said, "This building is devoted to the storage of vehicle parts, supplies, and my office." Ferrante's sanctum was perhaps 30 feet square, with a 14-foot ceiling. The frosted glass windows were 10 feet off the floor, as if to ensure privacy even from drones. When he closed the door, an electronic lock shot home a deadbolt with a loud clack. Jane saw 2 other doors, perhaps one to a bathroom and the other an exit directly to the outside. The room featured sleek modern furniture, teak, steel, glass, black leather upholstery, all spotless, gleaming. Everything was of the same style except for an unusual bristling sculpture on his desk, presented on an acrylic plinth, and 4 disturbing 4-foot square paintings that formed a giant art block on one wall. Each painting depicted a human heart in realistic detail, the glistening muscles so lovingly rendered that Jane could almost see it contract and expand. Blood dripped from 3 hearts, squirted in a rich stream from the 4th. Each organ was festooned with different severed veins and arteries: aorta, superior vena cava, descending aorta, pulmonary artery, inferior vena cava. Every heart was bound and cruelly pierced by a woven cincture of thorny brambles. Enrique said his nephew was devout. These images were the Sacred Heart of Christ, but not as usually portrayed. The over-the-top details and lavish, though if Ferrante was truly devout, mockery was out of the question. "What do you think of the artist's work?" Ferrante asked. She said, "Striking. Yes, exactly. Bold. Some people don't get it." "Colorful," she said. "If they don't get it, I never preach at them. That's wise." Shyly, as before, he looked at her sideways, nodded, and then turned his attention to the paintings. "Every time I look at them, I'm deeply moved, inspired, justified." The last word in the series was peculiar, and therefore the most significant. Jane couldn't imagine any other meaning than that, to his way of thinking, his devotion justified or excused his criminal activity. His Uncle Ricky wasn't the only relative who operated on the wrong side of the law. The kid was born into a crime family of sorts, so maybe he felt compelled to uphold the tradition. As she watched Ferrante smiling and nodding and gazing at the gruesome hearts, another possibility occurred to her. Ricky claimed his nephew attended Mass every day and says his rosary like some old abuela who wears a mantilla even in the shower. If Ferrante thought that being devout was adequate penance that allowed him to profit from the illegal sale of weapons, he might believe it also justified worse crimes, like rape and murder. That thought wasn't evidence of rampant paranoia. It was merely a consequence of her experience. In her time at the Bureau, Jane had captured a serial killer, J.J. Crutchfield, who insisted that he was doing the Lord's work, killing oversexed teenage girls who would corrupt teenage boys if he didn't stop them. Thus he was saving both the boys and the girls from damnation. He preserved his victims' eyes in jars, convinced, or so he claimed, that in each girl's moment of death she'd seen God. To J.J., the eyes were sacred relics. He found it difficult, however, to explain why God wanted him to rape the women before killing them to save their souls. While Jane pretended to admire the paintings, she was aware of her host watching her more directly than he seemed able to do when she was facing him. As a last word on the art, she said, "Unforgettable." When she turned to him, his smile was of a peculiar character that disturbed her, although she couldn't define the quality of it that she found unsettling. She remembered what Enrique de Soto had told her on the phone the previous day, but I have to say he's a weird duck, got this blood obsession. He seemed about to speak, but then broke eye contact again. He went around the desk, opened a drawer, and withdrew a Heckler & Koch Compact 45, still in its original sealed box. New weapon, no history, no waiting period, No background check. No formal or de facto registration. The guns Ferrante sold probably came from his Uncle Ricky, which meant they were stolen and provided a terrific profit margin. "How much?" Jane asked. He met her eyes directly, and for the first time did not quickly look away. "I won't accept money from you. There's something else I want. Something better than money." She put down the tote to have both hands free. Chapter 5. Carter Jurgen finds the place abhorrent on first sight. In the passenger seat of the Velociraptor, he shivers with cold disgust. Rooney Corrigan, poobah of Sandsucker Society, maintains a small carbon footprint by generating his own electricity. The most prominent structures on his property are two 60 or 70-foot tall windmills. They aren't the picturesque stone windmills with huge cloth sails seen in Holland, but ugly steel constructs, tripods reminiscent of the Martian death machines in the War of the Worlds. The single-story green stucco house, where the crocodile incident has occurred, whatever that might be, boasts a roof entirely of solar panels and stands on several acres of pale and sandy dirt, lacking even stones and cactus landscaping. The only evidence that the planet produces flora is 3 struggling king palms with more brown than green fronds, and a misshapen olive tree lifeless for so long that its bleached, leafless limbs and weather-shredded bark might be an avant-garde sculpture wired together from the bones and brittle hair of dead men. The long, unpaved driveway is defined only by parallel lines of stones arranged to mark its borders. Parked near the house are 2 black Jeep Cherokees. As Dubose brakes to a stop 50 yards from those vehicles and stares at the house with a dour expression, he says, "I call it a crocodile incident. He called it the possible assertion and triumph of the reptile consciousness. There's like a 1 in 10,000 chance an adjusted person might have a catastrophic psychological collapse after the control mechanism activates." Jurgen frowns. "I never heard such a thing. Says who?" "The genius who invented the nano-implants." "Bertold Schenek is dead." "I'm not claiming he spoke to me at a seance. He worried about this from day one. He foresaw 2 kinds of psychotic breakdowns." "How do you know this and I don't?" "I knew someone who knew the great man. Inga Schenek." "His wife?" "Before Schenek, and then for a while after she married him. She and I had this thing going." Jurgen wants to deny the obvious intended meaning of the words, "this thing." "But she was a stunner." "Hot," Dubose says. "A lot younger than Schenek, and so hot she was thermonuclear and insatiable. She wore me out." Carter Jurgen is not naive. He doesn't believe life has some grand meaning. He doesn't believe in good and evil. He doesn't see any issue in black and white, only in innumerable shades of gray. He doesn't believe that life, society, and justice are fair or ever can be. He doesn't believe they should be fair. Fairness is unnatural. It's seen nowhere in nature. He believes in power. Those with the desire and the will to seize power are those best qualified to shape the future. But it is so unfair that a backwoods cretin who surely got into Princeton on a fraudulently obtained scholarship, who at breakfast folds 2 strips of bacon into a thick bonbon of pig fat and pops them into his mouth with his fingers, who wouldn't know which fork to use for the fish appetizer if the butler snatched it off the table in frustration and stabbed him in the face with it. So unfair that this kind of man could have had a woman like Inga Schenek. Jurgen says, "I admired her grace, her style, her taste." Dubose nods. "Exactly why she was drawn to me." "You never told me about this." "I don't talk about my ladies. A gentleman is always discreet." "Discreet?
You just said she was insatiable. DuBose looked puzzled.
She's dead. So what's to be discreet about after she's packed off in a coffin?
For a moment, Juergen stares in silence at the windmills looming behind the house, their enormous blades carving the air and probably a significant number of birds in any 24-hour period. The sun flares off the solar panels. The stucco is a bilious shade of green. A ragged dog of numerous heritages wanders into the driveway in front of them, squats, and takes a dump.
I'm in hell, Juergen says. I don't believe in hell, but what is this?
He sweeps one hand across the vista before them, where the dog craps in front of a house that by all appearances is built from the animal's previous defecations.
What is this if it isn't hell?
DuBose cocks his head and raises one eyebrow.
Are you going all dramatic on me? We can't afford existential angst in our line of work. My advice is don't watch those historical dramas on PBS. They just get your panties in a wad. Don't watch, and you'll be happier. I want you to be happy, my friend.
Comme vous êtes gentil.
Juergen butters the flattery and thank yous with sarcasm.
Vous êtes trop aimable. Merci infiniment.
DuBose sighs and shakes his head.
De rien, mademoiselle.
Astonished by this revelation, Juergen says, You speak French?
Do bears shit in the woods?
He places a hand on Juergen's shoulder.
Buddy, calm yourself. If just the outside of this place freaks you, then you won't be able to handle what's inside.
Enduring the hand on his shoulder because it will be there only a moment, Carter Juergen says, Yeah? What's inside?
Dead people.
I've seen plenty of dead people. Made a few of them myself.
Yeah, but these didn't die pretty.
Chapter 6. As though he read disapproval in Jane's face, Ferrante Escobar said, We sell only to wealthy, reputable clients, needing protection in an increasingly dangerous world. They don't want to risk having their weapons known and confiscated if some crisis leads to martial law. Many of them have large security staffs, and they buy in bulk, but we don't sell to anyone who might intend to resell. His self-justifications were self-delusions, but Jane couldn't afford to alienate Ferrante Escobar. She must be in Borrego Valley this afternoon. She'd already needed more time to put together this operation than she would have liked. Further delay was unthinkable. Nevertheless, instead of responding to his declaration that he would not accept money from her, that he wanted something else in return for the pistol, she said again, How much? Anxiety molded his face. This is a world of lies, and always has been. We live in a time of even greater deceptions than in centuries past. So much of what we're told, what we see on TV, what we read in the newspapers, or on the internet, is invented to conceal the truth, protect the wicked, increase the power of those who already have more power than all the kings of history combined. I don't disagree, she said. But what does that have to do with the price of a pistol? He became more excited, speaking fast. Earlier, he'd been unable to endure her stare for more than a moment. Now, he was unable to look away. They claim you're a true monster, no redeeming qualities, so dangerous, vicious, hateful. But all they've done is make you as unreal as this supervillain in some bad Batman movie. All over the internet, they're talking about what you really might be. They think you know something that could bring down a lot of powerful people. Ferrante continued to meet her eyes, but his demeanor changed. He pressed his right hand over his heart, his left over the right, as if his heart must be pounding so hard and fast that pressure needed to be applied to quiet it. With this strange posture came a change in his voice. He spoke neither as fast nor as loud as before, and there was a new tone that she could not at first name. They say, maybe, you have proof of something big, but you can't find a way to use it or get it out to the public, because everything is so corrupt these days.
because you have to run as fast as you can just to stay alive." When he fell silent, Jane said, "And what do you think?" Anxiety faded from his face, and a tenderness replaced it. "I think you're the truth in a sea of lies. There's a painting in the Louvre in Paris. I own a print of it. She shone in armor when Charles VII was crowned the King of France." "No," Jane said. "You look nothing like her, but you're armored too." Disturbed by what she now realized was Ferrante's reverence, she said, "I am nothing like her. God talked to Joan of Arc, or she thought he did. He's never talked to me. I got into this for selfish reasons, to restore my husband's good name, to save my son's life. If it's grown into something larger than that, it's not anything I ever wanted. I'm not made to carry that kind of weight. I can't save an entire freaking nation. I could be dead tomorrow. Chances are I will be dead. I'm tired and lonely and scared, and I'm under no illusion that God or some guardian angel will spare me from a bullet in the head if the bastard who pulls the trigger knows how to aim." Ferrante's hands pressed over his heart looked melodramatic and foolish, but the esteem in which he held her was genuine, not at all diminished by her refusal to be what he imagined her to be. He said, "If I had been there in the 15th century, at the coronation of Charles VII, I would have asked her for what I'm asking of you, the only thing I want from you. Ferrante, listen. I can't play something I'm not. I'm no saint in the making. The things I've done. Damn it, listen, I'm no good at make-believe. I've got both feet in the mud of reality. I slog from here to there. I don't fly. I screw up. Both feet in mud and blood." He would not be deterred. "All I want is your blessing. Touch my head and bless my life." If she did as he asked, just as a kindness, with no illusion that her blessing had any power, Ferrante would nonetheless receive it as a sanctification of his heart, as a hallowing of his life. Knowing what false value he would place on it, if she still did as he wanted, she would, to some degree, be a fraud. She should do it anyway, do it for Travis, to avoid risking this man's displeasure. After all, she would kill for Travis, lie for him, commit any sin to save him. So she should be able, just for a moment, to pretend to be a conduit for divine grace. Yet she couldn't move toward him or bring herself to speak a benediction. She didn't understand her reluctance, nor was she able to put a name to the particular fault in herself that brought her to this impasse. She looked beyond Ferrante to the 4 grotesque paintings, and she thought about what Enrique had said. "He's a weird duck. He's got this blood obsession. You meet him, you'll see." Yes, but it turned out not to be the blood of violence and vengeance and hatred that enthralled Ferrante Escobar, but instead the blood of sacrifice, the concept of redemption through suffering. To some extent, that was an obsession that Jane, with both feet in the mud of life, could understand. Her gaze traveled from the paintings to the acrylic plinth on the desk, on which rested the bristling sculpture that had seemed strange and abstract when she'd first noticed it. She realized it was intricately braided brambles fashioned into a crown of thorns. If for whatever reason she could not bring herself to give him what he wanted, she could give him an alternative that might not leave him alienated. She stepped to the desk and, not with her gun hand, but with her left, firmly gripped the sculpture and lifted it from the display pedestal, clutched it. She clenched her teeth to bite off any expression of pain, and met his eyes for a moment before returning the sculpture to the acrylic. The thorns had dimpled her flesh in a dozen places, but blood bloomed only in tiny blossoms from 3 points on 2 fingers and from 4 punctures in her palm. Ferrante Escobar stared at her hand for a long moment, his face solemn, his dark eyes unreadable. Without another word, he picked up the box containing the pistol,
went to the door, led her down the hallway to the client lounge, and left her there with the new gun. An adjacent restroom served the lounge. She cranked on the water and pumped soap from the dispenser and washed her hands. After she dried off, she clenched her left fist around a wad of paper towels, applying pressure to stop the thorn pricks from bleeding. She wondered if Ferrante would blot the drops of blood from the floors of his office in the hallway, and what he might do with the rag that absorbed them. She decided that she would rather not know. In the client lounge once more, she sat on a sofa. She looked at the box containing the pistol. She raised her head and stared at the frosted windows, which were set as high as those in Ferrante's office, and she thought about how strange her life had become, and about how many moments of it were resonant with cryptic meaning that would remain forever beyond her powers of interpretation. Chapter 7. A warm breeze, blade shadows scalping the barren earth, the ceaseless slish, slish, slish of carved air, perhaps one of the two windmills pumping water from a well, in addition to cleaving energy from the breath of nature. As Jurgen and Dubose step out of their truck and approach the Corrigan house, the front door opens, and an Arcadian named Damon Ainsley descends 2 steps to a concrete pad that serves as a stoop. He is a robust man with a rosy complexion that has, in this case, paled from ear to ear and gone a little gray around the eyes.
"We've got a situation,"
Ainsley says. A thin and bitter laugh escapes him.
"Situation? Hell's bells. I've become a jackass, more bureaucrat than lawman, politically correct and full of news speak. The situation, gentlemen, is a shitstorm."
According to Dubose, Dr. Berthold Schenek, cuckolded husband of the fabulous Inga, had foreseen 2 types of sudden psychological collapse that might rarely ensue following the activation of a brain implant, the least dramatic being the disintegration of the ego and the id upon the recognition of being possessed and enslaved. In this case, the subject's sense of self dissolves. He loses all identity, all memory. He ceases to understand the environment around him and has no capacity for ordered thought. His mind becomes a shrieking bedlam. This is the more benign of the 2 possibilities. In the worst scenario, the ego disintegrates, but not the id, leaving the latter in charge. What remains in this case is a sense of self, a kind of situational and pattern recognition memory rather than recollection of personal experience, and a capacity for ordered but primitive thought. However, the id is the aspect of the mind that seeks pleasure at any cost. Without the moderating influence of the ego, which mediates between the primal desires of the id and the social environment in which we live, there is no Dr. Jekyll anymore, nor even Mr. Hyde, but only a pleasure-seeking thing. Damon Ainsley heads toward one of the Jeep Cherokees.
"Gotta smoke some weed to float away the nausea. Better prepare yourselves before you go in there."
"I was born prepared," Dubose says.
As Carter Jurgen learned during his years at Harvard, there are 2 explanations for what is called the reptile consciousness within the human id, supposing that it exists. A scientist might say human beings are not evolved from apes so much as from all the species that constitute the history of life on Earth's land masses, which means that the first lizard to venture from sea to shore has left its genetic trace in us. On the other hand, a priest might say our reptilian impulses are the curse bestowed by the father of serpents in the Garden of Eden. In either case, the reptile consciousness has no capacity for love, compassion, mercy, or any other virtues prized by civil societies. It is driven solely by its hunger for pleasure, and one of those pleasures is the thrill of violence. As Dubose opens the door of the Corrigan house, he pauses and pretends to be profound, a pose he finds appealing now and then.
This is a moment to remember, my friend. Dr. Shennick thought there was a 1 in 10,000 chance of a psychological collapse. More than 16,000 have been adjusted with implants, and this is the first instance of what he predicted. For you and me, it's like being there when Edison tested the first successful light bulb.
Such grandiose declarations coming from the hillbilly sage grate on Jurgen. How the hell is it like Edison's light bulb?
It's an historic moment.
Damon Ainsley just called it a shitstorm. A shitstorm isn't my idea of an historic moment. The big man favors Jurgen with an expression like that of a patient adult speaking to an amusing but clueless child.
History isn't just an endless series of triumphs, Carter. History is about the ups and downs. It was an historic moment when the Titanic sank.
They step into the house. Chapter 8. The rat-coat gray, torn rag sky over the Gulf of Mexico, creeping across blackening waters, the morning sun steadily retreating from the shore, the coastal plain just 20 feet above sea level, the maze of oil refineries looking flat in the shadowless light of an oncoming storm, like a pencil drawing hung on a wall. To Egon Godfrey, on the trail of Ansel and Claire Hawk, the city of Beaumont, Texas, appears to be more detailed than Worsted, where all this began. But the unknown playwright is still sketching the locale rather than painting it in fullest depth and color. Behind the wheel of his Rhino GX, Godfrey follows Tucker Treadmont's GMC Terrain through the outskirts of the city, into open country, Rupert and Vince close behind in their Jeep Wrangler. This solemn train of black vehicles feels like a funeral procession sans corpse, though it's easy enough to make a corpse if one is needed. Along a 2-lane blacktop, they come into fields of coarse matted grass and tortured weeds, from some of which depend clusters of pale bladders the size of thumbs. At certain times of the year, perhaps portions of this land become marshes from which, at dusk, clouds of mosquitoes rise in such great numbers that they blacken the sky even before the last light has gone from it. The GMC Terrain slows, signals a right turn, leaves the pavement for the wide shoulder of the road, and comes to a stop. Godfrey parks behind it, Rupert Baldwin behind Godfrey. Treadmont waits in front of his vehicle, frowning at the grim sky, drawing deep breaths and snorting them out, as though he is part hound and can assess the potential of the storm by the scent that it imparts to the air. For whatever reason, the nipples of his man-breasts have stiffened against his pale blue polo shirt, a sight about as erotic as a squashed cockroach. "Why have we stopped?" Godfrey asks.
This is where I left them. The cowboy dude and his woman. This is where they wanted to go.
Godfrey and his men survey their surroundings with puzzlement. Vince Penn says,
"This is like the middle of nowhere. There's nothing. There's no place they could go. It's just fields. Just empty fields is all it is."
Pointing ahead and to the right, toward a narrow dirt lane that branches off the blacktop, Treadmont says,
"The last I saw them, they were walking that way."
In the distance, what might be a house and 2 outbuildings, or a mirage, imprint their small dark shapes on the landscape. "Did they say who lives there?" Godfrey asks.
"I didn't ask. They didn't say, and I don't care."
"Why didn't they want you to drive them over there? Didn't that seem odd to you?"
"Mister, maybe half of everything that happens in life seems odd as hell to me. Most of it's stranger than this. Now I've got a living to make."
When Treadmont drives away, Rupert Baldwin squints at the distant buildings.
"If we drive in, they'll for sure hear us coming. What do you say we walk it?"
Like Rupert and Vince, Godfrey is carrying a pistol on his right hip. He also has a snub-nosed revolver in an ankle holster. The 3 of them set out on foot. Chapter 9. The living room at the Corrigan house is furnished for comfort, with a deep sofa of no particular style and 3 massive recliners, everything aimed at a big-screen television. Otherwise, the theme of the decor is nautical. The reproduced paintings of sailing ships in calm and stormy seas are the quality that big hotel chains purchase by the thousands. One lamp base is sheathed in artfully arranged seashells. Another features a porcelain mermaid topped by a painted shade on which porpoises cavort. Someone in this desert home yearns for the romance of the sea. A young DHS agent whose name Carter Jurgen doesn't know, one of the Arcadian backup brigade that streamed into the valley during the past 36 hours, sits on the edge of one of the recliners. He smokes a cigarette, tapping the ashes into a conch shell, his hands shaking as if he's a palsied retiree. Bradley DuBose says,
"Harry, is it?"
"Yeah," the agent says. "Harry Oliver."
On the phone, you called it a slaughterhouse. To me, it looks like Mayberry, USA.
A tremor ages Harry's voice to match his trembling hands. "The kitchen. The back porch. That's where—" Filtered through the roof and walls of the house, the sound of the windmills is not as it is outside, not like giant swords slicing the air, but rather a low, rhythmic hum. To Jurgen, it sounds as if some hive fills the attic, a teeming population busy wax-laying and honey-making and brewing a potent venom to ensure a lethal sting. He follows DuBose into a shadowy hallway where one of 2 bulbs is burned out in the ceiling light. Beyond open doors to each side, rooms are little revealed by sunshine leaking around the edges of closed draperies. On the walls between the doors, rough seas roll without motion, and tumultuous skies storm without sound. The first victim is just past the kitchen threshold. Homeland Security ID clipped to the breast pocket of his suit coat. On his back, face torn and puckered and hollowed by several bite marks, as eyeless as Samson in Gaza. The father, Rooney Corrigan, lies to the right of a chrome-legged dining table with a yellow formica top. He's also face up, though head and body are not joined. DuBose steps cautiously to avoid the biological debris that slathers the floor, and Jurgen follows with equal care. Rooney's younger of 2 teenage sons is sprawled beyond the table. The condition of the corpse is so appalling that Jurgen must look away.
"It's the remaining son," DuBose says, "who's suffered the psychological collapse. His name's Ramsey, from the Old English, meaning male sheep. Ironic, huh? He might have been a lamb once, but not anymore."
The mother had tried to flee. She'd made it out the back door and onto the screened porch. Blouse ripped away, bra torn off, face wrenched in terror, lips cruelly bitten, mouth agape in a silent scream. The wide-open eyes suggest that the last thing she'd seen was an abomination worse than her oncoming death. Her neck is broken. Here, on the screened porch, the sound of the windmills has yet a different character. The fine mesh that bars flying insects also sanes the crisp edges from the slashing sword noise, so that the porch seems to be a way station between life and afterlife, where a host of spirit voices softly whisper secrets about what lies beyond death. DuBose says,
"Let's go have a look at Ramsey."
Chapter 10. The dirt lane is elevated a foot or 2 above the flanking fields. It is hardpan in which Egon Godfrey and his men leave no tracks, nor are there any boot prints impressed by Ansel and Claire Hawk the previous day. Seen closer than from the paved road, the flourishing weeds are even stranger than they had seemed before, riotous thickets in great variety, many of the species unknown to Godfrey. His attention is drawn to certain gnarled bushes with needled leaves and wiry stems from which are suspended clusters of pale sacs. From the highway, he'd thought the sacs were thumb-size, bladder-like, but they are larger and more like cocoons than bladders, but not cocoons either, vaguely reminiscent of something that eludes him. Perhaps because the eerie fields appear to be hostile, like some alien landscape that harbors unknown lethal life forms, Godfrey thinks of Judge Sheila Draper Cruxton and the angry dressing down she meted out to him in their most recent phone conversation. "You better stop wasting your testosterone, Godfrey. Keep your pants zipped, man up, start breaking heads, and get the job done." The dark clouds race north, harried by some high-altitude wind not felt at ground level. The sky lowers, and birds shriek overhead as they flee toward what few roosts of refuge this flat territory contains. As Godfrey and his men continue along the hardpan, they come to a place where the creepy bushes grow within a foot of the lane. He stops to peer more closely at them. The clustered and slightly wrinkled sacs are moist and milky, but not opaque. In fact, they are semi-translucent, and dark shapes are coddled within them, as if things wait therein to be born. But these are definitely not cocoons.
"What is it? What are you doing?"
Rupert Baldwin asks. Rupert and Vince have halted 20 feet ahead of him and are watching him inspect the plant. "I just thought..." Godfrey shakes his head. "Nothing. It's nothing." As they continue toward the buildings, he stares at the bushes, fascinated beyond all reason. He wonders if the sacs are actually part of the plant. Although they aren't spun silk cocoons, perhaps they're extruded in another fashion by an insect unknown to him, the fields infested by some pestilence. Abruptly, he stops again when he realizes of what the sacs remind him. Pale, yes. Semi-translucent, yes. But they nonetheless resemble testicles.
"Egon?"
Rupert says. "Yes, all right," he responds, and again he proceeds with them toward the buildings. He has no doubt now that the unknown playwright is endorsing Judge Draper Cruxton's instructions to break heads and get the job done. Recently, the author of all this has set the scenes with too little detail. These fields, however, are so vividly and intricately presented that they are meant to be a sign to guide him back to the proper performance of his role. Fields of testicle-bearing plants never seen before. They are put here to remind him of what Judge Draper Cruxton has demanded, and of what she has threatened should he fail to perform as expected. He has been under great stress, and this revelation has not relieved any of the pressure on him. But at least he now knows what he must do to avoid suffering the pain that the unknown playwright is so capable of doling out. Fulfill the dream he's had of Jane's in-laws. Shoot Ansel, slit Claire's throat. Yes, they must first be captured, injected, and interrogated after being enslaved. But once they reveal the whereabouts of young Travis, they will be Godfrey's to dispose of as he wishes. He and his men have drawn close to the buildings and now better understand their nature. The house is old, weathered, offering more bare wood than paint. Sway-backed steps, some porch railing balusters broken, others missing. Most windows are shattered, and the few that remain intact stare blindly from behind cataracts of dust. The yard is weeds and crawling vines that climb the rotting walls of the abandoned residence. The darkest of the structures is a sun-scorched barn with a rusted metal roof and concave walls. What appears to be a small stable is in no better condition. Jane's in-laws are not likely to have hidden away in such ruins. Yet, the lane ends here, and no other dwellings are in sight. Maybe the scene is not only what it appears to be. Guns drawn, Godfrey, Rupert, and Vince begin the search. Chapter 11. the humble desert home now seeming almost to groan under the weight of an incidental, terrible grandeur bestowed by horror and tragedy, its rooms given a new dimension by a threat to the future of humanity that is here made manifest. Carter Jurgen is in the presence of the beast. The smell of blood and urine, the study window covered by draperies, only the desk lamp aglow. Ordinary shadows seem to pulse with threat. The master bedroom and Rooney Corrigan's home office are served by a different hallway from the one that connects the living room to the kitchen. In the office, DHS agents Solomon and Taratucci keep guard over 17-year-old Ramsey, who is in the desk chair. The teenager's wrists are zip-tied to the arms of the chair, his ankles to the center post from which radiate 5 legs with wheels. In light of what the kid has done, the zip ties have been deemed insufficient restraint. A length of rope twice encircles his chest and is knotted tightly behind the back of the chair. Likewise, rope crosses his thighs twice and secures him to the seat. Ramsey slumps in his bonds, eyes closed, chin on his chest. He appears to be sleeping, as if 4 savage murders have exhausted him. He's a sizable specimen, football linebacker material. His blond hair is discolored by the spilled life of others, stiff and matted and spiked, spattered face, streaked clothes. Resting on the chair arms, his strong hands are gore-mottled, the creases of the knuckles dark with encrusted blood. Taratucci, who looks as though he changed careers from mafia muscle, sits in a chair about 5 feet from Ramsey. His pistol rests on his thigh and ready in his hand. Solomon wears a better suit than Taratucci's, a tailored white shirt and a club tie. His receding hair is white at the temples, his features patrician, his posture ramrod when he rises from a chair, his manner like that of a cultured attorney for a mainline law firm in business since the 1800s.
"Why is this haywire piece of meat still alive?" Radley DuBose asks. "Why didn't you make him as dead as the 4 in the kitchen?"
Solomon does his best to present the facts in a dispassionate, lawyerly recitation. For injection, we strapped the Corrigan family in the kitchen chairs. The newest iteration of the nanoweb was established in Mrs. Corrigan in 3 hours 40 minutes. The final implant established in about 4 hours 10 minutes. The last one was Ramsey Corrigan. Solomon glances at the young man in the office chair. They all responded to the phrase, "Do you see the Red Queen?" We ran the usual control tests. They were fully adjusted people. Originally, the sentence that accessed the mind of an adjusted person and compelled him to follow commands was, "Play Manchurian with me," a reference to the classic novel of mind control, The Manchurian Candidate, by Richard Condon, published in 1959. After Jane Hawk learned the power of those 4 words and could make an adjusted person obey her, the sentence was changed to "Uncle Ira is not Uncle Ira," a line from Jack Finney's 1955 novel Invasion of the Body Snatchers. Hawk, the troublesome bitch, learned that one too, necessitating the reprogramming of 16,000 adjusted people with yet another sentence. "Do you see the Red Queen?" This one, like the first, was from the Richard Condon novel, in which a brainwashed assassin, Raymond Shaw, was activated by the sight of the Queen of Diamonds whenever told to play a game of solitaire. "We removed the restraints from all 4, Solomon continued. "We instructed them how to search for Travis Hawk, what their role was. We're almost finished when—" He looks at the teenager, this time with obvious dread. Ramsey puts his fists to his head and screams. I never heard such a scream, as if he was slammed by pain, rage, and terror all at once. He began to shake violently and scream louder. Something was wrong with the brain implant. Solomon isn't able to maintain his detachment. A slight tremor comes and goes in his voice. Sometimes he pauses before he can continue. "Kirk Granger, one of ours. The one dead in the kitchen. He rushes to restrain Ramsey before the kid hurts himself. Bends over him with fresh zip ties.
Ramsay shrieks a long stream of obscenities worse than you'd hear in the most violent ward of a prison for the criminally insane. Not coherent, just vicious, rank. He comes out of his chair. He bites Kirk's face, bites it hard. So damn fast, snake quick. He tears into Kirk's face, his throat. He rips a carotid, maybe a jugular. Didn't see how he took the eyes. Kurt is a martial arts guy, but he's blinded, then dead, taken down in 5 seconds. Ramsay scrambles across the table, knocks his dad out of a chair, tramps his throat, snatches a cleaver from a rack, swings it. Such power! It's just 10 seconds after he first went nuts. Dubose returns to his unanswered question. Why doesn't the son of a bitch have 5 bullets in his head? From his chair, without taking his eyes off Ramsay, Taratucci says, Don't be a jerk. You notice all the bullet holes in the kitchen cabinets, the walls? He's like some bat out of hell, how fast he moves. You can't hit what won't be a target. Solomon says, Brother's dead. Mother runs for it. He wants her more than us, maybe to rape before he kills her, his own mother. It's chaos. But when we inject an entire household, we bring a Taser X REP 12 gauge, in case there's effective resistance. So I put a round in his back while he's on the porch tearing at her clothes. He was so gone, Taratucci says. He didn't know who she was. Solomon says, She was already dead. When he caught her and dragged her down, she broke her neck. Staring at Ramsay Corrigan, Dubose speculates. He knew. He could feel something was deep inside his head, enslaving him. The control program tried to repress his fear, maybe applied too much pressure, burnt out some neurons. Maybe the nanoweb itself badly malfunctioned, whatever, and just kicked his terror into hyperdrive, triggered a rapid-fire psychological meltdown. His psyche came apart like sugar lace. Personality dissolved. Shenek said this might rarely happen, but he hoped a collapse would end in a catatonic state or in a condition of feeble physical and mental incoherence. He didn't think an adjusted person damaged like this would instead plunge all the way down through. Well, Jurgen says, damn if that's not another thing you never shared. What door? Why forbidden? Shenek said nature is all about change, progressive change, always refining its creatures. Of course, it's impossible for one of us to revert through some genetic cataclysm to an earlier physical form in the evolutionary chain. You can't go to bed human and wake up an ape. Shenek said the same is true about our psychological state. If the history of all life from the first lizard onward is like a series of ghosts in our genome, nature won't allow us to be haunted backward to a primitive consciousness because of any trauma. Nature will have built into our psyche a forbidden door, forever locked against the past of the species, and no event can open it. Or, Shenek was wrong, Jurgen says. So then, hello, reptile consciousness. I needed all 5 rounds in the Taser XREP, Solomon reveals, just to keep Ramsay disabled long enough for Taratucci and Damon Ainsley to restrain him again. Dubose shakes his head. You should have killed him. Let's roll the freak outside and do some target practice. Can't, Solomon declares. The main lab in Menlo Park wants to study him, see if they can understand why the breakdown. Bring the monster in for a chat, Jurgen says. What could possibly go wrong? Solomon says, they're sending in a medevac helicopter and a team of CIA Black Ops tough guys to load him and get him there. Sedated. They don't want a sedative used in case it causes further disintegration. They want to study him just as he is. How many Black Ops guys? They said 4. I want 6. They think even 4 is too many. If Ramsay Corrigan has been asleep, now he wakes. He raises his head,
which turns slowly left to right, right to left, like a turret on a tank as the gunner seeks a target. He focuses on Jurgen. Although there is nothing inhuman about the man's eyes, the ferocity of his attention makes his stare more intense than any Jurgen has previously encountered. Perhaps because of the horrific carnage in the kitchen, because Ramsay sits here in the blood of others and in his own urine, appearing eerily unconcerned and even confident in spite of being securely bound. His gaze imparts a chill to Jurgen. Although his shackles constrain him, he projects an impression of being tightly coiled and ready to strike. "Kill him now," Jurgen warns. "I agree," Solomon says. "I wish I had. But now the order transferring him to Menlo Park comes from the Central Committee, through the regional commander, from our cell leader. Anyone who pulls the trigger on Ramsay will be considered a traitor to the revolution. The consequences... well, you know the consequences." Chapter 12. The abandoned house is a sanctuary for things that crawl and skitter and squirm, that produce a chrysalis in which to transform from something that creeps to something that flies, that find in wood both a home and a meal. Mold thrives, and rot has its way, and mushrooms sprout in the darker corners. There are the bones of dead rats, the feathers of birds that came in through broken windows and found their way out again, but no sign of Jane Hawk's in-laws. What was thought to have been a stable is in fact a chicken coop with ramps to elevated laying boxes for the hens, a crumbling structure where the muck soil floor is thatched with wet and moldy feathers that stick in clumps to Egon Gottfried's shoes. Nothing lives here now but a fat and hideous pale-faced possum that hisses at him and sends him scurrying out of the building, to the barely suppressed amusement of Rupert Baldwin and Vince Penn. The spavined barn, its rib studs cracked and termite-riddled, its wall slats warped and its doors sagging, has lost 2 panels of the metal roof, perhaps to a high wind. On a bright day, rectangles of sunshine would slowly lengthen and then shrink across its floor, and shadows would relent. But on this occasion, with a pending storm curdling the sky, the light is gray and diffuse, and in league with shadows to conceal the loft and every corner. The poor light doesn't matter. The loft ladder might once have had 20 rungs, but just 4 haven't rotted away. Ansel and Claire can't have climbed there to hide. Anyway, Godfrey has no need of more light to know that no one has taken refuge in the barn. From crumbling concrete footings to splintering walls to the metal roof rattling now in the stiffening wind, the structure is as devoid of human habitation as any crater on Mars. Wandering in search of clues, Vince Penn studies the floor that Godfrey has already studied.
Nope. No recent tire tracks. None at all. No oil or grease. Not a drop. Doesn't seem like anyone kept a vehicle here recently, or even back in the day.
Worsted to Hawk Ranch to Longren Stables, Longren to Killeen, Killeen to Houston, Houston to Beaumont, Beaumont to this ass end of nowhere.
Dust on the floor, says Vince Penn. Dust and like a million teeny tiny pieces of straw. We're leaving prints and disturbing all the chaff, but no tire tracks. Zero. Zip. Nada.
Judge Sheila Draper Cruxton has given Godfrey a disturbing ultimatum, and the unknown playwright is evidently displeased with how he has been intuiting the author's intent. While Rupert watches Vince much as he might watch, with pity and contempt, the hopeless progress of a crippled frog dragging itself laboriously toward its pond, the inimitable Agent Penn says,
"Looks like Ansel and Claire never came here. Not to the barn, or coop, or house. They walked to the end of the lane and kept walking. Went off through the field. Went somewhere else. Hard to say where."
None of this is real. Nothing but Godfrey's mind, the rest, illusion. Only radical philosophical nihilism makes sense of this otherwise chaotic world. None of it matters. Go with the flow.
Yeah, it's a dead end, says Vince. Blind alley, blank wall. Dead end.
He looks at Godfrey's feet.
Hey, Egon, your shoes look funny. Rupert, don't his shoes look funny?
Godfrey's shoes are caked in muck soil from the chicken coop. Stuck in that gluey mass are hundreds of feathers. The feathers were initially wet, but they have been drying out since he acquired them. Now, in spite of being deteriorated, they are rather fluffy. With sudden enlightenment, Vince says,
Hey, bunny slippers! Egon, looks like you're wearing dirty bunny slippers. Don't they look like bunny slippers, Rupert?
Bunny slippers from hell, says Rupert. Godfrey pulls his pistol, kills Vince with one round, and expends 2 on Rupert Baldwin, who was never a fast draw. He does not intuit any disapproval on the part of the unknown playwright. Violence is wanted. The script requires bloodshed. A more aggressive Egon Godfrey now comes on stage. The bolo tie is stupid, he says to Rupert's corpse. After holstering his weapon, he wipes his shoes on the dead men's clothes as best he can. When he steps out of the barn, the lowering gray sky reminds him of the cerebral cortex of the human brain, fissured and softly folded. In the fissures, the clouds are blackening, as though the sky is the brain of the world and contemplating darker intentions. He follows the hardpan lane between the fields of weeds that have had significant influence on the changes in his character to the vehicles parked alongside the highway. From the customized Jeep Wrangler, he removes Rupert Baldwin's laptop and transfers it to the Rhino GX. As he is getting behind the wheel of his luxury SUV, the first thunder rolls through the clotted sky. Not a hard crash, but instead a soft, protracted rumble that isn't preceded by visible lightning. The storm hasn't yet begun, but it is imminent. Godfrey starts the engine. He hangs a U-turn and heads back toward distant Beaumont. There are still ways to find Jane Hawk's in-laws. After all, they are not ghosts, though he would like to make them so. A new understanding comes to him, a realization that he was never meant to plod through his scenes with an entourage consisting of the likes of Janice Dern and Chris Roberts and the Lobo brothers and Rupert Baldwin, and certainly not with a ludicrous specimen like Vince Penn. He is meant to be an iconic loner, which makes sense when he is the only real person in this story, and which therefore puts him at the center of it. He is expected to be a hero who stands tall and strong like Dirty Harry or Shane, a resolute champion of the revolution who takes no shit and no prisoners. For the first time in a while, he feels in sync with the author of the play. He suspects that in the frantic chase from Worsted to Beaumont and beyond, distracted more than assisted by his so-called team, he overlooked some clue. Now that he is a loner, he will be able to see events clearly, blow away the fog of war, so to speak, and convert Jane's arrogant in-laws into either adjusted people or dead people. Chapter 13. Early Tuesday morning, Minette Butterworth, an English teacher, called her principal to say that she was taking a sick day, and that her husband, Robert, who taught history, was also under the weather. Neither Minette nor Bob had missed work due to illness in 6 years. Neither of them was in the habit of lying to their employer either. Minette felt guilty about this deception, but Bob insisted it was for a good cause. They had been asked to assist in the search for the kidnapped boy, and the right thing to do was cooperate with the desperate authorities. As Bob reassured Minette, a still, small voice within her confirmed that this was the right thing to do. The deputies in the sheriff's department dared not go looking for the boy wearing their uniforms, in their police cars, because the kidnappers had said they would kill the poor child at the first sign of law enforcement closing in on them. Besides, there weren't enough deputies to do the job. They needed to deputize trustworthy locals and send them out into Borrego Valley to conduct the search without alarming the people who had snatched the precious child. The kidnappers were dangerous and surely armed. Minette was surprised that she didn't fear joint and was excited by the task ahead. The nice African-American, Deputy Kingman, had told her there was nothing to fear because she and Bob didn't have to confront the bad guys, only find them and then call in the deputies. She loved children. She'd not yet been able to have her own. A child being harmed, the thought sickened and outraged her. After a shower, when she stepped out of the stall and saw Bob naked and ready for his turn under the hot water, she was overcome by a sudden desire for him. Sex was best in the morning, before the day wore them down. She put her arms around him and kissed him. But then she realized how inappropriate it was to be making love when a 5-year-old child's life depended on them. She thought of herself as a flawed, but basically good person, whose experience of tragedy had fine-tuned her conscience. Until this morning, however, her conscience hadn't actually spoken to her, as it did now, in a faint voice, to confirm Bob's insistence that participating in the search was the right thing. You know what you need to do. Get on with what you need to do, and you will be useful and happy. As if Bob heard that same voice, he went to the shower without comment. Useful. At 18, Minette had been a frivolous girl, but she had become a serious adult almost overnight. For the past 15 years, her happiness had depended on doing penance in one way or another. She needed to be useful. She earned a living as a teacher, but spent nearly as much time in volunteer activities, counseling troubled children and working with organizations that served people with disabilities. Her freshman year in college, on her own for the first time, she had slipped the belaying lines of family. She dated a guy named Mace Mackey, who was in the first year of the master's program. Mace fancied himself bad to the bone, although in truth he possessed no moral substance, either bad or good, deeper than his skin. She found him so exciting that she didn't go home for the 3-month break before her sophomore year, but told her parents that she'd landed a good summer job with the university. There was no job. There was Mace, who came from a wealthy family and took care of Minette's finances, while she took care of his even more basic needs. Minette and her younger sister, Glynis, had always been close. Glynis missed Minette. 16 that summer, she wanted to come visit for a week. Minette, who thought of herself as sophisticated, looked forward to showing off her cute apartment and older boyfriend. The second night of the visit, the three were returning from a death metal concert, when unearned sophistication proved to have a high price. Behind the wheel of his Maserati, Mace was flying on some pills he'd been popping all day. Minette didn't insist on driving because that would annoy him. He was no fun when annoyed. Anyway, she had a bit of a buzz on herself from a joint and from sipping chocolate-flavored vodka. Mace totaled the Maserati. Fate proved to have a cruel sense of humor when he walked away without a scratch. Minette broke a finger, and Glynis, the only innocent among them, suffered a spinal injury that left her a paraplegic for life. Minette, who had felt enchained by her parents' old-fashioned middle-class ways, discovered that the chain of deserved guilt came with an immense anchor at the end and couldn't be cast off as easily as bourgeois values. 15 years later, it still encumbered her. Useful. After the accident, she'd found happiness again only when she was useful, helping Glynis and then others, always giving more than she received. Now, she could be useful by helping the authorities find the endangered boy. In the bedroom, after Minette pulled on a pair of panties, as she was shrugging into a bra, She saw the bruise in the crook of her right arm, the diameter of a bottle cap, somewhat red, too, inflamed and swollen. When touched, the spot proved tender. She looked closer and saw a puncture centered in the discoloration directly over a vein, as if she'd had blood drawn, which she hadn't. Maybe a spider bite. A spider or some other insect. Nothing serious. Nothing to worry about. Nothing at all. Forget about it. After she dressed and went into the kitchen and fired up the coffee maker while she waited for Bob, she walked down the hall to the guest room to make the bed. At the threshold, as she began to open the door, she realized no guest was in residence at the moment. Puzzled by her confusion, she pulled the door shut and turned away from it, and felt the terrible pull of that enduring anchor chain of guilt. Something was wrong. Something awful had happened. She must do the right thing. She must be useful, and somehow, being useful in this case required her to go into the guest room. She turned to the door, opened it. The room lay in darkness except for a few thin blades of light with which the sharp sun of the desert pierced the Venetian blinds. She stepped across the threshold and stood tense and blinkless in the gloom, listening. Then she flipped up the wall switch, and a nightstand lamp brightened the space. To her left, the bedclothes were in disarray. Someone had spent the night here after all. Perplexed, she took another step into the room, turned to her right, and saw a dead woman in a wheelchair. Oh, God! Her face! It was less a face than a wound, ravaged flesh and shattered bone, her skull misshapen, but not just a woman, not a stranger. Glynis! Minette's heart! As Minette took a mug from a kitchen cabinet, her heart was suddenly thudding as if she had run a race. She put the mug on the counter, pressed a hand to her breast, and felt the systole of that vital pump. She detected no irregularity, only a healthy rhythm. Frowning, she raised her eyes from the mug to the cabinet door. She could not remember opening it. The kitchen was richly scented with the aroma of a fine Jamaica blend. Minette turned her attention to the burbling coffee maker. It was nearly finished brewing, having filled the Pyrex pot almost to the 8-cup line. Disquieted, but unsure why, she crossed the kitchen to the swinging door, which stood open. She went into the dining room, from there into the living room, and the house was less than entirely familiar to her, as though its angles and dimensions had subtly changed. On the brink of the hallway, she stared at the farther end. Her racing heart still could not find a calmer rhythm. As she moved along the hallway, she felt almost weightless, drawn inexorably toward the room at the end, which seemed to have the gravity of an entire planet contained within its walls. Halfway to the guest bedroom, Minette was halted by a vivid memory. The Maserati fishtailing at high speed, the back end jumping a curb, the car airborne, slamming into the oak, rebounding with the violence of the impact. Shaken, she tries the front passenger door, surprised to find it still works. She gets out, stumbles a few feet from the vehicle before regaining her balance, and turns. The rear passenger side door is crumpled like cardboard, jammed into the back seat, beyond the cocked and glassless window. Glynis's face rises, moon-white, and blood sprays on her breath when she screams. Minette stands trembling in the hallway, wondering why this horrendous memory should recur to her now in such graphic detail. Something was wrong with her. She wasn't herself, moving past perplexity toward a frightening bewilderment. She was also moving along the hall again. The guest room door. She opened it, stepped into the room. She flipped the light switch. The bedclothes were tangled and spilling off the mattress. Someone had slept here last night. Other signs of a visitor were to the right of the door, carpet stains and small pieces of debris. In the deep pile forest green carpet, the stains appeared black. Although the debris resisted identification, Minette became queasy at the sight of it, and she looked away. The door to the walk-in closet stood ajar. She stepped around the stains, crossed the room, opened the closet door, and discovered a wheelchair. The woman in the chair faced away from Minette, into the closet, her head tipped to the right. The back of the woman's head was broken open. A dangling chunk of skull bone was suspended by a flap of skin and strands of hair. Minette remembered this, remembered seeing the face now turned away from her. In fact, she herself had moved the wheelchair into the closet. Minette's heart. Sitting at the kitchen table, hands clasped around a mug of hot coffee, Minette Butterworth felt her heartbeat subside from a gallop to a more ordinary pace, and it no longer knocked against her breastbone. Paroxysmal supraventricular tachycardia, an acceleration of the heart when no cause was evident, had troubled her grandmother, and perhaps she had inherited a propensity for it. The condition wasn't life-threatening. Ventricular tachycardia, on the other hand, could lead to a sudden cessation of the heartbeat, and was far more serious than the supraventricular form, requiring a pacemaker. But her grandmother hadn't needed one, and neither would Minette. She didn't worry about the episode, because an inner voice said she had nothing to fear, nothing whatsoever, nothing, nothing. All would be well if she made herself useful. When Bob came into the kitchen, showered and shaved and dressed for the day, he drank his coffee while standing.
"We've got to get moving, Min. We have our assignment. Places to look, people to see, a hell of a lot of them."
Getting up from the table, Minette said, "That poor little boy must be terrified. What kind of people kidnap a helpless child?"
"We have more damn crime in this country than the big shots in Washington will ever admit," Bob grumbled. "It's only going to get worse."
He drove their Toyota Tacoma pickup. She didn't need to give him directions. He'd memorized the assignment, which was unusual. Minette had a facility for memorization, especially when it came to poetry, but not her Bobby. He was an excellent teacher, but if she didn't give him a written list, if she just rattled off 5 items for him to pick up at the market, he would forget 1 or 2. Yet he remembered every detail of their complicated assignment, as if he were programmed. Happily, they didn't need to check on any of the folks in the other 3 residences on their little lane. Those people, too, had volunteered to assist in the search. They were darn good neighbors, and they were darn good people. Thinking about all of them wanting to help save that precious little boy, Minette was filled with a warm sense of community. She almost wanted to cry. Chapter 14. At 10:38, ahead of schedule, Enrique de Soto's delivery man, Tio, arrived with the Tiffin Allegro motorhome, towing a white Chevrolet Suburban. The gate guard instructed him to park at the back of Ferrante Escobar's fenced 4-acre property and summoned Eleanor Dashwood, Jane, from the client lounge. Tio was maybe 30, the ideal height and weight to be a thoroughbred racing jockey. A white welt of scar tissue across his throat suggested an encounter in which his adversary had failed either to kill him or rob him of his voice. The man who would drive Tio back to Nogales, Arizona, followed in a Porsche 911 Turbo S. He parked near the motorhome with the engine running and the air conditioning on, and he never got out of the car. The repainted Allegro was a sparkly midnight blue, not a color in the Tiffin catalog. The company decorated their vehicles with bold, multicolor windstream stripes flaring along the flanks. Ricky had refined this motif so that there were fewer and smaller stripes of lower contrast with the base color, rendered in a single shade of high-gloss ruby red. The vehicle was so eye-catching that no one would imagine that it was on a clandestine mission. Carrying her tote bag, Jane followed Tio into the motorhome. Except for the windshield, the windows were tinted, and the vehicle carried a cargo of shadows. She and Tio settled into the dinette booth, facing each other across the table. She gave him the plastic-wrapped brick of money. 120K, as agreed. Tio put the cash in a tote bag of his own.
Enrique, he tells me don't check his it funny money and don't do account. He wants you should know he trusts you like no one else. You should trust him the same once you're over this widow thing.
Jane smiled. He's one hell of a romantic guy, my Ricky.
Yeah, all the ladies love him, and that's no shit. Plates on both vehicles, registration and proof of insurance in the consoles, special plates for the Suburban and the other stuff you wanted.
He gestured toward the rear of the motorhome.
It's all there in the bedroom.
Sliding out of the booth, she said, "Wait here."
You really gonna look it's all there?
I really am. When nervous, Tio fingered the scar on his throat.
I tell Ricky you don't take it on faith. It's gonna break the man's heart.
I'm sure it's all there, but before I'm in the middle of this business deal I'm setting up, I want to be certain I've got exactly what I need, that there's been no misunderstanding about what I asked Ricky for. Anyway, let's not tell him I had to do inventory. Spare him the heartbreak.
That's good with me. I hate to see the man sad.
He stopped, fingering the scar.
You never know what crazy shit he's gonna do when he's sad.
When she returned from the bedroom, Jane said, "Everything's just as it should be." Tio gestured to the booth she had vacated.
Park yourself, and let me say some shit.
She sat, but said, "I'm expecting my partners very soon. I'll keep it quick.
I want you should know some important truths about the man."
"Ricky?"
"What other man we been talking about?"
"Go on."
"First, he's hung like a horse. Un enorme garañón."
Jane said, "I'm willing to believe that, but how do you know?"
"I stood beside him at urinals 100 times. Understand, I don't look on purpose. I mean, I don't have no interest. But you take a piss with a guy often enough, you notice sooner or later."
"Understood."
The first couple times with a new girl, maybe he goes off too quick. But after that, she's not so fresh to him, then he can last longer than any stud you ever knew. Twice as long.
"And how would you know that? Not saying I doubt you." Tio held out his right hand so she could see the tattoo on the back. A red heart was enwrapped with a rippling blue ribbon on which red letters declared in Spanish, "Maya owns Tio forever."
"She's my girl."
"She made you put her brand on you?" He regarded Jane with an expression of pity.
"Maybe you don't read guys too good. No bitch makes Tio do nothing. I did it myself for love."
"That's very moving." Tio ducked his head, embarrassed by his sentimentality.
"Maya, she was Ricky's best girl, but he moved on. So then me and Maya, we found this special thing together, like destiny or something. She's hotter than hot."
"And that's how you know Ricky has staying power? Pillow talk between you and Maya?" Tio shrugged.
"You know how it goes. You get off together, it's so great, and then after, while you're laying there, you gotta talk about something."
He realized Jane might infer the wrong thing from what he'd said.
"Just so you know, I'm a marathon guy in the sack, just like Ricky. Lo puedo hacer por horas."
"I can tell just by looking at you," Jane said.
"Yeah, but I'm not talking me here. I'm talking Enrique. What you need to know."
Jane felt as though she had been swept into the role of Roxanne in a grotesque parody of Cyrano de Bergerac, with Tio as a less than eloquent Cyrano, Enrique off stage as the even less verbally gifted Christian de Neuvillette. Smiling, Tio put his hands together in prayer mode as if to suggest that God was witness to the truth of his words. Ricky
He never hit no bitch in his life. He never would hit no bitch. He treats them all like ladies."
"If he ever hit me," Jane said, "he'd have one less hand." Teo's smile froze. "I'm just saying," Jane added. Teo's prayerful hands separated, and he nervously fingered his scarred throat.
"I don't see no reason to share that with Ricky."
Jane smiled and nodded. "We don't want to make him sad. You just tell Ricky that I said nothing you told me about him was news to me. I've always admired him from a distance, first as a married woman with vows to respect, and now as a widow in mourning." When Jane rose to her feet, Teo said,
"I also gotta tell how Ricky's crazy about music, you being a piano player and all."
"Come along now. I've got work to do before I, like Roxanne, take myself off to a nunnery." As Jane was speaking, Teo got out of the booth with the tote full of money. When she got to the word nunnery, he flinched as if he'd been slapped.
"No, usted no puede. You cannot. I tell you, Maya is hotter than hot, and you're so very hotter than her. This is a crazy thing for you. For my sister, yes, but never for you."
Of course, he did not get the reference and therefore did not get the joke, but Jane saw value in his lack of understanding, a way to keep Enrique at bay if she should need another vehicle from him in the future. With great solemnity, she said, "If I survive this business I'm caught up in, considering all the violence to which I've been a party, I'll be most at peace if my in-laws raise my son and I withdraw from the world. There is an order at a monastery in Arizona, the Poor Clares of Perpetual Adoration. I believe I would be happy there. After all, Audrey Hepburn became a nun." Teo was doubly nonplussed.
"Audrey who?"
"She was the most gorgeous movie star of her time, the Jennifer Lawrence of her day, but even more beautiful, and she became a nun, Sister Luke. She served the poor in the Congo where she contracted tuberculosis." Jane neglected to add that this occurred in a movie, The Nun's Story. Clearly distressed, Teo said, "I am broken to hear you'll do this." She squeezed his shoulder as if with affection and moved him toward the front door of the motorhome. "Just be happy for me, Teo. Be happy for me and go back home to Maya. After all, you are hers forever." Chapter 15. Minette and Robert Butterworth were assigned to pay surprise visits to the homes of their students, who would now be in school. In the case of well-behaved and studious kids, Min and Bob would represent to the parents that the child was being evaluated as a possible recipient for a full college scholarship under a program sponsored by a wealthy philanthropist. As regarded ill-behaved or underperforming kids, the visit supposedly would be about evaluating them for possible placement in a program funded by a philanthropist who developed new high-tech methods of instruction for struggling students. While in the residence, they would be alert for any indication that something was not right. They had been provided with a list of clues that might indicate sympathy for Jane Hawk and the presence of her son. Min and Bob had memorized that list, though she couldn't recall exactly when she had studied it. If no one was home when they came calling, quite likely to be the case because most families needed 2 incomes these days, then she and Bob would enter and search the place. They had been provided with a police lock-release gun, a nifty device that could open any deadbolt. 2 German shepherds had disappeared with the boy. Minette didn't understand why kidnappers would take dogs, or why the dogs would allow themselves to be taken, but that's the way it was. No point in puzzling over it. No point at all. Just accept the facts and move on. Do what you're told. Be useful. The dogs weren't dangerous. She and Bob didn't have to worry about being bitten. No need to worry at all. In fact, if they found 2 German shepherds that responded to the names Duke and Queenie, then the boy would be somewhere nearby. However, there was a chance that the kidnappers found the dogs to be too much trouble and killed them. Therefore, It was necessary to search outside each residence, too, for any signs that something had recently been buried on the property. Minette thought she would be nervous about entering other people's homes uninvited and poking around in their things, but at the second, fourth, and fifth of the first 5 houses, when no one answered the bell or knock, she breezed through those places with no sense that what she was doing might be improper or dangerous. After all, they were working with the authorities as part of a new citizens' support team for the police. They were doing the right thing. It wasn't dangerous, really. Heck, it wasn't dangerous at all. There was nothing to be concerned about. Nothing. Nothing at all. Besides, it felt so darn good to be useful. The 5th house belonged to Walter and Louise Atlee, parents of Minette's student Coulter Atlee. Coulter was a nice kid, good student, and Minette thought it unlikely that his mom and dad would be mixed up with kidnappers. But a little boy's life was in jeopardy, and it was like that nice African-American policeman, Deputy Kingman, had said, these days, you just couldn't be sure who anyone was or what they might do. You couldn't risk a little boy's life by giving a pass to people like Walter and Louise Atlee, just because you thought you could be sure they were good people. As Minette pored through the papers taken from the desk in Walter Atlee's study, a weird thing happened. Speaking in a stage whisper and yet bell-clear, a man's angry voice spewed out a long stream of obscene and blasphemous words, dozens and dozens of them, like the ravings of a madman, as disgusting as they were meaningless. She had never heard anything so raw and vicious. The whisperer sounded as though he must be there in the study with her, but she was alone. When the voice fell silent after perhaps half a minute, Bob entered the study.
Min, what the hell? You hear that?
Yeah, I did. Someone's in the house.
No one's here but us.
The cursing resumed. Still a stage whisper, but louder than before. And Minette realized the voice wasn't in the study after all. It was in her head. The whispering room, she said. She'd never heard that term before, but she knew immediately what it meant, and it neither surprised nor frightened her. The whispering room allowed microwave communication between others like her and Bob, others who had been made useful. When you had something important to share in the whispering room, it went out to everyone else who had a whispering room within a radius of 20 miles, so they could be coordinated for a purpose and function well together. Functioning smoothly together was essential in this increasingly dysfunctional world. The whispering room was a tool that made a person more useful. Unfortunately, the angry and incoherent man grossly misused this wonderful new service, this internal Twitter system. Rather than communicating something helpful to others, he broadcast an insane, vitriolic rant. And now, with the words came sharp attitude, fierce emotion. Minette could not only hear the sender's fury, but also feel it. His lust and bloodlust carried on the words, woven through the obscenities, so that she felt unclean and assaulted. Those vile words came in repetitious, rhythmic rushes, like some ferocious canticle, building in intensity, building and building until it had the power of a Gregorian chant, suddenly louder, more insistent, and Minette had no way to disconnect from it, his fury exploding into her head. Shaken, she sat in the office chair to wait out the onslaught, but soon needed to grip the desk with both hands, as if it were a wave-tossed fragment of a sunken ship, her one desperate hope of staying above water on a storm-racked and rolling sea. The vulgar salvos of hate and threat grew in volume and velocity, became a constant cannonade of malevolent words twined with caustic emotions that were alien to her, emotions hot with cruel desire, but that howled through her like an Arctic wind. In the progress of the storm, she realized that no longer were all the sounds in the sender's rant words, but now also shrieks and hisses and shrill cries like the keening of coyotes chasing down prey. And with this difference came a change in the nature of the emotions flooding into her whispering room. A new coarseness, a primitive, bludgeoning, shredding power that was both terrifying and alluring. The sender's transmission swelled into a fierce declaration of freedom from all obligations and all consequences, a celebration of the thrill of violent rape, killing, and the savage destruction of all that is the other. As this river of alien emotion sluiced through the channels of her brain, Minette became mildly apprehensive as she felt something slowly eroding within her, as if this influx from the sender were a solvent. Near the door to the hallway, Bob had dropped to his knees and then fallen onto his side. He lay with his hands clasped to his head, but otherwise in the fetal position, with his back bent and knees drawn toward his chest, as though preparing to be born again. Minette lost all ability to judge the pace of the passage of time. Whether the invasion of her whispering room, and therefore her mind, lasted minutes or hours, she couldn't say. But the sense that something essential was eroding from her continued, although the disquiet that initially troubled her soon passed, and in its place arose an agreeable anticipation. Moments after her apprehension was rinsed from Minette, her Bobby came out of the fetal position, whereupon he did something unexpected and exciting. Part 4. Whispering Armageddon. Chapter 1. Luther Tillman, 4 times elected sheriff of a mostly rural county in Minnesota, was tall and solidly built, yet he moved with cat-like quiet. When he opened the door of the motorhome and stepped inside, Jane knew at once that he'd arrived, not because the vehicle softly protested when it took his weight, but because the man had presence. She'd last seen him 12 days earlier, when he and his daughter Jolie had gone to ground in Texas with friends of hers, Leland and Nadine Sackett, entrepreneurs and now philanthropists, operators of the Sackett Home and School for Orphaned Children. At Jane's request, Leland had flown Luther to Palm Springs in the Sackett's Learjet this morning and had driven him to Indio in a rental car. Because he had been tied to Jane by the authorities and the press, he had shaved his head since she'd last seen him, and his face was beginning to disappear behind a flourishing salt-and-pepper beard. He had spent most of his life in uniforms and suits, a pillar of the community. Now he wore red sneakers, black jeans, a killer T-shirt featuring the face of the singer and actress Janelle Monáe, a loose black denim jacket cut to mid-thigh, the better to carry a concealed weapon, and a bling necklace of silver chain links. He looked like Dennis Haysbert might have looked in the role of a 50-something gang leader in The Hood, a godfather of street crime, if Haysbert had ever been given a chance to play such a character. Jane slid out of the dinette booth where she'd been checking out various items she had purchased from her forged documents source in Reseda and got to her feet. "You're not as pretty as Janelle Monáe, but you look damn good to me." As they hugged each other, he said, "I doubt I can kick ass like Janelle, but I'm ready to do my best." They had been through a lot together in the 2 days between when they met in Iron Furnace, Kentucky, and parted in Texas. Jane not only trusted him with her own life, but with that of her child. He said, "I don't know how you don't look tired. All you've been through." "I'm tired enough," she said, "and scared. Travis is safe for the moment, hidden away, but they know he's somewhere in Borrego Valley, and if we don't get to him soon, these sons of bitches will." She led him to the dinette booth, and they sat facing each other across the table. Luther had picked up the trail of the Arcadian conspiracy when a friend of his, a schoolteacher named Cora Gunderson, had committed suicide in a flamboyant fashion, taking 46 other people with her, including a governor and congressman. He had not believed she was capable of such an atrocity. His reward for dogged and brilliant detective work had been the loss of his wife, Rebecca, and his oldest daughter, Twyla, who had been injected with control mechanisms and were now enslaved. His younger daughter, 17-year-old Jolie, remained in hiding with the Sacketts in Texas. How did Jolie take it when you told her you were coming here? Pretty much how a Marine wife like you takes bad news. Jolie doesn't swoon and get the vapors. She thinks I can single-handedly break these bastards, so she's all for us taking them down to get your boy. For such a smart girl, she has too much faith in me. Only what's been earned, Jane said. You're not carrying any ID, are you? No. Now you are. She slid a driver's license across the table. The photo was the one he had emailed to the house of the dancing gnomes in Reseda. It's on file with the DMV in Sacramento, she said, so it'll pass any police check. You are now Wilson Ellington from Burbank. The street address is real, and it's an apartment complex, but there's no apartment 25. They stop at 24. You know the best sources. Incredible quality, Luther said, studying the hologram of the Great Seal of the state of California that appeared and disappeared as the license was viewed from different angles. Maybe I've always belonged on the dark side of the law. In this topsy-turvy time, your side is the right side. I imagine you have a plan. I'll go over it with you. You ever fired an automatic assault shotgun? He raised his eyebrows. I've never even seen one. You'll like it. What do we need it for? Insurance. Just in case. Chapter 2. The rant was a river racing. Currents of words rippled through with wordless expressions of rage and need and hatred, a tireless primal scream as nuanced as nature herself, a corrosive, erosive flood tide surging through Minette, so loud now that no sound in the world around her could compete. Such a great volume poured into her, and nothing poured out, for she had been struck dumb by the power of this tsunami of sound and primitive emotion. She sat behind the desk, with her mouth agape, but issuing only silence. To make room for the incoming dark deluge, structures within her dissolved. The fear evoked by the assault faded. A tentative excitement rose in her, and soon grew into a thrill born from a sense of wild possibilities, feral freedom. Bobby, her man. He let go, let loose, went for it, tore a picture off the wall and smashed it repeatedly against an armchair, glass shattering, flying, frame splintering. He dropped the ruined picture and picked up the chair, the big chair. Such strength, such power, and threw it, just threw the chair into a freestanding set of bookshelves, and the shelves toppled and the books spilled across the floor. He snatched up a book and tore it apart and threw it away and snatched up another, ripped off the dust jacket, ripped off the boards, ripped with the animal glee of a predator rending its prey. His face wrenched with rage, yet she thought he might be laughing, delighting in both his fury and the destruction. She understood. She did. How all this clutter of humanity could infuriate, the way they lived, their pretension, so many things all around, too many things. The voice screaming in her whispering room was calling her to something better, to something pure, calling her to break free of this humdrum existence, to shuck off the bonds of bullshit civilization, admit to her true essence, which was animal, to stop striving for the sake of striving, to cast off the burden that millions of years of change had layered on her kind until it crushed her animal spirit. He, the man, he ripped the shade off a floor lamp, picked the lamp up by its pole, swung it like a hammer, the heavy base smashing several porcelain figures, ladies in fine gowns. It was so exciting to see the fancy bitches' hands torn from their glossy arms, their arms from their bodies, exhilarating to see their bodies shattered and headless on the floor. The man, sweating and red-faced and so powerful. She couldn't remember his name. Her own name eluded her. Didn't matter. Any name was a burden, like a brand on cattle, the hateful slave mark society burned onto you. He looked at her. The man, the male. He looked. She could feel his wild delight, joy, rapture in throwing off all restraints. There was a thing on the desk before her. The word computer passed through her mind but meant nothing to her, and she picked it up, raised it high, threw it. Tethered to the wall by cords of some kind, it took brief flight, came to a sudden stop in midair, and ripped free of the wall with a spurt of sparks. It crashed to the floor, and the sound of the impact shivered through her, untying knots that she'd never known existed. She began to come loose and free. Chapter 3. Egon Gottfried checks into a hotel in Beaumont to take time to discern what the script expects of him. The hotel is so lacking in character that he feels as though he has taken a room in the mere concept of a hotel, which, given his radical philosophical nihilism, is exactly what he's done. Nevertheless, because food and drink have taste and effect, even if they are unreal, he goes downstairs for lunch, to have a sandwich and a drink or two at the hotel bar. A pressed copper ceiling, walls and floor and booths and tables and chairs of dark wood and red vinyl upholstery are reflected in a long back bar mirror, so the place seems immense and even lonelier than it is. The bartender is a tall guy with big hair and a bigger gut. But with a cold stare and a grim expression, Godfrey turns the man from a hearty Texas howdy type into a quiet, efficient server. He is sipping his second scotch when his bacon cheeseburger is served, and he's 2 bites into the sandwich when a fussy-looking professorial type sits at the bar with 1 stool between them. This obvious walk-on character has unkempt white hair and white eyebrows that haven't been trimmed since the turn of the millennium. He's wearing a black onyx stud in one ear, wire-rimmed half-lens glasses, a bow tie, a plaid shirt, a classic tweed sport coat, brown wool pants, and white athletic socks with moccasin-style loafers. The man is so detailed and so not Texan that Godfrey realizes the unknown playwright is using the professor as an avatar, stepping into the play to deliver a message that must not be ignored. The professor orders the same scotch that Godfrey is drinking, which is another sign of his importance to the story. While the man waits for his drink, he opens a thick paperback and sits reading, as if unaware that another customer watches from 1 stool removed. Godfrey understands the playwright's narrative structure well enough to know that the book matters. In fact, it seems to glow in the faux professor's hands. In the Garden of Beasts by Eric Larson. Judging by the cover, it's a work of non-fiction set in Nazi Germany. Godfrey finishes half his burger before he says, "Good book?" Pretending to be surprised that anyone shares the bar with him, the professor pulls his reading glasses farther down his nose and peers over them at Godfrey.
It's brilliant, actually. A chilling depiction of an entire society descending from normalcy into almost universal madness in just a year or so. I feel a disturbing parallel to our own times and that long-ago Nazi ascendancy.
Godfrey says, "The National Socialist German Workers' Party. Hitler and that ragtag crew around him. They seemed to be such a bunch of clowns, though I guess they couldn't have been just that." This observation inspires a sense of intellectual brotherhood in the professor. He swivels on his bar stool to more directly face Godfrey, puts aside the book, and grips his scotch glass in an age-spotted fist.
They were precisely what you say. A cabal of clowns, foolish misfits and geeks and thugs, pretenders to philosophical depth, ignorant know-nothings who fancied themselves intellectuals.
Godfrey nods thoughtfully, yet they led an entire nation into a war and genocide that killed tens of millions.
Our own time, sir, is infested with their ilk.
But how? Godfrey wonders. How could they so easily lead a rational nation into ruin?
Yes? How? Look at them. Goering had a soft baby face. Horst Wessel was a chinless wonder. Had he been an actor, Martin Bormann would have been typecast as a gangster. Himmler, a sexless nebbish. Hess really looked like a Neanderthal. But they understood the power of symbols. Swastika, Nazi flag, the power of rituals and costumes. Those Nazi uniforms, the SS especially. Hitler in trench coats and battle jackets. A bunch of dish rags made glamorous with costumes. They were pretenders, actors assigning to themselves leadership roles and giving stellar performances. For a while. Beware actors who can become anyone they wish to be. They are, in fact, no one at all, cold and empty, though they can be Pied Pipers to the masses.
The professor drains his scotch. The bartender delivers a fresh glass of whiskey even as his customer finishes the first. Thinking about Vince Penn and Rupert Baldwin and Janice Dern and so many others, Godfrey says, "But for a conspiracy of clowns to take power and crush all adversaries, they must have something more than an understanding of symbols, rituals, and costumes."
Passion, the professor declares. They had more passion than those who resisted them. A passion to rule, to tear down society and remake it more to their liking. A passion to silence all dissent and to make a world in which they wouldn't have to hear an opinion at variance with their own. The passion for destruction always has more appeal to more people than does the passion to preserve and build. It's an ugly truth of human nature. Passion, sir. The kind of raw passion that breeds ruthlessness.
Godfrey nods. They so believed in the rightness of their cause that they could kill without compunction. If you can kill without remorse, then you can slaughter your way to absolute power.
Sad to say, but yes.
If you want to be a leader, Godfrey continues, embrace the role. Don't just go along for the ride. Symbols, costumes, glamour, and passion can make even clowns appear to be godlike. The least likely among us can triumph.
How true, says the professor. How dismal, but how true.
Although his companion has not finished the second scotch, Egon Godfrey says, "I was depressed when I sat down here, but you have so lifted my spirits that I want to buy you a drink, if I may."
Sir, I never decline the kindness of strangers, but how peculiar that such a dark subject should lift your spirits.
Not at all, says Egon Godfrey. You have helped me with a personal dilemma, and I am in your debt. Chapter 4. Wearing white sneakers, breezy-cut white chinos, and a bright pink and blue Hawaiian shirt with a flamingo pattern, 81-year-old Bernie Riggowitz stood 5'7", weighed at most 140 pounds, and didn't look like anyone's image of ideal backup in a crisis. A little over a week earlier, urgently in need of new wheels, Jane had forced Bernie at gunpoint to give her a ride in his Mercedes E350 from middle-of-nowhere Texas all the way to Nogales, Arizona. He had proved not only to have the right stuff, but also to be the right stuff. Unflappable, quick-witted, and game. Somehow, the kidnapping had turned into an agreeable road trip, at the end of which they were mishpocha. Now in the Tiffin Allegro, Bernie sat in a dinette booth with Jane across the table from Luther Tillman, listening to their story of Techno Arcadians and injectable brain-tropic self-assembling nanoparticle control mechanisms. He exhibited none of the amazement or fear that might be expected. He asked no questions. His face revealed nothing of his thoughts, and although he listened intently, there was a faraway look in his eyes. Concerned that she couldn't read his reaction, Jane said, "Bernie, what's wrong? It sounds too cockamamie or something?"
Dear, you should excuse the expression, but it sounds so not cockamamie that my kishkas turned to jelly.
Listen, if you feel this is more than you bargained for, if you want to back out. Putting a hand on her arm, Bernie said,
Darling, stop already. You should live so long that I'd ever back out on you.
To Luther, he said,
I am so sorry about your wife and daughter. The pain.
He grimaced in sympathy and could say no more. Luther loomed across the table like a version of Thor, and there was a rumble as of distant thunder in his voice.
We're not going to let the bastards take Travis from Jane. Your lips to God's ear.
Bernie squeezed Jane's arm.
I don't put much stock in the Kabbalah, but I'm told in Sefer Yetzirah it says something about making a golem from clay and using it for vengeance. What these Arcadian momsers are doing is a reverse golem. They take precious human beings and mold them into obedient clay. It's not possible to back away from this and still have any self-respect. So when do I get a gun?
You won't need one, Jane said.
Maybe I will. I know from guns. Back in the day, the wig business was not all bagels and cream cheese.
To Luther, Jane said, Bernie and his wife owned a wig company, Elegant Weave. They sold wigs up and down the eastern seaboard.
14 states and D.C., Bernie said. It was mostly a city business, so there were the usual wise guys wanted their cut. Better you should declare bankruptcy the day you open your doors. We didn't give them bupkis. I had a gun, Miriam too. We could make hard-boiled like Bogart and Bacall when we had to convince the Chazars we were tough.
He turned his hands, palms up.
I'm embarrassed to admit, Sheriff, our guns weren't legal, but we never did shoot anybody.
Jane stared at Bernie in silence for a moment. You think you know someone. Then you find out he's a tough guy.
That was a long time ago. I'm 81 now. I'm about as tough as a cheese kreplach.
Luther said,
God knows what we're going into. You should have a gun, Mr. Riggowitz. You cool with that, Jane?
How long has it been since you fired one? She asked Bernie.
About 3 weeks. Wherever I am, I find a shooting range once a month and do some target practice.
You mean you have a gun?
An old man who likes to drive mostly at night and through some lonely, wide-open spaces? He shouldn't have a gun. It's there in my suitcase. I just wanted to feel you out. Did you think me having a gun was kosher?
She said, The night in Texas I jacked your car, you had a gun then? He smiled and nodded.
In a special holder, under the driver's seat. Muzzle backward, grip forward, so I could just reach under and snap open the sleeve and have it in hand.
Why didn't you pull it on me? He looked aghast.
Pull a pistol on a girl as pretty as you? Enough already.
They call me a monster. What if I had been?
Bubbler, I needed about a minute to know your heart is maybe half your body weight. Am I right, Sheriff? Never more so, Mr. Riggowitz. And call me Luther. Mr. Riggowitz, father. Call me Bernie.
Luther's smile was the first that Jane had seen since he'd boarded the motorhome. He said,
We have a dream team here.
She put an arm around Bernie and kissed his cheek and said, Okay, Elliot Ness. You drive the motorhome, sneak Luther and me into Borrego Valley, then be ready to sneak us out. If you need the gun, use it. But if you have to start shooting, it'll mean we're over the cliff. Chapter 5. She raged with her mate through the house, overturning, tearing, smashing, driven by the rapid rant inside her head, a fierce voice in a language half remembered both by the unknown raver and she who received his tirade. Not just words, but also hatreds that were not her own, but became hers too upon receipt. Vivid images were transmitted into her mind's eye from elsewhere. Enormous overhead blades whisking the wind, a savagely bitten, eyeless face, a cleaver raised in a clenched fist, again the huge blades whirling faster, faster, flashing with reflections of silvery sunshine, a human head rolling as if toward an array of 10-pins, dolphins leaping on a lampshade, storm-tossed ships hung on a wall, a burst of fragile bones and feathers as a winging bird encounters the bright spinning blades and disintegrates like a clay target shotgunned from the sky. Those continuing visions thrilled her as she wrenched open the door of a display cabinet with enough force to tear it from its hinges. She flung the cabinet door, and the misshapen discus clattered against a wall with a shattering of glass. Within the cabinet were cups and saucers, plates and bowls. From a shelf, she scooped up gold-rimmed china chargers and threw the stack onto the dining table. She grabbed a gravy boat in her left hand, a small cream pitcher in her right, and smashed them together as if they were a pair of cymbals. As the porcelain disintegrated, she cut the ball of her thumb. Blood welled, and with something like vampiric need, she put her mouth to the cut, sucked, and drank of herself. Having seen this, her mate relented in his rampage and took her hand and brought it to his mouth and sampled the essence of her. The taste inflamed in them a fierce desire, a rutting frenzy, which the ranting voice in her head encouraged, so that she found herself upon a table from which most of the broken china had been swept away, half their clothes somehow gone, and he upon her. They rocked the table with carnal rhythm, copulation without tenderness or love, so ferocious that it was both thrilling and terrifying. They were incapable of language, their animal voices resounding from the walls of the ravaged room. At the peak of her excitement, an image came into her mind's eye that was not from the ranting other, that arose from her own experience, a remnant of her faded memory. A dead woman, slouched in a wheelchair, her once pretty face grossly distorted. With that memory, a dark wave of grief washed through her, and in the throes of coitus, she suddenly spoke. I am Minette. But she could not sustain the grief, nor the memory. In the wake of the grief rose a tide of rage that swept away the name forever, and with the name went the last of her memories, all human purpose, all hope, all promise of transcendence. The meal finished and rolled off her, off the dining table, stood sweating and swaying and satiated. Among the few shards of broken china still on the table, she gripped a pointed, sharp-edged chunk of porcelainware and, with pleasure greater than that of copulation, used it to attack and kill the male. Chapter 6. As Carter Jurgen and Radley DuBose cruised the town of Borrego Springs, alert for telltale stains on the fabric of normalcy that might be a clue to the whereabouts of the Hawk Boy, many pedestrians do a double-take at the sight of the formidable black velociraptor. Jurgen reads envy in the faces of many of the men who would no doubt forfeit a year of their stunted desert lives to drive such a thrilling vehicle. He knows how they feel. A sphinx in sunglasses, his stony face carved by solemnity, DuBose says,
I don't like what I'm feeling.
Then keep your hand off your crotch, Jurgen replies.
This is no time for frivolity, my friend. I possess a highly developed intuition, almost a sixth sense, if you will, especially regarding trouble pending. At this very moment, I feel something portentous imminent, something momentous and ominous. I can feel it in the ether, see it in the slant of sunlight, smell it in the dry desert air.
In Carter Jurgen's mind, the hills of West Virginia, from which DuBose hails, are populated with rustic soothsayers and grizzled old men who, with a forked stick, can divine what they claim is the best place to drill for water. Toothless old women who call themselves haruspices and foretell the future from the entrails of slaughtered animals, Bible-thumping prophets of apocalypse and other backwoods Cassandras in great variety. Growing up among such occult-oriented hayseeds, Radley DeBose's mind, such as it is, must be woven through with so many threads of superstition that the dons of Princeton had no chance of instilling in him the secular superstitions that they prefer. So, will it be a plague of locusts, frogs, flies, boils? Jurgen asks. After a thoughtful silence, DeBose says, "It's something about Ramsey Corrigan." The 1 in 1,000. Reptile consciousness. What about him?
Something.
So you said.
We overlooked something.
Something?
Yeah. Something.
DuBose pulls to the curb and stops. As still as stone, the beefy, lion-bodied man stares through his wraparound shades, through the tinted windshield, gazing at the Anza Borrego wasteland as if it's an Egyptian desert in which some ancient truth lies buried in a sea of sand. After a minute, Jurgen says, "Okay if I turn on some music?" Just then, wails. A county sheriff's patrol car turns the corner ahead, its light bar flashing, and accelerates, heading south. DuBose pulls the steering wheel hard to the left, arcs across 2 lanes, and follows the black and white, riding its tail as if it's a police escort sent specifically for him.
"This is it,"
he says. "This is what?"
"The something."
"How can you know that?" Jurgen asks. With evident pity, DuBose says,
"How can you not know, my friend? How can you not?"
Chapter 7. The low barrens, a wilderness of sand, where in summer there will be no surcease from heat, as there sometimes can be in high deserts, the sun already merciless here on the brink of spring, quivery thermals rising from the blacktop like spirits liberated from graves beneath the pavement. Out of Indio, cruising south on State Highway 86, boosted on his donut-shaped prostate-friendly foam pillow, Bernie Riggowitz handled the big motorhome with confidence. Sitting high above the roadway seemed to empower him. When other motorists displeased him, he expressed his frustration colorfully.
"Look at that schmo, going 20 miles over the limit. From the way he drives, a person could think he wears his buttocks for earmuffs."
In the co-pilot's seat beside him, Jane said, 27 more miles to Salton City, then west on County Highway 22 for about 30 miles. Behind Jane, in the freestanding Euro recliner between her seat and the door, Luther said,
"I'm looking at the sofa. You sure it's the right fit?"
"I wouldn't want to spend the night there, but maybe it'll get me through a roadblock if there is one." Another speeder, faster than the first, inspired Bernie to say,
"That schmo shouldn't wreck himself and wind up with wheels for legs, but it'll be a regular miracle if he doesn't."
Jane felt safe with Bernie at the wheel and Luther at her back, but the world beyond the windshield seemed more hostile than ever. The Salton Sea came into view on the left, a reminder that the land on this side of the Santa Rosa Mountains was depressed, the water surface more than 200 feet below sea level. The sun made quicksilver of the salt water, which glimmered less like a mirror than like some toxic lake in a dream, peopled by drowning victims who, breathless and salt-blinded, swam forever through the depths, searching for living swimmers to drag down and suffocate. Chapter 8. The 2-story clapboard house is surrounded by a mantle of real grass, shaded by 4 tall, flourishing phoenix palms. The property must have a deep-drilled well that allows the owners to pretend that they are living in a more hospitable climate than is the case. A Buick Encore is parked alongside the road, 20 feet short of the driveway and north of the house. The Sheriff's Department Dodge Charger passes the Buick and parks just the other side of the entrance to the property, directly in front of the residence. DuBose turns boldly between those vehicles, into the driveway, past a mailbox surmounted by a plaque bearing the name Atlee. As he sets the brake and switches off the engine, he says,
"Do you smell the something now, my friend? Do you smell it? See it? Feel it in the very air?
Smell, see, feel what?
Looming crisis,
says Dubose, and gets out of the velociraptor. Jurgen is relieved to see that the two sheriff's deputies were among those at the market on Sunday, following the shooting of Gavin and Jessica Washington. They know Jurgen and Dubose carry National Security Agency credentials. The locals forfeited jurisdiction on the Washington killings, superseded by federal authorities, and they are likely to relent without argument in this case as well, if that's what Dubose wants.
"That's Mrs. Atlee," one of the deputies says. "Louise Atlee."
As a 40-ish woman gets out of the Buick and approaches them.
"She called 911 to report a 460.
"Burglary?" Dubose says.
"Yes, sir."
Agitated and distressed, Mrs. Atlee arrives. "Thank the Lord you're here. Something's got to be done. I'm afraid maybe it's too late, but something's got to be done. I turn in the driveway, a living room window shatters, just shatters, and... Her mouth softens, her lips tremble, tears brim in her eyes. And then my beautiful, beloved Wilkinson long case is heaved into the yard like garbage to be hauled away. It was horrible, horrible."
"Who is Wilkinson Longcase?"
one of the deputies asks, his right hand resting on the grip of his service revolver now that burglary seems to have escalated to murder.
"It's not a who," Dubose informs him. "It's a what. A George III Longcase clock, what you might call a grandfather clock, made by Thomas Wilkinson, mid to late 18th century.
With mixed emotions, none of them good, Carter Jurgen regards his partner, the heretofore unrevealed antique clock expert. Jurgen is glad he wasn't the one to ask who Wilkinson Longcase was. Mrs. Atlee says, "My one antique, handed down through 5 generations, and now probably wrecked beyond repair." She extends one arm, one trembling finger, and Jurgen looks where she points. The long case lies on a side yard, canted against the bole of a phoenix palm. "The clock crashes through the window, so I back fast out of the driveway, park along the road, call 911. I get out of the car. There's this hellacious noise, just hellacious, inside my pretty little house, like someone smashing everything in my house." Tears spill down her cheeks. "They're shouting, too, cursing, 2 voices, a man and a woman. So I get back in my car, keep the engine running, ready to go. But then you're here, and now it's quiet, all quiet in there. Whoever it was, they must have escaped out the back." The concern that the perpetrators have fled the scene is at once allayed when the front door of the house opens and a naked woman steps onto the porch. Her hair is a wild, tangled mane. Her hands appear to be gloved in blood. She is Minette Butterworth, one of the adjusted people, whose wheelchair-bound sister Dubose shot 3 times the previous night. Chapter 9. Thunder avalanches down the sky, shuddering the bones of the hotel in Beaumont, and shatters of rain break against the windows, near one of which Egon Godfrey sits at a small table in the living room of his suite, working on the late Rupert Baldwin's laptop. He begins with a list of names. Jim Lee Cassidy, the realtor in Killeen, who saw Ansel and Claire Hawk heading on foot toward the bus station. Sue Ann McMaster, the clerk at the bus station who ticketed them through to Houston. Lonnie John Bricker, the driver behind the wheel of the bus from Killeen to Houston. Tucker Treadmont, the discourteous Uber driver in Beaumont, who for $121.50 led them to an isolated rural property containing an abandoned house, reeking chicken coop, and ramshackle barn. The one name Godfrey needs, and doesn't have, is that of the bus station manager in Beaumont, such a nondescript character in an obvious walk-on role that, at the time, there seemed to be no reason to remember her. Using the NSA's bottomless data troves and backdoor connections to thousands of government and private industry computer systems nationwide,
He requires 6 minutes to discover that the station manager's name is Mary Lou Spencer. Assuming that Ansel and Claire Hawke indeed borrowed the Mercury Mountaineer belonging to the Longrens, and assuming that, in fact, they drove it to Killeen, where they abandoned it, the question then becomes, did they really go from Killeen to Houston? The unknown playwright has thrown Godfrey into a puzzle pit, and if he doesn't figure his way out of it, there is inevitably going to be pain. Godfrey is as sure as he can be about anything that the portly Tucker Treadmont, with his pointy-toed boots and man breasts and calculating greenish-gray eyes, never took the Hawks anywhere, let alone to that rotting house, stinking chicken coop, and tumble-down barn. The easiest course of action is to track down Treadmont and torture the truth out of him. But that might be a mistake. If it's expected he will take such action, he could be walking into a trap. The unknown playwright wants him to be an iconic loner and a violent force, but the UP also doesn't want anything to be easy for Godfrey. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been sent chasing across half of Texas. Apocalyptic, multi-figured bolts of lightning flare and flare over Beaumont, as if some giant, otherworldly spider is skittering through the city on white-hot electric legs. Runnels of rain on the window glass quiver with mercurial reflections. Egon Godfrey starts with Jim Lee Cassidy, the white-haired realtor in Killeen, and rapidly builds a profile. Cassidy is 66, born in Waco, Texas, served 20 years in the Army before retiring and taking up a career in real estate at the age of 39. Married to Bonnie Cassidy, maiden name Norton. 2 children, Clint, 33, Coraline, 35. Because Clint is approximately the age of the late Nick Hawke, and because of his father's military record, Godfrey is keen to learn if the son volunteered with the Marine Corps, where he might have served with Nick. But Clint has no military history. He was born with talipes equinovarus, the worst kind of clubfoot. Early surgery corrected the condition, but not enough to make him soldier material. Coraline has not been in any of the services either. Egon Godfrey is patient. He is certain a connection exists between one of these people and the Hawks that will reveal where Jane's in-laws went between Killeen and Beaumont. He will find it. He likes being a loner. No chattering fools, no bolo ties. Soon, he moves on to the second name on his list, Sue Ann McMaster, the bus station clerk in Killeen. To Godfrey, the battlefield sky full of flash and flame and cannonade is not merely a storm, but also a celebration of his reinterpretation of his role. The unknown playwright is pleased. From time to time, Godfrey turns from the laptop screen to the window and stares at the weather-racked day, which seems so real, but is painted in thrilling detail just for him. Chapter 10. A hollowness in Carter Jurgen's chest, as though something has fallen out of him. The oppressive heat, the sun glare, the deep strangeness of the situation together inspiring alarm, a sense of mortal peril impending. Minette Butterworth stands tall and naked on the porch, staring not at the 5 people riveted by her sudden appearance, but at her hands, which she raises before her face as though bewildered to find them slick with blood. To Carter Jurgen, Radley DuBose murmurs, "He is one lucky guy." Who? Old Bob Butterworth, of course. The way she was dressed last night, who could know a body like that was under her clothes? Purely delicious. Although some effort is required to look away from the goddess of death on the porch, although DuBose should long ago have ceased to have the power to astonish and appall, Jurgen stares at him in disbelief. "You can't be serious." "My friend, when it comes to making the beast with 2 backs, I'm always serious." Where is Bob? Jurgen suddenly wonders. I suspect his luck ran out. Minette lowers her crimson hands and moves off the shaded porch, slowly descending the steps with the measured grace of a high-fashion model, and even the hard desert sunshine flatters her. She stops on the walkway and at last directs her attention to those who have been transfixed by her. The younger of the deputies declares, "She's hurt," and starts forward to render assistance. DuBose seizes him by one shoulder, halts him.
Whoa, not your jurisdiction, son. This is part of what happened at the market Sunday afternoon. This is our turf now.
But she's hurt.
I don't think so.
As to confirm what DuBose says, Minette Butterworth lets out a full-voiced shriek, as eerie and chilling as the cry of a coyote with blood on its breath, celebrating the rending of prey. Then from her issues a vicious stream of obscenities, braided through with hisses and guttural sounds, a rant as furious as it is incoherent. This is a female voice, but otherwise, Jurgen feels as though he's listening to Ramsey Corrigan, who slaughtered his parents, his brother, and an Arcadian who was also a Homeland Security agent. As if conjured, a phone appears in DuBose's hand. He's already into his contacts directory. With one touch, he calls the Desert Flora Study Group that occupies the tent and the cluster of trucks along Borrego Springs Road.
Kill Ramsey Corrigan. Kill him now. He's transmitting psychological disintegration through the whispering room.
Minette falls silent, staring as if she expects a response. Carter draws his pistol. One of the deputies says, "What's happening?" Mrs. Atlee starts backing away toward her Buick. To the on-duty officer at the Desert Flora Study Group, DuBose says,
"Roadblocks. Fast. Every highway leaving the valley."
They have not established traditional roadblocks because, if possible, they want Jane Hawk to enter Borrego Valley by whatever deception she devises, perhaps let her feel a little cocky before closing the exits behind her. As Jurgen reminds the big man of this, DuBose cuts him off.
"It's not just about Hawk now. We injected 50 people last night."
The hollow feeling in Carter Jurgen's chest expands to his gut. His alarm escalates into fright, but he dares not succumb to fear.
Maybe they're not all as far gone as this crazy bitch. Maybe not. Maybe nanowebs aren't in every case facilitating the breakdown and repurposing of highly complex neural pathways, but the human brain has a high plasticity, which makes it vulnerable as hell to this. Maybe the 50 we brain-screwed are in a variety of psychotic states, some of them still able to pass for normal, but none of the freaks will play nice just because we say, "Do you see the Red Queen?" Gotta contain this fast. Take 'em down.
Contain it? 50 dead isn't containment.
Not just 50. 50 plus collateral damage.
Collateral damage. Jurgen realizes that he is potentially collateral damage.
"Let them out of the valley," DuBose says. "It'll be harder to impose a news blackout on whatever they do. And if we have to check every vehicle going out, we're revealing our hand to the Hawk bitch. So we might as well check everyone coming in. Nail her if we can."
Maybe she's already here.
"I'd bet on it," DuBose says.
Although it seems as if Minette Butterworth will at any moment charge them in a fit of savage fury, instead, she turns and leaps up the porch steps and disappears into the house, gone in 2 seconds. Chapter 11. A faded blue sky, sun-blasted sand and rock, sparse, seared vegetation in scraggly configurations that suggested the mutant consequence of some long-ago incident involving a devastating release of deadly radiation. The land seemed to speak, seemed to say, "The boy is mine, now and forever." They were on County Highway S-22, the Salton Sea behind them, maybe 27 miles from the heart of Borrego Springs, when Jane spotted the big highway department truck parked 10 feet off the road, about 50 yards ahead of them. No pavement repairs were underway. No workers were attendant to the vehicle. "Slow down," she told Bernie, "but don't stop." As they drifted toward the truck, she saw what she expected. The lens hood of a camera in a motion detector-activated video and transmitter package mounted under the bumper of the truck. Their license plate was scanned and instantly sent to whatever special operations post the Arcadians had set up in Borrego Valley. She had no concern that Enrique de Soto had let her down this time. A check of the DMV would show that the Tiffin Allegro was registered to Albert Rudolph Neary. "Okay, up to speed." As Bernie accelerated, she said, "What's your name again?" Instead of answering simply, he elaborated.
"Well, Mama named me Albert Rudolph, and she called me Al, but I never did much like Al, even though I loved Mama. So, ever since she died when I was just 17, I've gone by Rudy."
Still perched on the Euro recliner behind Jane, Luther Tillman said,
"So, where are you from, Rudy?" "Born in Topeka. Left Kansas after Mama died. My dad passed from a heart attack when I was a baby. Came west and been here ever since. Right now I live in Carpinteria, a pretty town, a true little slice of heaven. Penny, my wife, Jesus bless her soul, she died 4 years ago. Penny loved the desert, so I spread her ashes there, like she wanted, and I come back every April to visit with her."
Jane was impressed that Bernie had changed his speech patterns and vernacular, which required a sustained, conscious effort. All that detail, where'd that come from? He smiled.
"In the wig business, a person has to be something of, you should excuse the expression, a bullshit artist."
Chapter 12. Beaumont, floating in the flux of the storm, and Egon Godfrey swimming in an ocean of data, fingers stroking the laptop keys. Sue Ann McMaster, Killeen bus station clerk, 29 years old, born in Vidor, Texas, is married to Kevin Eugene McMaster, who is the manager of a landscaping company. Sue Ann is the mother of 2 children, 8-year-old Jack and 6-year-old Nancy. Nothing in her life suggests she is connected in any way to the Hawk family. Godfrey almost misses a fact that links her not to the Hawks, but to at least another person in the chain of deceit that resulted in his being led to that desolate property where Baldwin and Penn now lie dead, assuming one believes they ever existed. Sue Ann McMaster was born Sue Ann Luckman, but following her marriage to Kevin 9 years earlier, when she applied for a revised driver's license to reflect her married name, her previous license was not in the name Luckman, but in the name Spencer. Further digging reveals that a first marriage, at the age of 17, to one Roger John Spencer of Beaumont, ended after 8 months when he was killed in a traffic accident. Spencer. The 5th name on Godfrey's list is Mary Lou Spencer, the bus station manager here in Beaumont. He needs only 5 minutes to learn that she is the mother of 3, that one of her children was Roger John Spencer, the very same who died in a traffic accident 11 years ago. If Godfrey didn't understand that the world and everything in it is illusionary, he might think it unremarkable that this link between Sue Ann and Mary Lou exists. Obviously, if Mary is working in the bus business in Beaumont, and Sue is, back in the day, perhaps employed at the same station, it is the most natural thing for Roger to encounter his mother's young coworker, be smitten by her, and eventually marry her. 2 years after Roger's death, when Sue meets Kevin McMaster and marries him and moves to Killeen, it is also logical that she would seek employment at the bus station, perhaps even arrange for a transfer from Beaumont. If you believe the world is real, intricately detailed, and infinitely layered, you might expect an endless series of minor coincidences of this nature and find nothing suspicious in them. Because Godfrey is aware that the world is an exceptionally clever conceit, not as complex and deep as it seems, but merely a narrative spun by the unknown playwright for his, her, its enjoyment, he knows at once that this link between Sue and Mary is evidence of a nefarious conspiracy. In addition, he is certain that the 3 other names on his list are also players in an elaborate campaign of misdirection with the intention of concealing the true whereabouts of Ansel and Claire. All he needs to do is find their connections and, upon reviewing the material he gathers on them, determine which of them is most likely to know where Jane Hawk's in-laws have gone. Then he can cut the truth out of the deceitful bastard or bitch, whichever proves to be the case. Because Godfrey enjoys backdoor access to the NSA's Utah data center and all its myriad connections across the country, he expects to wrap this up in an hour or less. A prolonged nova of lightning explodes across the day, as if the illusion of a storm sky and a universe beyond has in an instant been ripped away and the searing truth of existence revealed. The thunder, crashing close in the wake of the first flare, rocks the foundations of this world. The unknown playwright approves. The fun will soon begin. Chapter 13. Bernie slowed for a sudden backup in traffic. The vehicles in line were mostly cars and SUVs. From the high cockpit of the motorhome, tough view of the obstruction to identify it. She said, "Police roadblock." As the motorhome came to a halt, she disconnected her safety harness, swiveled the co-pilot's chair, and thrust to her feet. Luther was on the move, heading toward the bedroom at the back of the Tiffin Allegro. Jane stepped past the dinette booth to a sofa that doubled as a pull-out bed opposite the fridge and cooktop.
"Give a shout, you need help,"
said Bernie. "I can take care of this. You just be the best Albert Rudolph Neary you can be." The sofa bed was on a platform that Enrique de Soto had raised from 13 inches to 15. He had taken the folding bed and its mechanism out of the platform so that it was now hollow. In its original condition, thick sofa cushions had to be removed to access the pull-out bed and unfold it. Now that it had been remade, the seat cushions were glued to a slab of inch-thick particle board, the edge of which was concealed with welting. When she pushed on the welted edge of the particle board, she released a pressure latch that freed the entire slab to which the pillows were glued. It glided forward on hidden roller tracks, exposing the hiding place beneath. Jane stepped over the cushions and sat in the cavity. She stretched out flat on her back, head against one side wall of the sofa, feet against the other. In the bedroom, in similar fashion, Luther would be secreting himself within the larger platform of the queen-sized bed, the box springs having been removed by Enrique and replaced by particle board that supported the mattress. With one hand, Jane slid the pillowed platform shut, and the pressure latch clicked. She would be able to release the latch from this position when the time came to climb out. In the confining darkness, she listened to the low rumble of the engine as, in fits and starts, the vehicle moved forward toward the roadblock. If the motorhome had been transporting illegal drugs, and if this had been a border crossing with experienced DEA agents, they would have found the secret stashes in about 3 minutes, even without the assistance of dogs. But the men manning the roadblock were FBI or Homeland Security or maybe NSA, not drug enforcement types, and they were probably not familiar with human trafficking techniques either. With Bernie Riggowitz behind the wheel, the least likely getaway driver in the annals of crime, any search of the Tiffin Allegro was likely to be perfunctory. Chapter 14. Having taken refuge in the driver's seat of her Buick, doors locked and engine running, Mrs. Atlee stares out at Carter Jurgen and the others as though she is in a deep-sea submersible, watching the strange marine creatures in an oceanic crevasse as they go about their watery business, unaware that they are about to be torn apart and swallowed by some approaching leviathan. Perhaps, because they are baffled and frightened by the behavior of the naked, bloody Minette, the 2 deputies acquiesce to Radley DeBose's assumption of authority. As directed, Deputy Utley goes to the northeast corner of the house, from which he can see two sides of the residence, and Deputy Parkwood goes to the southwest corner to maintain surveillance of the other two sides. They will sound an alarm if the woman attempts to flee the house by door or window. A de Havilland DHC-6 Twin Otter passes overhead, ceaselessly netting transmissions from those carrier waves that are assigned to disposable cell phones, hoping Jane Hawk will make a call, allowing them to get a fix on her. In this debilitating heat, the airplane's turboprop engines sound like the lazy droning of a giant bumblebee. Dubose intends to go into the house through the front door. He expects Jurgen to go with him. "We should wait for backup," Jurgen counsels as he proceeds across the yard with the big man.
"There is no backup, my friend. Backup is busy manning those roadblocks and tracking zombies."
"Zombies? What are you talking about, zombies?"
"Zombies like Minette Butterworth."
As Dubose reaches the porch steps, Jurgen halts short of them. The sun is a torch. The air is as dry as that in a blast furnace. Each inhalation sears his throat. "She's not a zombie. She's fallen through the forbidden door. Psychological retrogression, like you said. Reptile consciousness." Turning to Jurgen, Dubose speaks with a degree of impatience meant to shame Jurgen for being thick-headed.
"If she has any memory of her life to date, it's minimal. If there's a natural law that tells us right from wrong, she's no longer aware of it. She has no Tao, no conscience, no inhibitions, maybe not even any fear. She lives entirely for pleasure, and one of her greatest pleasures is the thrill of violence. She is fearless of consequences because she no longer has the intellectual capacity to imagine what they might be, or even that there are such things as consequences. To her, the world is a rat's warren, and she's a serpent with no other purpose than to hunt. Like a snake, she'll kill to eat and defend herself, but, unlike a snake, she'll also kill in an orgasmic frenzy, just for the excitement of it, for the rush of emotion, because it makes her clitoris throb like nothing else can. In that viperous brain of hers, in that black hole of collapsed psychology, there's no longer a taboo of any kind, certainly not one against cannibalism. From her perspective, meat is meat, and you're no more sacred than a rat. Now, do you want to debate whether the term zombie applies, as if we're having tea in Cambridge?" Jurgen's mouth has filled with saliva, as if he is about to vomit. He swallows hard and swallows again. "You saw what Ramsey Corrigan did to his parents, his brother, that Homeland agent who was a martial arts specialist. What he did in seconds." "He's 17, bigger than an NFL linebacker. Minette is 34, 17 years older, less than half his weight. Just a damn girl, a gash, and she doesn't have the advantage of surprise like Ramsey Corrigan did. Are you going to help me get this done, or are you going to wimp out on me?" While Dubose turns away and climbs the porch steps, Carter Jurgen doesn't bother to catalog the advantages of wimping out, which are countless, but tries unsuccessfully to think of a single convincing benefit to manning up and accompanying his partner. Dubose reaches the porch. Dismayed, but not entirely surprised, Jurgen ascends the steps in his partner's wake. He is loath to admit to the truth of his own psychology, which is not reptilian, but which is certainly screwed up. As much as Radley Dubose frustrates, appalls, and disgusts him, Jurgen wants the big man's approval. Maybe that is because Jurgen's mother loves only her political and charitable causes, and because his father is remote, incapable of affection, and disapproving of everything short of perfection. Self-analysis was a key fascination of the perpetual juveniles with whom he matriculated at Harvard, but Jurgen, who found that practice puerile then, finds it no less so now. He doesn't know why anyone does anything, least of all himself.
Dubose is an inbred backwoods rustic from a squalid family, poorly educated at Princeton, crude, often mannerless. But he is also an indomitable force, free of self-doubt, ruthless, brutal, in love with power and its many privileges, a confirmed elitist in spite of his origins, a rapist and murderer without any capacity for guilt or even regret, because he knows that the only natural law is the law of the blade and the gun, that conscience and virtue are fictions, merely inventions of those who wish to rule others by self-righteous moral intimidation. So there is much about him to admire. Perhaps Dubose is not an ideal surrogate big brother, but Jurgen follows him across the porch and, warily, into the house. Chapter 15. None of the officers at the roadblock wore a uniform, but a Homeland Security photo ID hung on a lanyard around the neck of the one seeking Bernie's attention. The Tiffin Allegra was equipped with a driver's door, optional on that model. Bernie put down the window and looked as solemn as his aging Muppet face would allow.
Wow. Homeland Security. Must mean big trouble.
The agent had to peer up at him in the high driver's seat. The man had a gournished face, an unfortunate nothing from brow to chin that you would remember for maybe 30 seconds after he turned away. He said,
"We're just seeking a fugitive, sir. No crisis. May I see your license?" "Got it ready. Thought you'd need it,"
Bernie said, passing the license through the open window. The agent scanned it with a device that resembled a small flashlight and returned it to him. Jane's document source in Reseda had digitally massaged the photo that Bernie emailed them, so that it still resembled him as much as the average DMV portrait resembled anyone, while altering certain features enough to ensure that photo recognition software would never match the picture on Albert Rudolph Neary's license with any photograph of Bernie Riggowitz. Returning the license to Bernie, the agent said, "Mr. Neary, I am respectfully requesting your permission to have Homeland Security agents board your motorhome in order to search it. You have the right to refuse this request, whereupon I will ask you to please pull off the highway and wait while we seek a search warrant."
"No need for any of that, sir. Rudy Neary is as damn proud to be an American as anyone. Maybe more proud than most these days. Have a look. Have a look."
2 agents came aboard through the starboard side passenger door, the first one young and lean with buzz-cut hair and eyes like wet slate. He wasn't wearing a sport coat, and a pistol was ready in his belt holster.
"Is anyone traveling with you, Mr. Neary?" "Nope. Just lonesome me."
"This will only take a couple minutes," he said as he moved into the living space behind the cockpit. Bernie thought, Adoshem, Adoshem, make these men stupid and blind and careless. He felt reasonably confident they wouldn't find Jane or Luther, or the weapons and other gear that were secreted in the hollow bases of the dinette booth benches. The second agent was older, his brown hair threaded with white, pure snow at the temples. He was about 20 pounds overweight, with a pleasant, rubbery face and an avuncular manner. No coat, another belt holster. He sighed wearily as he sat in the co-pilot's chair and smiled warmly enough to toast a slice of challah. The ID on his lanyard said he was Walter Hackett.
"Quite a vehicle you have here, Mr. Neary. A real beauty. I dream about getting one of these when I finally hang up the shield. My son-in-law says it's too big for me. I guess he thinks the only thing just my size is either a lazy boy recliner or a coffin." "My daughter married one of those," Hackett commiserated. "What brings you to Borrego Springs, aside from escaping the son-in-law?" "I hope you won't arrest me when I tell you, but my wife's last wish was to have her ashes spread on the desert here, where all the wildflowers bloom in the spring. I'm pretty damn sure it breaks one crazy damn environmental law or another. Sorry to hear about your loss, but no reason to worry. I don't work for the EPA.
Hackett's eyes were the gray of iron with specks of rust.
You have them with you now, or ashes? Oh, no. That was 4 years ago. I just come back to visit on every wedding anniversary. She was a lucky woman, married to such a romantic. What was your wife's name?
Bernie made no effort to summon tears. They welled in him naturally at the thought of Miriam, even though he'd never spread her ashes here or anywhere.
Penelope. But nobody ever called her anything but Penny. I lost my wife 9 years ago, said Hackett. But a divorce doesn't hurt as much, even when you never saw it coming. Either way, it's hard, I think, said Bernie. It's a lonely world. Either way. True enough. How long do you intend to stay here in the valley? I'm booked 3 days at the RV park. But with all this here commotion, I'm nervous about staying. Grim Reaper's gonna get to me soon enough. Don't want some damn terrorist doing his job for him. Relax, Mr. Neary. There's no terrorist threat here. Just a man on the run we need to find.
Chapter 16. Jane Hawk, casketed in the stifling dark, listening to muffled voices, footfalls on thinly carpeted floorboards, doors being opened and closed. The motorhome was convincingly staged. Bernie had brought 2 suitcases of clothes and had hung them in the closet, folded them in dresser drawers. He had laid out his toiletries in the bathroom. A couple of magazines and a book lay on his nightstand. Another book and half a cup of cold coffee were on a side table next to the sofa in which Jane hid. He was an old man, traveling alone, and no detail had been overlooked that might betray her and Luther's presence. Yet the search seemed to be taking too long. Her arms were resting full length at her sides. When something crawled onto the back of her left hand, she twitched involuntarily to fling it off, and her hand bumped against the inner face of the front board of the sofa platform. The sound was soft, a muffled thump that surely couldn't be heard above the grumble of the idling engine. But the voices fell silent, as if in reaction to the noise she'd made. The crawling thing found her again. Its feelers, legs, and busy questing suggested that it must be a sizable cockroach that had come all the way from Nogales. She allowed it to explore her fingers, the back of her hand, her wrist. Chapter 17. Room by room, here is an urgent prophecy of a post-Armageddon landscape, a future of mindless destruction and inescapable ruin, condensed into symbolic wreckage and presented like an elaborate installation by an artist driven mad by his vision. Ripped and tangled draperies torn down from bent rods, lovely paintings gouged and slashed in broken frames, as though beauty itself so offended the destroyers that they could not abide it. Upholstery slashed, entrails of stuffing spilling out of gutted furniture, deconstructed chairs. A large-screen LED television unracked from the wall and cast down and hammered with a brass lamp, its electronic window to a world of wonders, now crazed like the blinded eye of a beaten corpse. Porcelain figurines beheaded and dismembered, likewise a collection of antique dolls violated with such apparent ferocity that Jurgen could only assume that those who rampaged here found the human form, in civilized depiction, an intolerable affront. Damp, yellowish arcs of urine sprayed across panels of wallpaper, books thrown down from shelves and urinated on, and in one open volume a deposit of feces. Glassware reduced to sparkling splinters, shattered plates and cups. In the demolished dining room, the half-naked remains of a ravaged man, the husband, hideously disfigured, his mouth gaping in a silent cry of havoc, genitals missing. Room by room, here is a vision of an apocalypse without revelation, without meaning, a scorched earth war of all against all, when time past will be obliterated, and neither will there be time future, only the perpetual storm of time present, the nights long and cold, the horror unremitting. Each with his pistol drawn, and in a firm two-hand grip, arms extended, Jurgen and Dubose proceed with utmost caution, without comment, quick and low through archways and doorways, closet door, a potential lid to a lethal jack-in-the-box. Jurgen is aware that the front sight of his weapon jumps on target, while Dubose's remains steady, but he can't settle his hands without stilling his heart, which booms as it never has from mere physical exertion. Failing to find Minette on the first floor, they ascend the stairs. The upper floor is untouched. No one has come here enthralled to a destructive fury. Although downstairs there were bloody prints of a woman's bare feet, there are none here. Nevertheless, they clear the rooms and attendant spaces one by one until they can say with certainty that she is gone. Lowering his pistol, Dubose says,
"She must have run straight through the house and out the back door before we even posted the deputies to watch for her."
"Gone where?"
"There's that resort and golf course not far from here. A lot of houses around it, but mostly just the desert."
Dubose uses his smartphone to call the Desert Flora study group and order the Airbus H-120 helicopter into the air. He wants it to conduct an ultra-low altitude search. To hell with whether it puzzles and annoys the locals. Not just for a naked woman on foot, but also for signs of any outbreak of chaos related to the other 45 people who were brain-screwed the previous night. It's 45 rather than 49, because the 4 members of the Corrigan family are already dead. The term should be adjusted rather than brain-screwed. But in these circumstances, Jurgen would feel like an idiot if he corrected Dubose. Outside in the yard again, Radley Dubose conferences with deputies Utley and Parkwood, whose uniform shirts are stained with sweat. He explains that the woman escaped, that he and Jurgen will be searching for her, and that they should return to the sheriff's substation in Borrego Springs to await a visit by Homeland Security personnel, who will explain to them and their brethren the nature of the threat that has arisen on their turf.
"All I can tell you now," Dubose lies, "is maybe terrorists contaminated some local wells with a drug similar to, but far more powerful than, phencyclidine, which is called angel dust on the street, an animal tranquilizer. If you ever tried to subdue a PCP user, you know they're as crazy as shithouse rats, with the strength of 10. The crap these terrorists have brewed up makes angel dust seem as harmless as a packet of Splenda."
Not for the first time, Carter Jurgen is amazed that Dubose can sell bullshit as if it were candy. His intimidating size, practiced solemnity, and Olympian confidence seem to mesmerize people, like these deputies, who should be able to see through his claptrap as easily as through a recently squeegeed window. Faces pale, eyes haunted, Utley and Parkwood buy the fake news and head back toward the black-and-white Dodge Charger parked along the county highway. The day is hotter than ever and bright enough to give Jurgen a headache, as if he's perpetually staring into a spotlight no matter where he looks. He needs a cold drink and 2 aspirin and a month at a fine southern resort hotel shaded by ancient magnolias, but he's only going to get 2 of the 3. He says, "You better get some of our crew over to the sheriff's substation before the local cops start acting on your crazy story." Dubose holds up the smartphone in his hand.
"The line's been open to the Desert Flora guys."
He puts the phone to his face.
"You heard all that? Good. Corral the locals before they bring media down on us."
He terminates the call. "I'm a little surprised," says Jurgen, "that instead you didn't just shoot them, drag them in the house, and set the place on fire."
"It was an option, my friend. But Mrs. Atlee, sitting there in her Buick with the engine running, might have peeled out as Utley and Parkwood were going down before either of us could get to her."
En route to the Charger, Deputy Utley detours to have a word with Mrs. Atlee. When Utley gets in the patrol car and they head back toward Borrego Springs, Mrs. Atlee follows them.
Good thing the Velociraptor has 6-wheel drive,
DuBose says as he moves toward the vehicle.
We'll probably have to go off-road to find our zombie hottie.
There's a cooler behind the front seats, from which they take 2 cold cans of Red Bull. Without complaint, Jurgen climbs into the front passenger seat and shakes 2 aspirin from a bottle stowed in the console box. DuBose gets behind the steering wheel with the air of a king for whom the vehicle was expressly designed and built. As the big man puts on his sunglasses and starts the engine, Jurgen says, "I half think you'd do her if you had the chance."
Do who?
The zombie hottie, Minette Butterworth.
The former Minette Butterworth,
DuBose corrects.
If I was sure I wouldn't have my package torn off like Lucky Bob, damn right I'd do her.
No offense, but that's insane.
It's not insane, my friend. I just have a more adventurous spirit than you have. As feral and fierce as the bitch is now, she'd be a unique experience, unforgettable, like every boy's best ever wet dream.
Not every boy's, Jurgen demurs. As he drives slowly past the house, between the palm trees and toward the open land beyond, DuBose says,
"You know what I wish for you, Cubby?"
"What's with the cubby?"
"It's a little private nickname I have for you."
"Yeah, well, keep it private. I don't like it."
"You will,"
DuBose assures him.
"What I wish for you, Cubby, is that one day you'll get past your uptight Boston Brahmin background and finally start to live, really live, unchained."
"I already live unchained," Jurgen says.
"The sad thing is that you think you do, but you're knotted up with inhibitions. You're 1,000 Gordian knots of inhibitions, repressed, suppressed, yearning after forbidden fruit, taboo-ridden, your emotions embargoed, your desires prescribed."
After a swig of Red Bull, Jurgen says, "I've committed every felony known to man. I've murdered people, all kinds of people, women as well as men. If I could get my hands on this hawk brat, this Travis kid, I'd kill him too."
"Yes,"
DuBose acknowledges.
"but not with verve, Cubby. Not with the pure delight and the conviction of righteousness that comes with the total inner freedom of a true revolutionary. That's what I wish for you. Total inner freedom."
In himself, Jurgen is moved by his partner's concern, though he's not prepared to admit it. "That's you, is it?" he asks. "Total inner freedom?"
"Total."
"How long did it take you to get this total inner freedom?"
"I think I was 7 years old,"
Bradley DuBose says.
"though maybe 6.
Chapter 18. The voices fell silent. Jane heard the distinctive sound of the vehicle's front door slamming shut. After a moment, the motorhome began to move again, slowly at first, but then accelerating. She pressed the interior latch release and slid open the seat of the sofa, admitting light to her hiding place. As she rose into a crouch, Bernie called back to her from the driver's seat.
"I'm so smooth at this, I could make a fool of a lie detector. Quinine Hora."
From her previous road trip with him, she knew that Quinine Hora was sort of like knock wood, words meant to ward off the evil eye. She stepped over the slab of particle board to which the sofa cushions were glued, and she stood considering the cockroach. It had crawled under the sleeve of her sport coat, up her bare arm, under the sleeve of her t-shirt, into her armpit, between her breasts. Sliding a hand into the left cup of her bra, she captured the bug and withdrew it. The creature twitched and quivered against the palm of her closed hand. Although she could easily have crushed it, she did not. She thought of Ivan Petro, the man she had killed 2 days ago in self-defense, in an oak grove north of Los Angeles, and thinking of him brought back to her the faces of others. The cockroach was a pest, a feeder on filth and a carrier of disease, but it wasn't a mortal threat to her. If she respected this humble creature, perhaps she would be able to reach Travis and convey him to a safe place, Kainain Hora. She opened her hand and dropped the insect into the hollow under the sofa, watched it scurry into a corner of that space, and slid shut the trick seat. As Jane crossed to the kitchen sink to wash her hands, Luther Tillman stepped out of the door to the master bedroom at the back of the motorhome.
"So, we're in,"
he said as he moved forward, swaying slightly with the motion of the moving vehicle. "We're in," she said. "Next stop, the RV park." Chapter 19. Hot light falling good on your skin, soft earth warm underfoot. Running, running. Don't know where, don't know why, just free and running, running, running. Trees, shade. Stop in shade. Drop to your knees. Kneel, panting in shade, sweating and panting. Wound in your hand, not bleeding much. Lick carefully. Warmth between your legs reminds you of male. Shiver with thrill of his agony, how he broke, how he bled. Thirst, mouth dry, throat raw. No smell of water here. Find water. Food. But where? Overhead, things unseen flutter in trees, alive and fluttering, sheltering from heat. Your thirst and hunger breed fear. Fear makes thirst greater, hunger sharper. Fear feeds fear. Fluttering in trees suddenly seems sinister. No more voice in your head, but something crawling inside your head. Crawling, crawling. Flickers of lightning inside your head, bright lines of tattered webbing. Fear of things unseen, fear of aloneness, fear of being alone with things unseen. Running again. Urgently, urgently, out of trees, harder earth, grass whipping your legs, pricking, stinging. Hot light falling burns now, burns the skin, stings the eyes. Earth hurts underfoot. Pain. Pain sharpens fear, breeds desperation. Shapes ahead. Shapes blue like the blue above where light falls from. Different trees. Shade, but less shade from different trees. A blue place in the shade. Alone. Thirst. Hunger. Confusion. Who am I? What am I? Where am I? Why? Danger. 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 Alone. Hide. In the big blue shape, a tall white shape with clear shapes. Words come and go. Familiar, but only half understood. Door and windows. You look through. A place beyond. Shaded place out of falling, burning light. Water place? Food place? Safe place for hiding? Something there that needs killing? Crawling inside your head. Crawling things seeking one another. Stone. Means what? Stone. Means nothing. Nothing. Again into hot falling light. Urgent. Urgent. Looking for something. What? Rock. Yes. This rock. Clear shape window breaks. Reach through. Find thing that turns. Door thing opens. Closes. Hot inside, but shade everywhere. Listen. Listen. Any sound a threat. Silence a threat. Sound and silence both feed fear. Fear fuels more fear. Smell water. A drop falls from shiny curve, falls into white hollow space. Another drop. Another. Fumble with shiny things. One turns. Water comes. You drink. Cool. Wet. Good. Make water stop. Moving through shaded spaces. Threat at every turn. Unbearable threat. Unbearable. Sit in a corner. Back to the corner.
shaded spaces in front, listening, wondering, fearing, threatened, and alone. Fear breeds anger, breeds rage. Bright, broken web threads glimmering inside your head. Crawling things seeking inside your head, crawling and faintly whispering far away. Many threatening whispers far away. Icy fear, blistering rage. You shake with both. No cure for fear except rage, and rage seething into fury. Threatening whispers beget enraged whispering of your own. You whisper a challenge, an invitation to come here, come find you, come be killed. Kill or be killed. Come to the different trees, the blue place. Kill, kill, kill.
Chapter 20. Cornell Jasperson knows more about dogs now than he did a few days earlier. And one thing he knows is that they don't necessarily pee a lot, but they pee to a pretty rigid schedule. The last time Cornell took Duke and Queenie out to pee, first thing that morning, the sound of a low-flying twin-engine airplane in this usually quiet valley had for some reason triggered an intense anxiety attack, from which he had needed hours to fully recover. He didn't want to take the dogs out again, because maybe the plane was still up there. If he had another anxiety attack, it might be even worse than the first one. Maybe he would collapse outside and be unable to get back into his library, leaving the boy alone and frightened. When he collapsed, maybe he would lose control of the dogs and never see them again, and have to tell the heartbroken boy that the dogs had run away, and the boy would hate him and would never eat sandwiches with him again and would never ask him to read aloud again. So then Cornell would have to live alone like before, which was what he had always thought he preferred until recently. Although he didn't want to risk walking the dogs insisted on being walked. There was no getting out of it. He wouldn't take them without leashes, as he had done before, just in case the unusual airplane was passing inexplicably low and the imaginary ants started crawling all over him and he had to get inside quickly. The boy clipped the leashes to their collars so that Cornell wouldn't have to chance the dogs touching his bare skin.
I could take them out, the boy said.
No, you're a lot safer here. I'll be back soon. I'll make a new kind of sandwich, little bags of potato chips, good muffins for dessert.
Sandwiches with sweet pickles on the side? The boy asked.
Yes, precisely. And cola, canned under the authority of the Coca-Cola Company, Atlanta, Georgia, 30313, by a member of the Coca-Cola Bottlers Association, Atlanta, Georgia, 30327. The boy laughed softly.
I like you.
I like me, too, though I'm a walking nut bar. And I like you, Travis Hawk.
Cornell let the dogs take him outside, and he held the leashes tightly while they smelled the ground and the weeds and each other, and then more ground and weeds, before taking turns peeing. The day was too hot and too bright, everything flat in the hard light. Quiet. At the moment, no airplane was growling through the sky immediately overhead. But then, the scream shrilled through the day. He had never heard anything like it. Maybe the dogs hadn't heard anything like it either, because they raised their heads and pricked their ears and stood very still. The scream came again, a little muffled, half like a person screaming and half like an animal. The first time, the screamer had sounded miserable and frightened, but the second time there was rage in the cry, too, a scary ferocity. It seemed to come from the little blue house in which Cornell had lived while building his library for the end of the world. The dogs were focused on the house, and they started to pull Cornell toward it. He struggled to hold them back. When the third scream cleaved the day, it was so chilling that the dogs changed their minds about wanting to investigate the source. Cornell wasn't seized by anxiety. He cautioned himself not to be his worst self, to be his better and calmer self. Not that he always listened to himself at times like this, though sometimes he did. He turned the dogs away from the house and walked them back to the barn that wasn't a barn. No further screams issued from the little blue house during the time that Cornell took to get into his library and get out of the too hot, too bright day, which had suddenly become also too strange. Cornell had been expecting the boy's mother to come today, and he had been hoping she would not get here until late, until after lunch and reading aloud time, maybe not until after dinner. But now he wished she were here already. Chapter 21. Torrential, wind-driven rain rushes in from the Gulf of Mexico, as if that entire body of water will be drawn into the thunderheads and purified of its salt and thrown down onto the lowlands of Texas in some dire judgment that will require an enormous ark and animals boarded 2 by 2. Egon Godfrey in the Rhino GX, westbound from Beaumont to Houston, powers through flooded swales in the pavement, the tires casting up dark wings of dirty water. The wipers can't always cope with the downpour. Frequently, the windshield presents the world as cataracted eyes might see it, misty, bleary, the buildings distorted into the grotesque structures of some alternate universe. Nevertheless, Godfrey drives fast, exceeding the posted limits, not in the least concerned about a collision, considering that the traffic with which he shares the road is as much an illusion as is the highway itself. Anyway, he can see clearly what he most needs to see, the truth of the conspiracy that misled him, who helped Ansel and Claire Hawke, and where Jane's in-laws have taken refuge. He has a long drive ahead of him, especially in this weather, but triumph awaits him at the end. Maybe he will get to Ansel and Claire too late to wrench from them young Travis's location while it still matters, but it will never be too late to inject and enslave them. Part 5. Plain Jane. Chapter 1. Most of the long-existing campgrounds in Borrego Valley were open in season only, and not all were motorhome-friendly. A new facility, Hammersmith Family RV Park, had booked the Tiffin Allegro by phone with the promise of a 3-day cash deposit on arrival. The white Chevy Suburban, which the motorhome was towing, had to be unhitched and left in a lot immediately outside the campground prior to check-in, because the spaces allotted to RVs weren't large enough to accommodate additional vehicles. In that blacktop parking lot, where thermals rising off the pavement smelled faintly of tar, Jane and Luther transferred their weapons and other gear from the Tiffin to the Suburban. Bernie hadn't slept well since getting Jane's call on Monday, not because he feared for himself, and not just because he feared that she would be killed. He also dreaded that he might even see her being killed, whereupon he would be so emptied of all hope for this world that he might curse Adonai, the sacred name of God, which was never a good idea. He said, "The longer I don't get a call from you, the more I'm going meshuggah." "You'll be fine," she said. "You always are." "You take care of each other." "That's the plan," Luther said, as he climbed in the driver's seat of the Suburban. He pulled the door shut, started the engine. Jane said, "Did you put it on? You don't look like you did."
It's silly. I'm not in the action. But I'll put it on.
There's nothing silly about it. These bastards have quietly locked down this valley. Before we're out of here, it might be something worse than a street fight. It might even be more intimate than that, the equivalent of a cage fight.
I'll wear it already. But it's heavy.
It's not heavy. It's level 2, not level 4. Not hard plates of Dyneema polyethylene or ceramic like on a battlefield. It's fine weave chainmail and Kevlar, very light. Light enough. Under a roomy Hawaiian shirt, nobody knows. And you promised me.
So I'll wear it. Now make like a real granddaughter and give me a hug.
Hugging him, she said,
You better wear it.
You're such a nudge. A promise is a promise with me.
If I don't call in 2 hours, be ready to split. If I don't call in 2.5, get the hell out of here. Bernie felt a tightness in his chest, as if he might have a cardiac episode, which he wouldn't because he had no heart problems, and because this wasn't the time or place for a responsible person to drop dead.
It's not like I spent my life abandoning people, so why should you think it'll be easy for me?
You won't be abandoning anyone, she assured him. If I don't call, we'll be dead.
It won't turn out that way. You'll get your boy.
She didn't smile when she said, "Your lips to God's ear." As she got into the Suburban, Bernie said,
"Don't forget."
She looked back at him.
"Always and forever. Mishpucha."
"Mishpucha," she said, letting the ch rattle against the roof of her mouth just right. She pulled the door shut, and Luther drove the Suburban out of the parking lot. Bernie Riggowitz, being Albert Rudolph Neary, checked into the Hammersmith family RV park. They assigned him to a nice, quiet space near the back of the campground. He hooked up only to their electric service. With the air conditioning full blast, he sat in the co-pilot's chair and sipped from a cold can of 7-Up and took an acid-reducing pill and stared through the windshield. There were palm trees so recently planted and fresh that they didn't look the least bit sun-withered. There was a big swimming pool with a wide deck around it. There were lounge chairs on the deck for people who wanted to tan. There were big red umbrellas shielding tables where you could play cards or whatever. The water in the pool was pale blue, with a reflection of the sky, and rippled with silver reflections of the sun. Everything was very pretty. The scene turned his stomach, as if he'd eaten a pound or two of the sweetest prune jam hamantash anyone had ever baked. He knew he shouldn't take a second acid-reducing pill. He chewed a pair of Tums instead. He didn't know why all this prettiness should sicken him. Okay, not true. He knew why, all right. Much as he tried not to be negative, he couldn't help but think that the afternoon might not turn out pretty in the end. Chapter 2. Henry Lorimer and his partner, Nelson Luft, neighbors of Robert and Minette Butterworth, had been helping authorities in the search for the kidnapped little boy when the obscene ranting had begun. For a moment, Henry thought it came from the sound system of their Lexus SUV, which he was driving, but then somehow he understood that it issued instead from deep inside his head. He was briefly frightened by this realization, until a still, small voice assured him this was the new normal, that all was well, that he should accept and move on with his work. This was nothing more than the Whispering Room, a high-tech communications system that linked the civilian volunteers who were searching for the missing child. Yes, whoever the ranting person might be, he was misusing the technology, but this was just the Whispering Room, one of the many advantages of the new normal. Evidently, Nelson received the ferocious rant at greater volume or on a more penetrating wavelength than did Henry. While the rapid gush of vicious obscenities was offensive and distracting to Henry, it proved at once painful to Nelson and soon became excruciating. Within the safety harness that secured him to the front passenger seat, Nelson writhed in torment, his hands alternately clamped to his head or pounding on the door, on the window, as though he was desperate to escape, but had forgotten how to get out of the vehicle. Each time fear rose in Henry Lorimer, a voice separate from that of the ranter counseled him to remain calm. There was nothing to be concerned about. If he just did what was expected of him, if he searched for the missing boy according to his instructions, all would be well. He would be happy, content, at peace. Nevertheless, unable to concentrate on his driving, he pulled off the road, shifted into park, engaged the emergency brake. He left the engine running to maintain the air conditioning. The one voice ranted, loud and increasingly animalistic,
But the other voice spoke so softly that it wasn't a voice as much as it was like a conscience, an inner source of moral guidance telling him that he needed to do what he had been tasked to do, that if he did the right thing, he would be happy, content, and at peace. This conscience-like counselor was authoritative, irresistible, therefore not at all like a conscience, which could be ignored, but more like a controller. Yet as much as Henry wanted to obey, he remained paralyzed because the louder voice bored into him, tore at him, though in a strangely thrilling way, drilling down until it struck nerves in him that didn't flash with pain when touched, but instead flared with pleasure, desires so deeply buried and so beyond his experience that he didn't have words to describe them. For a while, the outer world did not press upon his senses, and he lived entirely in his head, in the assault of words and wordless cries, counterpointed by the quiet but insistent instruction of his controller. Soon, the ranter's vocal transmissions were accompanied by fierce emotions, hatred, fury, lust, so scalding that they seemed to peel away layers of Henry's identity, as superheated steam might peel away skin. With the sounds and emotions came images of extreme violence that seemed beautiful to him, and sexual congress so intense that, in its way, it was another kind of violence. At one point, Henry Lorimar became aware of the sound of the idling car engine, the cold air blowing from the dashboard vents, and the stink of human waste. The last of those sensations turned his head to the right, where his partner, Nelson Luft, no longer writhed in agony. White-faced and frail, Nelson slumped in his safety harness, head turned toward Henry, mouth agape, blood dripping from the cups of his ears. He had soiled himself. He was alive, softly inhaling and exhaling, his gaze moving slowly over the interior of the Lexus, as if everything on which his eyes alighted was mysterious to him. When he met Henry's stare, Nelson appeared not to recognize his partner of 15 years, regarding him with the same puzzlement inspired by the steering wheel, the radio, and the cup holders in the console. Cold horror and grief iced Henry's heart, and he began to surface from the thrall of the hateful rant. But the conscience that was not a conscience pressed him to put the Lexus in gear and get on with the search for the kidnapped boy, as he had agreed to do, as he had been instructed. Everything else meant nothing. Nelson Luft meant nothing. Nelson could be dealt with later. Nelson could wait. Nelson would be fine. Henry needed only to do what he had been told to do, what urgently needed to be done, and then he would be very happy, content, and at peace. As horror and grief melted out of him, however, Henry didn't release the emergency brake or put the car in gear. Like the sea to the moon, he succumbed to the tidal pull of the rant. The interior of the Lexus faded from his awareness as the exquisite images of violence and thrilling fornication flooded in upon him, accompanied by raw emotions and the tsunami of words that darkled his mind. How much time passed? Henry could not say, but eventually the ranter stopped transmitting. Gradually, Henry became aware of the vehicle in which he sat, although at first he could not identify it or recall its purpose. The whispering room was quiet. No communications incoming. But another strange sound in his head troubled him. Sputtering sizzling, subtle but persistent. When his eyes were closed, he could see, or perhaps he imagined, a darkness in his head across which the radials and spirals of a web pulsed irregularly with light, as if a current of varying power coursed through those filaments. Degree by degree, knowledge and functionality returned to him. He sat up straighter. He adjusted his shirt collar. He remembered the remaining places he and Nelson needed to visit in their low-key search for the kidnapped boy, and he realized that he had better get on with the task. In the passenger seat, Nelson Luft no longer breathed. His stare was as fixed as that of a mannequin. Blood had stopped seeping from his ears. This was nothing to be concerned about. Nothing important. Nothing that mattered at all. Nelson could be dealt with later. The important thing was to get on with the urgent hunt for the missing and endangered boy. It was misguided and selfish to think that anything mattered other than finding the boy. The vehicle reeked of feces, but that was a mere inconvenience. Henry could get used to it. He was already getting used to it. Soon, he wouldn't smell it at all. He released the emergency brake and put the Lexus in gear and drove back onto the highway. He could drive, but he wasn't at ease behind the wheel like he'd been before. Everything seemed unfamiliar to him, almost as if he were a young teenager again, just learning to handle a motor vehicle. Something had changed in him. He couldn't focus on what he was doing as well as he once had. His mind kept drifting. Fear without cause came and went, as did sharp spasms of anger. Dramatic images of violence and brutal sex, none from Henry's personal experience, quivered through his mind as vividly as if they were things that he had done. He'd driven only a mile when a new voice rose in the whispering room, this one female, simultaneously furious and frightened, ridden by hungers she could name and others for which she knew no words. She transmitted incoherent chains of words, hatred and desire, a threat and a challenge. Images, too. A blue stucco house with a white metal roof, shaded by shabby palm trees. She wanted sex and blood, wanted to quell her fear by instilling terror in others, wanted the thrill of exercising her power and inflicting pain, wanted to scream into the void that she sensed yawning beneath her and, by sheer ferocity, prevent it from enfolding her into oblivion. She was like a siren on night reefs, singing ships to their wreckage, and her enticing song appealed to some part of Henry that he didn't understand, to a secret second heart that beat a tempo different from his first, and that held within its throbbing chambers a blackness darker than death. He knew the blue stucco house with the white metal roof, and even in his current condition, he knew how to get there. For now, he had forgotten the boy, and the conscience that wasn't a conscience could no longer control him. The female voice was irresistibly alluring, calling to some self-destructive aspect of Henry Lorimar. But it was also savage and so venomous that he might need a weapon. He pulled the car off the road long enough to get a combination long-handled lug-wrench pry bar from the SUV's toolkit. Chapter 3. 2 dirt ruts, stubbled with dead weeds, led past the abandoned blue stucco house and the ragged queen palms, past the yard of pea gravel and specimen cacti. Luther drove around behind the place and parked beside the attached one-car garage, which shielded the Chevy Suburban from the sight of anyone passing on the county highway.
"Come civilian, leave official," Luther said. "Still the plan?"
"I don't see any reason to change it. It's been smooth so far, but maybe not much longer. You know what to do."
"I know what to do," he agreed. "Go to your boy."
She walked along the weedy driveway for about 70 or 80 yards to a turnaround in front of the dilapidated barn, which she knew was not only what it appeared to be. The hot desert air vibrated with the sawing of insects that busied their bowstring legs, cars buzzing past on the distant county road, and an airplane whisking the day with turboprop blades. An aircraft had droned past when they were unhitching the Suburban from the motorhome. Maybe this was the same one, seeking to sane her voice and location from the sky when she used a burner phone. She stood before the weathered man-sized door with its worm-eaten, sun-split boards and rusted hinges, looking up where Gavin Washington had told her a concealed camera would be focused on her. Hidden motion detectors had alerted Cornell Jasperson to her presence. The electronic lock opened with a buzz and a clunk. Jane stepped into a white-walled vestibule where a camera surmounted a metal door. The door behind her closed automatically, and the one before her opened. Lamp-lit in jewel tones, shadowy in places, lined with thousands of colorful spines, before her lay the fabled library for the end of the world, as magical as Gavin had described it. At some distance stood Cornell, almost 7 feet tall, knob-jointed like a mechanical construct, misshapen, a figure of fright on a dark street, but with the face of an angel, awkward and clearly shy. Nearer stood Travis, utterly still, as if he thirsted for the sight of her and could not move until his thirst was slaked. She saw in this precious boy not just her child, but the best of herself and the best of her beloved husband. She saw the most cherished part of her past, too, all the years of happiness with Nick, and her future in its entirety, for there could be no future worth having if Travis wasn't in it. When they weren't together, she thought of him as bigger than he was, perhaps because she had all of her heart and hope invested in this boy. And in spite of her dire situation, her hope was no little thing. Now, he seemed so much smaller and more fragile than she remembered, vulnerable and as easily taken from her as Nick had been, as her mother had been. She approached him and dropped to her knees, and he flew into her arms, clutching her with something like desperation. The dogs whined, seemed to debate the proper protocol, and settled on the floor to comfort each other. Just then, neither Jane nor Travis felt a need to speak. The substance of him, the warmth of him, the sweetness of his breath, the rabbit thump of his heart as he pressed against her were worth more than all the words in this vast library. She kissed the top of his head, kissed his brow, and when he put one small hand to her face, she kissed the fingers, the palm. The words "love you" passed between them, the only words that seemed important enough to speak, though by speaking them, Travis lost his composure. Tears flooded his eyes, and he revealed that even at his age, he held no illusions about the fate of his former guardians, the Washingtons, though he had concealed his certainty until now.
"They're gone. Aunt Jess and Uncle Gavin. We're never gonna see them again. They would have come back by now. They're dead. Aren't they dead, Mommy?"
When they had gone on the run from their house in Virginia, he'd begun calling her Mom, as if aware that he needed to grow up faster than nature intended. Sunday night, when she took a call from him on her burner phone, he'd reverted to Mommy. Now again. She had many reasons to hate the people aligned against her, these arrogant, self-named Techno Arcadians, not least of all because they took her boy's father from him, but also because they stole his innocence. They forced on him an awareness of the darkness of this world that he otherwise would have discovered slowly over the years, with his parents' guidance, in a manner that would have made it easier for him to come to terms with the harder truths of life. On Sunday, speaking with him on the phone, she'd thought Travis feared that Jessie and Gavin had been killed, but she had seen no compelling reason to confirm his fear, not while he was feeling so vulnerable, not while she was hundreds of miles away from him and could not take him in her arms. He was in her arms now, and among the many things she owed him was the truth. She knew from hard experience that too little truth in any family led to enduring pain. If her mother had not concealed the serious marital problems between her and Jane's father, if the great pianist Martin Duroc had known his daughter was aware of his affair and might testify to her mother's distress, Perhaps he would not have dared to kill one wife to get another. Yes, sweetie. Jesse and Gavin are gone. They were very brave. They were very brave all their lives, and they loved you as if you were their own child. His voice was thick, tremulous, choked with tears. What can we do? What can we do? She held him tight and rocked with him there on the floor. We can remember them always, sweetheart. Never forget how brave they were, how wonderful and kind and giving and funny. We can love them always, and every night in our prayers we can say thanks for having had them in our lives. He spoke into her throat, which was wet with his tears. It's not enough. They won't know. But they will know, honey. They will know every night. They will hear you every night, and they will know you loved them as much as they loved you. Her grief was now doubled by his grief. She wondered how many heartbreaks a child so young could endure. Chapter 4. Cornell stood by one of his favorite armchairs, in the warm golden light of his prettiest stained-glass floor lamp, surrounded by the consolation of his books, and he knew no comfort, only misery. He could not bear the boy's grief, the tears. He wanted to do something to soothe this child, comfort him, but there was nothing he could do. He dared not hug Travis as the mother did. A mere hug would plummet Cornell into an anxiety attack, and he would be no good to anyone. A big, strange, ugly man curled in the fetal position and shaking with fear, unable to stand, hardly able to speak, a burden to them, not a comfort. He stood wringing his large hands, ceaselessly shifting his weight from one foot to the other, as if he needed to go someplace at once, but didn't know where. He had long been at peace with his limitations, at peace with the hard road that was his only route through life. But he was not at peace now. He did not remember ever having wept before. But he was weeping. Chapter 5. The desert was new to Luther Tillman, and he liked it about as much as he might like being forked onto a barbecue and broiled over charcoal. He had known hotter days than this, even in his home state of Minnesota, but there was something about the pale sky and the dry air and the dusty trees and the mostly barren earth that intensified the effect of the heat and, for him anyway, made 90 degrees significantly more oppressive here than it would have been in a different landscape. He shrugged out of his black denim jacket. He considered taking off his shoulder rig, but under the current circumstances, he would feel more naked without the pistol than if he stripped out of all his clothes. The gear in the back of the Chevy Suburban included a 40-foot garden hose with a special nozzle and 2 identical 1-quart bottle-like attachments, each filled with a custom-mixed solvent that fed their contents into the water stream in a continuous measured flow. He found the hose bib at the corner of the garage where Jane had been told it would be, tested the water pressure, and hooked up the hose. The white paint was a special blend that Enrique de Soto had concocted and applied in Nogales. The solvent turned the paint to something like chalk, and the water washed it off, leaving the factory-applied black paint intact. There were also 3 large white block letters on the roof of the vehicle, the same 3 repeated on the front doors. FBI, and these letters likewise were impervious to the solvent. Come civilian, leave official. Once they had the boy, they didn't want to risk being stopped by authorities between here and the motorhome in the RV park. If a roadblock was encountered, an FBI vehicle could more likely be driven around it without being forced to stop. Like some alchemist of ages long past, Luther washed the white Suburban to black, while the sun, in a far less magical fashion, beat on his shaved head and glazed his face with sweat. Chapter 6. In the corner where shadows drift around and over you, There is no passage of time, for you know not time, but only the eternal now. There is hunger in the now, fear, hatred, hatred of all that is not you. Anything that is not you is a potential threat. You are awake, eyes open, but dreaming. Dark dreams darkle down into ever deeper darkness. In the now is desire, but only of the most primitive kind, for food, for prey, for violence that conquers threat and fills your mouth with the nourishing blood of the other. Within your head, whispers come, whispers go, words as meaningless as wind in dry grass or rats' feet over broken glass. Emotions come, sent by others. Their fear and hatred inspire greater fear and hatred of your own. Images of violence occurring elsewhere in the now, prey being slashed, beheaded, gutted, the rutting frenzy of others mounting their prey before they kill it. Such images stir passions of your own, passions as cold as they are intense, but always fear endures, even in passion. I will show you fear in a handful of dust. A sudden sound injects new fear into the now. A familiar sound, yet you cannot name it or imagine its source. The word engine passes repeatedly through your mind but means nothing to you, and by its very meaninglessness further irritates. You uncoil from the corner, weave upright in shadows, stand, listening. Move through shadowy spaces into a space with more light, to a clear shape through which light falls. Others are here. A female moves away through dead weeds toward a big place shaped dark against the day. Nearer is a large white object that stirs in you a memory of moving effortlessly fast, faster, through varied landscapes. These memories are confusing, disturbing, but fragile. They dissolve in a fog of forgetfulness. What remains is a certainty that this white object is the source of the sound that drew you from the corner where you coiled. A male other is busy at this source of the sound. The male is not aware of you. You stand to one side of this clear shape through which light falls, so you can't be easily seen. You watch the male. You watch. A thing happens that excites you. Water gushes, arcs, and the white object becomes black. Day becomes night. White becomes black. But no one makes day into night. Day makes itself into night. This male other frightens you. Can he make day into night? Can he wash away the light forever? Such power terrifies you. No cure for fear except rage, and rage seething into fury. You look around in growing desperation. Urgent, urgent. Things you grip pull open other things, revealing spaces within. Spaces full of familiar items, but you have no names for them, can imagine no purpose for them. Until you find the space full of sharp things. A row of sharp things. You know what to do with one of these. Yes, you know just what to do. Chapter 7. Carter Jurgen is certain that he and Dubose will find Minette Butterworth, wild and naked, within 5 minutes of driving into the barrens behind the Atlee family's wrecked house. That expectation is not fulfilled. These sun-hammered wastes don't offer many places to hide. Here and there, a zigzagging declivity has been cracked into the land by an earthquake. A few shallow washes mark the paths of flash floods that on rare occasions overwhelm the Anza Borrego with tarantula-drowning downpours. The desert scrub is too sparse to provide cover. An occasional cluster of trees, perhaps sustained by an artesian well within reach of their roots, might conceal a woman who'd gone through the forbidden door and fallen into a psychological abyss, but none of them does. In this part of the valley, houses are far apart. In her new incarnation, however, The former Minette Butterworth seems to be as fast as an instinctive predator. She might have homed in on another residence and made it to that cover in a few minutes. When Jurgen pictures her, and others like her, bursting in on an unsuspecting family, the catastrophe underway abruptly expands to terrifying dimensions in his imagination. Unable to find any sign of the feral woman in the open desert, they now need to move from house to house, seeking the place and the people she might at this moment be destroying. As he returns to the county highway and pilots the Velociraptor down valley, Dubose holds forth, as though for a rapt audience. Like the girls whose pasts and personalities are flushed out of them so they can be remade into eager sex toys for the Aspasia clubs, those men transformed into Rayshaws for security duty have no more inner life than machines. Raymond Shaw is the brainwashed assassin in The Manchurian Candidate. When the late Bertold Schenek created brain-screwed and programmed men to serve as obedient and fearless security agents at his gated estate in Napa, the great scientist thought it was amusing to call them Rayshaws. Except for their expressionless faces and a disturbing deadness in the eyes, they are able to pass for normal, neatly dressed, quiet, eerily polite. They are more focused on their duties than even the most highly trained, dedicated, and fearless bodyguards could ever be. When a threat to their master manifests, they are swift and brutal in response, for they harbor no slightest compunction about killing any trespasser. As Dubose waxes on about the viciousness of Rayshaws and their incapacity for doubt or remorse, Jurgen finally interrupts. "And your point is what?" "My point, Cubby, is that I've thought the last thing I would ever want would be to have a gladiator moment with a Rayshaw as my opponent. But having seen what Ramsey Corrigan did to his family, and what our fair Minette did to her husband, old Lucky Bob, I'd go toe-to-toe with any Rayshaw before I'd want to be locked in a room with that bitch and no weapon but my bare hands. A Rayshaw is just a meat machine with sophisticated programming, but she's something else altogether. She's a slaughtering zombie, purely demonic." Jurgen suspects that Dubose is playing some stupid Princeton sport with him, some psychological game intended to maneuver him into a panic room of the mind, so that he will say something that can be mocked. Nevertheless, he asks, if she's a purely demonic slaughtering zombie, then why are we being so dumb that we're chasing her? "Because such is our fate, Cubby. A man can't escape his fate, especially not men like us. Dedicated revolutionaries who have bound over our fortunes to the cause, reaching for the brass ring of total power, knowing that if we miss it, we will be destroyed, crushed, and thrown away as if we never lived. Such is the hard bargain we made with destiny, a bargain few men have the courage to make." Exasperated by this grandiose speechifying, Jurgen says, "Well, I don't see myself at all that way." Dubose turns upon Jurgen a smile of genteel pity. "I know you don't, Cubby. That's why from time to time I give you these little pep talks, to encourage you to better understand yourself and the heroic enterprise on which you're embarked." Chapter 8. Travis had his bags packed and standing by, but as it turned out, Cornell Jasperson had packed a bag too. Like a benign gargoyle that had come alive and climbed down from its high perch on some Gothic building, the big man stood before Jane in a beseeching posture. He swayed from side to side, scuffing the floor with his shoes, holding his hands against his chest, as though to contain the hope in his heart for fear it would escape him. "I need to go with the boy. Please and thank you. I need to go with the boy. I need to go with him. The boy." Jane had known that Travis could not be asked to abandon the dogs, in spite of the difficulty they would pose during any escape from Borrego Valley. He had lost too much already. He had no doubt felt guilty about Gavin and Jessie, though he had no responsibility for the sacrifice they had willingly made. Even though he had known Duke and Queenie for only a few months, the bonds between a boy and his dogs were such that, after what he had already been through, forcing him to leave the German shepherds behind would break something in him that might never be repaired. She'd made preparations for the dogs, but not for a gentle giant with a personality disorder who couldn't be touched without suffering a disabling anxiety attack.
I'm pretty sure I can be a better burden," said Cornell. What I meant to say is a better person. If you take me with you, I'm pretty sure I'll behave well.
Whether they had conspired in this beforehand or not, Travis was instantly on board with Cornell's request.
"We have to take him with us, Mom. Me and Mr. Jasperson, we're going to Atlanta someday to see them bottle Coca-Cola."
"The last couple days," said Cornell, "the dogs touched me, but I always pretended like they didn't. Pretended really hard, and so I didn't have an attack. Then, after a while, I didn't need to pretend anymore."
He reached down to touch one of the shepherds, and the big dog wagged its tail.
"You gotta let him come," Travis pleaded. "He makes really good sandwiches and the best muffins ever. He's got a Fippoline recipe for pineapple coconut muffins, and he made them all millionaires."
"Not the muffins," Cornell explained. "I made the Filipino workers all millionaires. I can't touch people because I'm a full-on Planters nut bar that way. But I can take good care of the dogs."
He looked down at his feet, as shy as a child, then raised his eyes to Jane once more.
"Besides, if I stay here, sooner or later the bad people will come for me. Won't they come for me?"
He was right. They would figure out where Travis had been kept, and they would take Cornell into custody, if for no other reason than to bleed him of his fortune. She said, "We don't leave the wounded behind. Somehow we'll fit you in."
"He reads aloud better than anyone,"
Travis assured her with a note of desperation.
"And he was real nice about the toothbrush."
"Relax, cowboy," she said. "It's already decided. You two wait here with the dogs. I'll go see how Luther's doing, and we'll bring the Suburban over here to load up." Chapter 9. It was a slow day in the convenience store. Bipin Gaitonde, born in Bombay but a proud citizen of the desert for 17 years, husband of Zoya, father of 3, enterprising entrepreneur, attended the cash register in his store when customers were present, and when he was alone, he busied himself replenishing the candy racks. He had just come out of the stockroom with a carton of payday bars when the Cadillac XT5 exploded through the big front window. A fierce horizontal rain of glittering bits of glass sleeted through the store, followed by a storm of cheese doodles shot from bursting bags. Potato chips expelled from their ruptured packages were cast through the air like a barrage of martial arts throwing stars. Insanely, the motorist accelerated upon entrance. The first row of displays came apart and toppled noisily into aisle 2, and the Cadillac began to surmount the broken shelves and all the scattered merchandise. Bipin dropped the paydays. He leaped out of the way, scrambled onto the cashier's counter. The vehicle came to a halt mid-store, canted on rubble, 2 tires punctured, its windshield dissolved. Veils of steam rose around the edges of its buckled hood. The driver forced open his door and bulled his way out of the caddy, pressing aside parts of a shattered display, kicking angrily at obstructing packages of national brand cupcakes and cream-filled baked goods that Bipin found tasteless but that sold well. He knew this man. Buckley Tolbert, founder of Heart of Home, the oldest restaurant in Borrego Springs. 60-something, white-haired, sweet-faced, soft-spoken Bucky Tolbert was a friend to everyone, generous and amusing. Getting out of the Cadillac, Bucky fired off a fusillade of uncharacteristic vulgarities and obscenities, filth exploding from him like bullets from a machine gun. Crouched atop the cashier's counter, Bipin Gaitonde was shocked by those indecencies. Although he sold certain risque magazines in his store, he displayed them in plain paper sleeves that revealed only the name of the publication and prevented the magazine from being opened until it was purchased and removed from the premises. "Mr. Tolbert," Bipin admonished, "do you not hear yourself?" As though he became aware of Bipin only then, the restaurateur began peppering his salty language with vicious threats, primarily involving Bipin's emasculation. In spite of his age, and though as a hazard of his occupation he weighed perhaps 40 pounds too much, Buckley Tolbert clambered over the wreckage, crossing the store and coming toward Bipin with the alacrity and grace of a mountain lion. Once an ardent hiker, Bipin had been high in the San Bernardino Mountains 5 years earlier when, late in the afternoon, he turned a bend in the trail and saw a 400-pound mountain lion leap from an upslope stand of pines onto the back of an unsuspecting deer. The big cat drove its prey to the ground and tore out its throat before Bipin had the presence of mind to start shaking with terror. He had not gone hiking since that day. Now, it seemed as if some god of lions had descended to the earth and had come to Bipin in an avatar that had once been Buckley Tolbert. Reflections of the store's flickering lights flashed in Tolbert's eyes. The man's face flushed and twisted with such insane fury that it seemed his rage alone ought to pop a cerebral artery or torture his agent to cardiac arrest. Bipin realized, almost too late, that he was the deer in this scenario, not entirely unsuspecting, but paralyzed by disbelief. As Buckley Tolbert approached the cashier's station, shrieking now like some venomous spirit liberated from hell, Bipin dropped from the counter into the space behind. He could hardly believe it was necessary to reach for the pistol that he kept on a shelf under the cash register, for he had obtained it to defend against total strangers who might enter the store with armed robbery in mind, which had not yet once happened in quiet Borrego Springs. He had definitely not purchased the gun with the expectation that he would need it to shoot a neighbor and friend, but he grabbed it anyway. Buckley Tolbert vaulted onto the counter and stood up, and Bipin turned with the pistol in hand as his former friend towered over him. Tolbert's white hair stood out from his scalp as if he'd received an electric shock. His eyes were pools of malice. A thick string of snot hung from his nose, quivering like an extruded worm. Blood slicked his chin, encircled his mouth, glistened on his lips, and misted on his exhalation when he hissed fiercely between his clenched and blood-stained teeth. Somehow, Bipin Gaitonde knew that this blood was not Tolbert's, that it was evidence of an unthinkable attack on someone else before he had crashed his Cadillac into the convenience store. In the same instant, Tolbert plunged from the counter, and Bipin fired. The big man fell past him, snaring a fistful of Bipin's hair and pulling him off his feet. They landed, with Bipin on top. Although the space behind the counter was narrow, Tolbert rolled them and achieved the superior position, maybe wounded or maybe not. Bipin still gripped the pistol in his right hand, but that arm was under him, crushed between him and the floor. Pain coursed from shoulder to wrist. Under his attacker's bulk, he could draw only shallow breaths into his compressed lungs. With inhuman strength, Tolbert, this thing that had been Tolbert, pinned Bipin's left arm to the floor, incapacitating him. He lowered his florid face close to Bipin's face, spraying him with spittle and blood. His left hand scraped at his captive's brow, the fingers curved into a claw, and Bipin had no doubt that Tolbert was going to take his eyes. He thought of his wife, Zoya, and their children being left alone in this dark world. The horror of failing them gave him the strength to heave up, not violently enough to throw Tolbert off, but enough to free his trapped right arm, in which the nerves were hot wires conducting a disabling pain through muscle and bone. Maybe his arm was broken. Maybe he couldn't grip the gun. But it was not broken. As he brought up the weapon, he fired, and the shot took off a piece of his attacker's left ear. Howling, Tolbert flinched back, clamping his hands over both ears, as though for an instant he couldn't tell which of them was bullet-torn. Recoil almost denied Bippen the pistol, but he held the weapon now in a two-hand grip. At a range of mere inches, he shot Tolbert in the face. Once, twice. The attacker fell to the right, mouth open in a silent scream, the architecture of his face remodeled by the double blast, his hair on fire from the muzzle flash. Bippen sat up and frantically scooted backward on the vinyl tile floor until a wall of the wraparound cashier's station prevented further retreat. He struggled to his feet and stood with the pistol in both hands, arms fully extended, as though Tolbert's resurrection and a renewed assault were a matter not of if, but when. At 35, Bippen Gaitonde had never before raised a hand against another human being. When he bought the pistol, Zoya had smiled and said that he was too gentle ever to use it, so empathetic that he would sympathize with a robber in need and not only give him all the cash in the register, but also offer to write a check. Weeping quietly, he stood over the dead restaurateur and did not look up from the corpse until a siren shrilled. It was a rare sound in Borrego Springs. He turned his attention toward the shattered front window, but he didn't expect the imminent arrival of the police. Intuitively, he knew this. The madness that had burst into his store was something new in the world, hydra-headed and already manifesting elsewhere. Chapter 10. The day was the same as it had been before Jane went into the library for the end of the world, hot, dry, still, with the faintest alkaline smell to the air, the signature scent of a true desert. Unseen insects were engaged in a monotone celebration of life, and in the distance, a low-flying twin-engine airplane sought cell phone revelations that she was not foolish enough to provide. In spite of the sameness of the day then and the day now, she'd gone only a few steps from the dilapidated barn when that intuitive perception of things seen and unseen told her change had come. The degree of risk had risen. Time was running out. She halted, alert for threats, scanning the day more carefully. Luther was finishing the transformation of the Suburban from white to black. The solvent provided by Ricky DeSoto appeared to be worth the outrageous price he placed on it. If something had gone wrong, if a crisis was impending, Luther seemed unaware. His years in law enforcement and his intelligence had left him with intuition no less sharp than hers. So if he was unconcerned, perhaps she was just jumpy, more worried mother now than calculating cop. Yes, but Luther was handling the hose, and the water that sluiced the white paint from the Suburban drummed loudly enough to mask other sounds from him. Intuition was, in part, subconscious perception. What the busy surface of the mind might be too occupied to notice, the quiet inner mind perceived, interpreted. Then it tried to pass along its concern by raising the hairs on the back of your neck or sending a faux centipede down the ladder of your spine. If one of the 5 senses was compromised, in this case, Luther's hearing, intuition was, to that degree, crippled. A few steps after leaving the barn, perhaps Jane perceived the merest suggestion of the figure in the doorway of the blue stucco house. In any case, she saw it more clearly when she had closed from 70 yards to 50, its full nature undefined in those shadows, but somehow peculiar, and beyond Luther's awareness. She didn't call out to him at once, because he might not hear her. Besides, if the individual on the porch was focused on Luther and not yet aware of Jane, no need to shout and precipitate action. No one lived in the house. Jessie and Gavin would have stayed there with Travis, but they were dead. They must be dead. Jane walked fast, but didn't run. The faster she moved, the more she would call attention to herself in the stranger's peripheral vision. She was 30 or 40 yards from the house, when the figure moved out of the doorway, farther onto the porch, and she saw that it was a woman. Not Jessie Washington. A naked woman. The presence of the woman was itself a spanner in the works, but her nudity was so bizarre that she represented some greater crisis, the nature of which Jane couldn't comprehend. Jane was less than 20 yards from the house when the naked woman saw her, which was also when Luther finished washing off the Suburban, killed the water, and dropped the hose. Running now, Jane saw something bright in the woman's hand, maybe a knife, and she drew her pistol and called out, "Luther, the porch!" Surprised, he turned first to Jane, then pivoted toward the unclothed woman. The stranger was indeed holding a butcher knife in her right hand. She backed into the house and closed the door. Luther had drawn his pistol by the time Jane reached him.
"Who the hell?"
"I don't know," she said. "But this means we have to get out of here fast. Change the plates. I'll go inside."
"Shit, no. Not alone."
"There's no time to tag team her. Change the plates." Ricky DeSoto had supplied them with government license plates. Federal departments wore special plates with prefix codes specific to each. EPA for the Environmental Protection Agency, OEO for the Office of Economic Opportunity, SAA for the United States Senate. And an FBI vehicle should be wearing the prefix J because the Bureau was under the purview of the Department of Justice. Some Bureau vehicles had FBI emblazoned on doors and roofs, though many did not. Calling attention to the Suburban by block lettering it ought to let them slide around roadblocks and through choke points more easily, but the wrong plates would betray them as surely as would bumper stickers proclaiming "cops suck."
"What if she's not alone in there?"
Luther worried. "Seconds count. We don't just have Travis and the dogs now. We're taking Cornell."
"Holy shit."
"Change the plates, but watch your back. Then drive to the barn and load up." She hurried toward the porch steps. Chapter 11. Carter Jurgen feels that the desert, everything and everyone in it, is so alien to normal human experience that it might as well be on a planet in another galaxy. This feeling is further distilled when he and Dubose come across the wrecked vehicles littering the county highway. The first is a cherry-red Honda sedan, turned on its starboard flank, its roof smashed against a roadside retaining wall built to prevent an eroding bluff from washing across the road in a flash flood. For maybe 60 feet leading to the Honda, the pavement is littered with pieces of the vehicle and wads of safety glass. The blacktop is scarred and imprinted with red paint, as if something impacted the car, overturned it, and then shoved it 60 feet before ramming it hard into the wall. Jurgen gets out of the Velociraptor and goes to have a look at the Honda, and comes back and gets into the passenger seat and says,
"Dead woman in there." "What kind of dead woman?"
Dubose asks. "What do you mean, what kind?"
"Ethnicity, age, appearance, clothing, nature of injuries. In an investigation as complex as the one we've undertaken, Cubby, you just never know what detail may prove to be the little piece of the puzzle that makes sense of the entire picture."
"Caucasian, maybe 30, brunette, shorts and a halter top, all busted up."
"Attractive?"
"What? You're going to hump a corpse now?"
"Get real, my friend. If this is a crime scene and if the girl is attractive, her looks could have something to do with why she was murdered. A former husband, a jealous boyfriend."
"Who is this jealous boyfriend, King Kong? He grabs a Honda and shuffleboards it 60 feet into a wall?"
"Sarcasm does not become you, Cubby.
Anyway, we're not here to investigate murders."
"She might have information we need. Are you sure she's dead?"
"If she isn't, she ought to be."
"Good enough," says Dubose.
They cruise not quite 1 mile before coming upon a Mini Cooper that has somehow been boosted off the pavement and slammed into an oak with such terrific force that its mangled undercarriage is locked tight around the massive, cracked tree trunk, so that the petite vehicle is suspended about 4 feet off the ground. Although he doesn't offer a reason, Dubose will not take his turn getting out of the Velociraptor to have a closer look at the Mini Cooper. Of course, he doesn't want to give Jurgen an opportunity to occupy the driver's seat in his absence. Jurgen returns from the oak tree. Mexican, about 25, jeans and a t-shirt, broken arm, at least one broken leg, probably a major spinal injury, exceedingly attractive, I think you'd say.
I can read through your pathetic deception, my friend.
You didn't use a pronoun because you're trying to avoid saying it's a man, as though I'll run to have a look based on exceedingly attractive. Maybe you are a reincarnation of Sherlock Holmes after all. This Mexican is alive? Probably not for long, unconscious and fading. Dubose sighs. So we can't question him. And even if he does live, and it's with a major spinal injury, it won't be a high quality of life. Shall we operate by triage rules and hope the next one, if there is a next, will be more useful to us? Works for me. Half a mile later, around a turn, they discover a big dog bulldog bagger, a motorcycle with wide-swept fairing and saddlebags. Once a sweet machine with a 111 cubic inch V-twin motor, but now just rack and ruin. 80 or 100 feet beyond the big dog, the man who'd been riding it now lies squashed on the pavement as if he's been put through a giant sandwich press. He's obviously been run over several times by a persistent motorist. The tire tracks of the vehicle used in this homicide are imprinted on the pavement in the victim's bodily fluids. Although the sun has already mostly dried the tracks, the pattern is clear enough to allow Radley Dubose to declare portentously,
"Damn big truck."
Chapter 12. Jane, in the kitchen, no cooler here than outside. The old house vaguely scented with dry-rot fungus, pale panes of porch door glass, one pane broken out, shards on the floor. Hard sunshine slanted through the window above the sink, so precisely defined by the shape of the pane that the light had sharp edges and sliced the shadows at the cut lines so that they were sharp-edged too. Dust motes turning slowly in the illumining shaft, shadows billowing in the corners as if monks had here discarded their robes. Black and white patterns laid out as though delivering a profound message in geometric forms. The scene reminded her of some old pre-color movie, the title forgotten, in which protagonist and antagonist had faced off in a war-ravaged church. She couldn't remember who died, who lived, or if perhaps no one survived. She stood listening, but there was nothing to hear until she moved, whereupon the old vinyl tile flooring crackled underfoot. Floorboards creaked beneath the vinyl. On the farther side of the kitchen, an open door led to what might be the living room. To her right, a door probably connected the kitchen to the single-car garage. It stood maybe 8 inches ajar. Jane needed her left hand for tasks. Her right arm, the gun arm, was straight out in front of her. She picked up a shard of glass from the floor, a crescent moon-shaped fragment about 4 inches across, and she stood it on its points, the curve propped against the back door. Now, the nearer of the other 2 doors, hinged to swing away from her. Stand on the side opposite the hinges. Through the 8-inch gap, there was gloom beyond. One dirt-glazed window, like a TV turned to a dead channel, admitted barely enough light to suggest the shape of a vehicle, an SUV. It must be Gavin and Jessie's Range Rover. They'd left it here when they drove Cornell's Honda to the market in town, and died there. Quiet in the little garage. She held her breath and listened, and didn't know if the silence she heard was perhaps the woman with the knife holding her breath. She threw the door open. Its corroded hinges rasped. It slammed against the wall in there, and no one responded. Doorways were bad, the worst. She went through low and fast, head and pistol first, from the half-lit kitchen to the darker garage, moving at once to the right, pressing her back against the wall. There was no good way to die, but she had a particular aversion to being stabbed. to the cold intrusion of steel and the vicious twist of the blade. Her heart knocked hard against her breastbone as she reached up and felt the wall and found the switch near the doorframe and clicked on the overhead fluorescent fixtures. No sign of the woman with the knife. A row of cabinets along the front wall, none large enough to be a hiding place for an adult. Drop low for a quick look under the Range Rover. Nothing. No one inside either. The only exterior door in the garage was the big one that accommodated a vehicle. After entering the kitchen with no less caution than she'd left it, she closed the connecting door. She snatched up another fragment of glass and used it as a telltale. When she returned, if the shards weren't as she'd left them, she'd know someone had entered the house and waited in the garage for a chance to surprise her. Beyond the kitchen lay a living room where the front door was secured with a deadbolt. There were as well 2 small bedrooms, 1 bath, and a study. The rooms contained mismatched discount warehouse furniture that Cornell had left behind when he moved to his library and bunker, and all were deserted. The woman couldn't have gone out the front door and engaged the deadbolt behind her. None of the windows were broken or open, and in fact, they all appeared to be painted shut, inoperable. The heat was stifling. Even breathing through her mouth, Jane wasn't as quiet as she wanted to be. In a corner of the study, 1 door remained to be investigated, maybe a closet. She sheltered against the frame, put her left hand on the knob, and hesitated. Her memory worked the image of the naked woman. Medusa massive hair, face at once lovely and horrific, empty of everything except ferocity. A face strangely reminiscent of that Goya painting, Saturn devouring his children, which contained no loveliness whatsoever. The bold nudity, the bloody hands, the knife. This was something new in the world. It was surely related to the work of the Arcadians. But how? Gun arm across her waist, muzzle toward whatever might burst out of this last unknown space. Keeping pressure on the trigger, she twisted the doorknob, cast open the door. No response. She dared the doorway and saw splintered boards sway back with the weight of time, steps leading down into darkness that seemed impenetrable and final. In houses of this age, in country vulnerable to earthquakes, basements were rare. Studying the dust on the wide landing for signs that someone had recently descended, Jane startled when a loud crash issued from elsewhere in the house, demanding her immediate attention. But there was no lock on the cellar door, and because it opened onto the landing, it couldn't be braced shut from this side. Another crash from the front of the house, the splintering of wood. Maybe the woman with the knife wasn't down there in the dark. Like hell she's not. Maybe she wouldn't come up when Jane was busy elsewhere. Like hell she won't. Jane hurried out of the study as a third crash reverberated through the walls of the small house. Chapter 13. Carter Jurgen is not one to regret his life choices, although now that the revolution has brought him to this desolate ass end of nowhere, he wonders if he should have taken longer than 3 minutes to join the Techno Arcadians when his Aunt Deirdre had given him an invitation. Charming Aunt Deirdre is his favorite relative, a dazzling intellectual, a self-made businesswoman worth $700 million, childless, and certain to have included him in her will. Now it seems as if he would have been wiser if he had declined her invitation and instead had killed her in some manner that would not have incriminated him. Through the windshield, Jurgen regards the lightweight Toyota pickup that is on its roof beside the highway, crushed, tires blown, and on fire, although the flames are subsiding. A blackened, partly fleshed skeleton hangs upside down in the driver's seat like a large, charred, melted campfire marshmallow. Radley DuBose places a call to the Desert Flora study group. He asks about the Airbus H-120 that he earlier ordered into the air to search for Minette Butterworth and for signs of chaos related to the people who were brain-screwed the previous night. He inquires if the flight crew of that aircraft might have noticed anything unusual on this length of county highway. Apparently, the helo pilot and co-pilot have reported in excess of a single disturbance, because Dubose does more listening than talking for perhaps 4 minutes. He punctuates the Desert Flora Study Group agent's report with, "Huh," and "Really," and "Shit," and "Not good, compadre, not good." When Dubose terminates the call, Juergen says, "If together we can devise an accidental death for my Aunt Deirdre, I would split with you what's likely to be a minimum $100 million inheritance, maybe a great deal more." Dubose is disapproving, though not of homicide.
"Let's avoid being distracted by such mundane concerns as money, not with the revolution at stake. Do you recall that one of the 50 people injected last night was a Mr. Arlen Hosteen?"
"I've got enough on my mind without having to remember the names of 50 losers."
"Arlen Hosteen," Dubose says, "is the owner of Valley-Wide Waste Management, the local trash collection firm. He sometimes services one of his company's routes himself when a driver is sick. He seemed a good enlistee in the hunt for the Hawk Brat. No one thinks twice about a garbage truck pulling up to house after house, so he has a chance to give each place a look over, check trash cans at curbside to see if any contents suggest the presence of a small child in a family that doesn't have kids."
"Brilliant," Juergen says sarcastically.
"Not as it has turned out, I'm afraid. Hosteen is driving an immense trash collection truck with front-loading arms that can lift the heaviest dumpster with ease. It's like a tank."
"So he's gone through the Forbidden Door, has he? Just like Minette?"
"He has obviously deteriorated mentally, but evidently not as much as she has. And, by all reports, he's not naked."
"That's something to be thankful for." Dubose drives onto the highway once more.
"The Airbus crew saw Hosteen rampaging, but they haven't stayed on him because other more disturbing incidents require their attention."
"More disturbing than Hosteen?"
"How many other incidents?" "6. Not to worry. We'll find Hosteen and shut him down."
"In his garbage truck tank? That won't be easy."
"You may remember, I met your Aunt Deirdre. Killing Hosteen in his truck will be a lot easier than killing that ballbuster."
Chapter 14. Jane, on the move. Heckler in a 2-hand grip, just under her line of vision. A short, narrow hall served the bedrooms and study. When she stepped into the living room, she saw that the old, weathered, desiccated front door had cracked loose of its hinges. It hung askew, fixed to the frame only by its deadbolt. Having kicked in the door, a 40-ish man, pale and disheveled and sweating profusely, looking both angry and bewildered, stood just inside the room, maybe 15 feet from her, holding an iron pry bar that had an angled neck and lug wrench at one end. Keeping the heckler's front sight on the intruder, positioned so that peripheral vision might alert her to movement in the hallway to her left, Jane said, "Put it down." He was costumed neither in black leather, nor in a vest made from human nipples, nor with a necklace fashioned from the teeth of his victims, in neither a leather mask nor a hood imprinted with the face from Edvard Munch's painting The Scream, as movies routinely portrayed existential threats like this. He wore a blue and yellow striped polo shirt, white slacks, and white topsiders without socks. A mundane monster for an insipid age when imagination had gone digital and the true horrors of the world were so disturbing that a lot of people found it easier to fear imaginary threats. Ignoring Jane's command, he said, Was you? Is you the bitch? Bitch? The bitch in my head? You?" He must be on one drug or another, maybe an entire apothecary. His blue eyes were wide and lunatic, yet as clear and alert as the eyes of a hunting owl. Anger contorted his face. Not anger alone, but also perhaps some neurological disorder. Every muscle from his hairline to chin and ear to ear moved not in concert but in disjunctive arrangements, producing a shifting kaleidoscope of grotesque expressions. Although every look was unnatural in the extreme, they all conveyed rage, hatred, and demented lust. "Put down the crowbar," she repeated. He took one step toward her and raised his voice, loud and menacing. Is you, whisper, sex me, kill you, sex me, kill, whisper inside head? The whispering room. He was one of the adjusted people, and something was very damn wrong with his program. Maybe because the pry bar looked almost as long as a Taser XREP 12-gauge shotgun. She thought of Ivan Petro on Monday, coming for her from out of the oak trees. She thought of the hammer with which she'd been pounding the burner phone, of how she hadn't dropped it before drawing her gun, but instead had thrown it. Life was raveled through with inexplicable patterns that could never be understood, but could be recognized by anyone who acknowledged their existence, so Jane knew what this creature was about to do even before he knew. Insane as he might be, he still wasn't going to charge into a pistol pointed at him. He would throw the pry bar. Whoever this man might have been, he was no longer that person. He was enslaved by a nano-web, but also coming apart psychologically under the control mechanism's influence. What she had to do next was an act of mercy, not murder. And if she hesitated to grant him that mercy, he would smash her face, crack her skull. He drew back the iron bar. She shot him in the chest. The bullet convulsed him, but he threw the weapon. Half a second after the first round, the second didn't just tear through his throat. The .45 hollow point removed his throat, took out the spine, so his head wobbled like one of those bobblehead figures that people put on the dashboards of their cars. His empty body collapsed with so little sound that it seemed as if the greater part of his substance had been the mind and soul no longer contained in the package of flesh and bone. His pitch was feeble. The pry bar went wide of her and bounced along the floor, just as the naked woman erupted from the hallway and slashed hard with the butcher knife to cut deep. Chapter 15. Immediately before the crazy person came out of nowhere and the waking nightmare started, Bernie Riggowitz was thinking about the 3 L's: life, loss, and love. Life is finding people you love and then losing them, sometimes after 60 years, sometimes after a few months or even a week. All the loss meant to keep you humble and remind you that your life is likewise stamped with an expiration date, so that you'll use your days to the best of your ability in the service of what is good. Bernie understood the grand strategy of life's design, and he didn't presume to think that he knew better how it should have been done, but shit. He was fed up with all the losing of people. Bernie, in the Tiffin Allegro cockpit, behind the wheel, was too nervous to do anything other than stare out at the grounds of the RV park, hoping to absorb some of the tranquility from the sun, the majestic palm trees, the glimmering water in the pool. It didn't work. He anxiously checked his wristwatch every 5 or 6 minutes, thinking an hour had gone by. Only 3 times in his life had he come to love someone in mere hours or less. Miriam had always said that she fell in love with him at first sight, and he said he did too, but the truth was that he needed maybe an hour to fall in love with her, but then he fell all the way, and hard. He fell in love with Nasia, his only child, in less than half a minute after his first look at her. What kind of monster didn't love his own baby with every fiber of his being? He'd needed maybe 2 hours to fall in love with Jane, who'd called herself Alice at the time. His love for Miriam involved heart and mind and body, but his love for Jane was a heart and mind thing. In truth, if he'd been 31 instead of 81, and if he'd never met Miriam, this would have been a heart-mind-body thing. But he didn't have it in him to be a dirty old man. If Jane died, Bernie's life of optimism was going to end as a life of despair. And if she lost her boy chick, Bernie was damn well after all going to assume that he knew better how the world and life should have been designed. He checked his watch yet again, having expected to hear from Jane by now, certain that 2 hours had passed, that something had gone wrong. But she and Luther had set out from the RV park only a little more than an hour earlier. That was when the crazy person appeared on the deck surrounding the big pool and began to pitch the lounge chairs into the water. Chapter 16. Jane pivoted toward the threat, but the naked woman was too close, coming in as low and fast as a striking snake unraveling from its coils. So damn fast, already past the pistol. The knife slashed right to left across Jane's abdomen, slicing open her t-shirt as if the fabric were gossamer, making a zipper-like sound as it scored the safeguard vest underneath. The body armor featured fine chainmail to protect against edge weapons, plus an underlying Kevlar layer that provided ballistic protection. The vest didn't fail, would never fail, but it was only a vest, leaving points of vulnerability: face, throat, hands. The attacker had ferocious energy, feral quickness, uncanny strength. Even as the knife sliced across the armor, she body-slammed Jane, driving her back into a wall. A hard shock to the spine, a moment when darkness encroached at the edges of vision, a transient right-side weakness. Jane's right hand opened involuntarily, and the heckler fell with a soft thump on the carpet. Full body contact now, hand to hand, a death struggle. Jane seized the other's right wrist in her left hand as the woman raised the knife to stab. Her foul breath a thick tide, the stink of sour sweat and urine and blood steaming off her. The woman didn't cycle through a panoply of tortured expressions, as had the man before her. Her face seemed forged of iron, every bone beneath the skin and every muscle in that rigid countenance fired into hard angles of fury and hate. In her eyes, an icy void attested to a mind pitiless and purged of empathy. She growled low in her throat and hissed and spat, but said not a word, not one obscenity or curse, as though in her depravity she wasn't human any longer, but an animal, a predator at least as vicious as any in nature. She clutched Jane's throat, trying to choke her, but that hand was slick with blood from a wound in the palm, and the woman didn't have full strength in it. Martial arts had their uses, but they seldom worked on the street the way they did in a dojo. When you were pinned against a wall by a zombified psychopath who pressed closer in her frenzy, trying to bite your face, judo and karate were strictly action movie choreography. You needed to resort to plain techniques, plain old everyday brutality, plain Jane stuff. Caused by the shock of impact, Jane's brief right-side weakness passed. With her left hand, she continued to stiff-arm the insistent attacker's raised knife. With her right, she now clutched the wrist of the hand at her throat and used her thumb to apply crippling pressure on the radial nerve, maintaining eye contact, because animals could sometimes be intimidated by an unrelenting stare. She planted her right foot flat against the wall, tensed the calf and thigh, and drove her knee hard between her assailant's spread legs. Did it again, and a third time. A woman wouldn't be incapacitated by such a blow, as a man might be, but the vulva was richly endowed with nerves. The pain should make her relent, or even drop the knife. Didn't happen. In her killing fury, the woman was beyond pain, an engine of destruction, fueled and armored by epinephrine. They were deep in the extreme cage fight of which Jane had warned Bernie. Mean and dirty, no rules, no compassion, a contest that allowed only one survivor. As the pinched radial nerve failed the tendons and muscles that it served, the attacker suffered wrist drop, her grip strength gone. Jane punched her assailant's throat, hoping to tear the cartilage around the larynx. The woman's head snapped back. Jane punched again, harder than before. A third punch, aimed higher, broke the nose. She clawed at an eye. Gagging, gasping, the attacker dropped the knife, stumbled backward. Jane stooped and grabbed the pistol from the carpet and rose and fired once, point blank. She would have fired again, but that was when the blast came, and the house rocked on its foundation, and part of the front wall collapsed into the living room. Chapter 17. The tubular frame nylon webbing lounge chairs floating in the sun-sparkled pool, bobbing and yawing, turning in circles, knocking together, as if invisible sunbathers were frolicking together in some water game. On the farther side of the pool from Bernie Riggowitz, the raging person wasn't only tossing lounge chairs into the swimming pool, he was also overturning tables with their big center-fixed red umbrellas and kicking over the other chairs. At first, it didn't occur to Bernie, watching from the cockpit of the motorhome, that the man might be homicidal, only that he must have a grudge against the RV park management, or maybe a crazy hatred of outdoor furniture. And surely he must be very drunk. At the moment, there were no vacationers in the pool or on the deck around it, no one whom the shicker might attack. Then, Holden Hammersmith, patriarch of the clan that operated Hammersmith Family RV Park, the man who registered Albert Rudolph Neary and took his cash and escorted the Tiffin Allegro to its current campground space, hurried into view from the direction of the park office and convenience store. He was accompanied by his 16-year-old son, Sammy, who had assisted Bernie, alias Rudy, with the electrical hookup. Holden was about 6'1", maybe 220 pounds, a neck that could never be encompassed by the collar of an off-the-rack shirt, shoulders like the Hulk, Popeye forearms. The boy was still growing, a few inches shorter than his dad, 40 pounds lighter. The elder Hammersmith shouted at the vandal, though Bernie couldn't hear what he was saying. The shicker, if in fact he was a drunk, at first ignored father and son, moving to the next lounger and pitching it into the pool. Holden caught up with the guy and seized him by one shoulder, which was when things took a turn Bernie couldn't have foreseen. The vandal stood about 5'8", weighed like 150. He was little Paddington Bear to Holden's full-size grizzly. Even if the guy wanted a fight and was something of a scrapper, he would likely wind up with 2 broken arms and kishkas scrambled like eggs. Except, when the guy turned on Holden Hammersmith, he didn't do anything that a drunken brawler would do. Didn't throw a wild punch, didn't kick or pull a knife. With startling swiftness, as bold as a tiger and as lithe as a monkey, he scrambled up the bigger man as if scampering up a tree. From this distance, Bernie couldn't be sure, but it looked as though, as Holden staggered backward in surprise, the vandal seized his ears or his hair and bit his face. Whatever was happening over there, it seemed too weird to be only a common occurrence in another sunny day in beautiful Borrego Valley. Somehow, it had to do with this cabal Jane had squared off against, these schmucks who thought people were just tools that they could use and break and discard. From under the driver's seat, Bernie withdrew a Springfield TRP Pro, chambered for 45 ACP. He threw open the door and got out of the motorhome and hurried out from under the palm trees, across the blacktop loop that served the campground, onto the pool decking, and around the long rectangle of water, toward the men struggling on the farther side. Chapter 18. The house rocked with the blast, which subsumed the crack of the Heckler and Koch, and the naked attacker fell backward with a third eye weeping in her forehead. Jane thought, bomb. Window glass cascaded into the room. Wallboard bowed inward and fissured and expelled clouds of plaster dust, followed by shattered wall studs and exterior sheathing and blue stucco and elements of the front porch. Ultimately, in another half-second, there followed the bumper, grill, and hydraulic rams of an immense front-loaded garbage truck. The huge vehicle exploded into the house, shoving a dry tide of ruins ahead of it, engine howling, blazing headlights burning away shadows, the billowing dust motes glittering like minute droplets in a fog of pesticide. The ceiling sagged, the rotting carpet split, The wood flooring gave way, and the truck lurched to a halt as its front wheels dropped between floor joists and through the ceiling of the basement, stranding it in the living room. The wiper blades began to sweep across the windshield, whisking off the dust. Up there in the driver's seat loomed a macabre figure out of a clockwork orange, a man who shrieked with a kind of fierce and wrathful delight, part madhouse laugh, part scream, all threat. His lewd, goatish face was distorted by lust and by hatred of the lusted-after other, for in a savage and deranged mind, sex and murder were two sides of the same thrill, neither as satisfying as when they were combined in one violent act. The sagging ceiling began to collapse. As wallboard buckled and split overhead, Jane turned and sprinted into the kitchen, toward the back door. The floor shuddered and rolled underfoot, staggering her, as though the garbage truck might plunge through the joists and into the basement, pulling with it the entire back half of the small house. Chapter 19. Luther Tillman loaded the boy's luggage, Cornell's bag, and the 2 German shepherds into the back of the Suburban. As he closed the tailgate, he heard the first loud noise from the distant residence, maybe like a door being broken down. After a minute or so came the first and second gunshots. He stood for a moment, staring at the house, wanting to go to Jane's side. In the world as it had been when he'd grown up, a man went to a woman's aid, always and without excuse. Rebecca, his wife, lost now to a controlling nano-implant, had called him chivalrous, and he had always liked to hear her say it. But it wasn't chivalry, not that formal and flowery and self-aware code of knightly behavior from times medieval. It was simpler than that. There was wrong, there was right. You knew in your blood and bones which was which. If you knew what was right, but you didn't try to do what was right, regardless of the risk, then you weren't just a bad man. You weren't even any kind of man at all. The world in which he'd grown up had faded around him as he lived. It was now as ancient, in its way, as that of the pharaohs buried in the Egyptian pyramids. This darker reality had replaced it. He didn't want this world. He wanted the one before it, the one of his youth, a mere 20 or 25 years ago. But if he could not turn back time, he could at least live by the values of that lost place. While the right thing was usually the hardest thing to do, sometimes it seemed the easiest, like now, when the right thing was to avoid abandoning the urgent task at hand, get Travis and Cornell into the Suburban, and only then drive over to the house and pick up Jane. He'd been an officer of the law, 4 times elected county sheriff, and although he'd been through some hair-raising moments on the job, Jane had undoubtedly fought her way out of more tight spots than he had. If he'd ever known anyone, woman or man, who didn't need to have a knight ride to the rescue, it was Jane Hawk. Travis and Cornell were waiting in the vestibule, and when he called to them, they stepped outside. The boy ran to the black Suburban and climbed in through the port side. Travis sat on the floor, not on the back seat, below window level, and Luther closed the door. Cornell shambled after Travis, not bothering to make certain that his library for the end of the world was locked behind him. He had said he didn't expect ever to return. "I don't want to live half dead anymore, please and thank you. All alive or all dead. Either way is better." Now he got in the back starboard door. Careful not to touch Cornell, Luther slipped doctored zip ties around his wrists and his ankles, so he might pass for a prisoner. As Luther opened the driver's door, he heard a truck engine on the highway, rapidly accelerating and drawing nearer. He looked out there and saw the behemoth swing off the blacktop, roar across the pea-gravel landscape, shred through specimen cacti, plow through the front porch, and slam into the house. Chapter 20. Hours of light remain, but the thunderheads allow nothing more than an enduring dusk, except when lightning alchemizes the falling rain into torrents of molten silver. The wet highway flickers as if fitfully lit from underneath, and Egon Godfrey passes vehicles with steamed windows further blurred by streaming rain, the ill-defined figures within like condemned spirits who have elected to forego a downbound train in favor of taking the road to damnation. Outbound from Beaumont in the Rhino GX, he is approaching Houston, in which he has no interest anymore. Beaumont, Houston, Killeen, every one is a false lead, nothing more than the unknown playwright's version of a wild goose chase. Although Ansel and Claire Hawk borrowed the Longren's Mercury Mountaineer, they never drove it as far as Killeen, and they never boarded a bus to anywhere. Earlier, Godfrey had switched on the radio, which happened to be tuned to an NPR program featuring an interview with Elon Musk, the billionaire entrepreneur and hot tub philosopher invented by the unknown playwright to spice this world with humor. Musk says, among other curious things, that there is only a 1 in a billion chance that this world is base reality. He says it's almost certainly true that we exist in a computer simulation. If Musk were a real person, as Godfrey is, instead of a character in this cosmic drama, and if Musk studied radical philosophical nihilism, he'd know, as Godfrey knows beyond doubt, that there is no computer simulation because the existence of computers, like the existence of everything else, can't be proved. They are imaginary, magical devices. It's no coincidence that Godfrey was inspired to turn on the radio, that it was tuned to an NPR station, and that the interview with Musk was underway. The UP wants to poke a little fun at him and remind him that all his efforts on the computer, which have led to the discovery of Ansel and Claire's whereabouts, were really the work of the UP, who will be responsible for his triumph. Ahead, repeated lightning shapes the city out of the gloom, the buildings shivering in the storm flares, light running liquidly along the superstructure of a bridge. An ominous red beacon swivels high atop what might be a radio station transmission tower, like some lighthouse, marking the place where the world, finally, will end. The unknown playwright is investing the scene with so much dramatic weather that Godfrey is certain that the climax of this episode will occur soon. In Houston, he turns north on Interstate 45, the mid-afternoon traffic crawling through the drumming downpour, so thick that he can no longer exceed the speed limit. He is not troubled by the delay. Conroe is only 40 miles away, a thriving city of a little over 80,000 on the southern edge of Sam Houston National Forest. In Conroe, Jane Hawk's in-laws have taken refuge, certain that their sanctuary cannot be discovered. Part 6. Tragedy. Chapter 1. The little house groaned in distress, as if awakening from a long sleep and realizing how very old it was, how arthritic its joints, how brittle its bones. When Jane tried to leave, the back door stuck as though swollen and warped, but the problem was that the entire rear wall of the structure had tweaked. In the now misaligned frame, the encased door was wedged tight. She holstered her pistol and gripped the knob with both hands and put everything she had into a hard, sustained pull, but the door wouldn't budge. The 4-pane window in the top half wasn't big enough to get through, even if she broke out the muntins along with the remaining glass. The bigger window above the sink was painted shut with thicker muntins. She would need too long to clear it and clamber out. She tried the door again, wrenching it from side to side even as she pulled on it. Although the living room ceiling had collapsed onto the truck, the driver remained in control. Insanely, he pumped the accelerator as if he foolishly believed that the front wheels could be forced out of the spaces between the floor joists into which they had crashed. The powerful engine screamed. The floor of the house shuddered, creaked, and cracked as the wheels strove to force the vehicle forward. With the sleeve of her sport coat, Jane wiped sweat off her brow, out of her salt-stung eyes. She was trained, conditioned, born to deal with lethal threats, to outthink and outmaneuver whatever villainous son of a bitch, or bitch, wanted to take her down. But this was chaos, bedlam wrought by a self-destructive, unpredictable lunatic. Reason and wit wouldn't necessarily carry the day. Anyway, the immediate enemy was the house. Guns and hand-to-hand combat skills were of no use against an inanimate adversary. She considered returning to the living room, trying to pop the driver through the windshield. However, the ceiling and the attic structure had crashed down on him, burying the truck, and she wasn't likely to have a clear shot. Besides, things were continuing to come apart, especially toward the front of the house, and returning there might be the death of her. The garage. There would be no electric power because surely the circuit breakers had all been tripped when the truck rammed into the residence, but the big tilt-up garage door could be manually operated. As Jane turned toward the connecting door where her telltale shard of glass was undisturbed, the maniacal driver tramped the accelerator all the way down and didn't let up this time. The truck's voice escalated until it sounded less like a machine and more like some denizen of a Jurassic swamp, expressing its mindless fury in a world where intelligence and reason counted for nothing, where the only guarantors of life were brute strength and ferocity. A reeking pale blue cloud of exhaust fumes flooded out of the living room into the kitchen. Under Jane's feet, under the vinyl tiles, slabs of plywood began to shift and stress against one another, like those tectonic plates in the earth that could crack open the faults in continents and shove mountain ranges from the bowels of the planet, creating towering Alps where once there were flat plains. She moved toward the door between kitchen and garage, and a more profound shudder passed through the house. A thunderous quaking, followed by tortured sounds of structure deconstructing. She thought the immense truck was about to plunge entirely into the basement, but instead, the garage broke loose of the residence and collapsed. The connecting door burst inward, debris, including a large rafter, erupting toward Jane. She leaped sideways and jumped back, and the 4x6 came to a stop where she had been standing, gouging a wide ribbon of vinyl skin off the subflooring. The door to the garage was blocked now by lumber and sharp-edged sheets of corrugated metal roofing and masses of pink fiberglass insulation acrawl with highly agitated silverfish. The house tweaked again. Windows shattered. The valve stem in the ancient sink faucet must have failed. The handle and spindle and packing nut and faucet guts blew loose, and a high-pressure stream of water shot into the air. The truck screamed. The air thickened with fumes. Frosted plastic panels buckled and cracked and fell out of the ceiling light box. The floor sagged, and the back door rattled violently in its frame. If it's still wedged tight, it wouldn't rattle. Rattling means loose. She stepped across the intruding garage rafter and yanked on the door. Yanked again, and it opened. Rushing onto the back porch, down the steps, onto the pea gravel, she exhaled the bitter exhaust fumes and sucked in fresh air and heard herself saying, "Thank you, thank you, thank you." Wheeling along the weedy ruts that served as the driveway, the Chevy Suburban approached from the barn. As Jane hurried to the vehicle, a black helicopter clattered past at an altitude of no more than 200 feet. She looked up, visoring her eyes with one hand, and watched it turn east and then circle west. Luther braked to a stop. Jane opened the passenger door but didn't get aboard. She stood watching the helo as it executed a 180. An Airbus H-120, manufactured in Canada, seating for the pilot and 4 passengers, used by various agencies of the United States government. The Airbus was coming back for another look. "Luther, get out of the car," she said urgently.
What's happening?
"Get out! Hurry! Just Luther, not you, Cornell, not Travis." Inside the house, the garbage truck shrieked, and the building continued to come apart. The helicopter had almost executed its turn. It was perhaps a quarter-mile directly south of their position. Luther opened his door and got out of the Suburban and regarded Jane across the roof.
What are we doing?
The helicopter had completed its turn, heading for them now. "Wave," she said. Luther looked toward the approaching aircraft. Wave at them. Remember the white FBI on our roof. We aren't leaving here, just arrived. We have this covered. Checking it out. Chapter 2. Bernie rounded the edge of the pool, which blazed with reflected sunshine. The bobbling lounge chairs looked as if they were being smelted down so that their aluminum could be recycled. In spite of the fact that the monkey-quick maniac was smaller than his victim, he had dragged Holden Hammersmith down. He now straddled his prey's chest like the conjured demon out of that fearsome painting, The Nightmare, by Henry Fuseli, which had haunted Miriam after they had seen it in a museum. Hammersmith couldn't seem to throw the guy off. The attacker endured the bigger man's blows as if he no longer had the capacity to feel pain, and he struck blows of his own. Like a vulture pecking at carrion, he darted his head between the flying fists to bite Holden's face. The boy, Sammy, hovered close, shouting, in great distress, but he'd suffered bites on a hand and forearm, and he was too terrified to throw himself on the assailant and try to drag him off. Bernie realized at once that this wasn't a cease and desist, stop or I'll shoot situation, like he hoped it might be. Whether the crazed man might be one of the misfortunates who had been injected with a nanomachine brain implant, or was something else altogether, he was for sure a Meshuggah, insane, obsessed, bizarre. He wasn't going to respond to either reason or threat. Back in the day when Bernie pretended to be a hard-boiled hard-ass to prevent the mob pigs from taking a slice of his business, he had never needed to shoot anyone. Baruch Hashem. He didn't want to shoot anyone now, but he couldn't stand by and watch Hammersmith be murdered. When Sammy dared to grab at the would-be killer, Bernie said, "No, stay back," and he quickly acted in the boy's stead. He could not hope to inflict just an arm or leg wound, because he was likely to shoot the struggling victim as well as the attacker. With his left hand, he seized a fistful of the crazed person's thick dark hair, twisted, pulled hard, forced the madman's head up, back, away from Hammersmith.
"Enough already! Enough!"
Entreaty proved useless. The demon glared, its twisted mouth wet with blood, its blue eyes as empty of humanity as the eyes of those who long ago operated gas chambers in which millions died and furnaces in which others were burned alive. The thing snapped at him, teeth like chisels. Bernie jammed the muzzle of the Springfield TRP Pro against the side of its head.
"Shalom Aleichem. Peace unto you."
And with horror, but without remorse, he squeezed the trigger. The hollow .45 round went clear through the head and struck the thick bole of a palm tree, from which it tore a chunk the size of a fist. Chapter 3. Having descended to about 100 feet, the helicopter approached for a second look. Both front seats were occupied behind the cockpit glass. "Walk with me, Luther. We're checking the place out, doing our job, just two bureau grunts."
"We're not dressed FBI, especially me."
As they hurried toward the house, Jane said, "Yeah, but they know this shit going down today isn't a legit bureau operation. It's an occasion to dress street." Inside the house, the truck still screamed like some behemoth floundering in quicksand and raging at its inevitable descent. As the helo passed over, its fleet shadow shading them for an instant, the back porch collapsed. Sheets of metal roofing sprang loose and were caught in the chopper's downblast, twanging as they flexed like the great wings of a flock born out of a dream about bodiless robot birds. Still, the truck engine raced. Arriving at the front of the house, as the helo arced back to follow them, Jane and Luther surveyed the scene as if they were first responders. She drew her pistol, so this might look real. Luther did the same. Together, they stepped tentatively into the ruins of the porch, which was still overhung by a damaged roof. When the front wheels had broken through the living room floorboards, the joists blocked the axle, at least temporarily stopping the truck from diving into the basement. But the vehicle had tipped forward, and the rear wheels, which remained this side of the breach in the wall, had lifted off the rubble. They spun without effect. Luther raised his voice over the engine roar and the clatter of the hovering Airbus.
"What if they put down?"
"They're not backup," Jane said. "Just chopper jockeys, search and surveillance." They had flown over the house twice, so they must have seen something of the truck through the hole where part of the main roof had fallen in on it. However, because a couple of strategic posts still supported the torn and sagging front porch roof, the men in the helo were not at an angle to be able to see the rear wheels spinning uselessly. The noise made by the Airbus would, for those aboard it, mask the noise of the truck, and they might also be wearing headphones. If Jane and Luther acted as though whatever crazy thing had happened here was over except for the cleanup, the helo boys would have every reason to believe it.
"Better get out there," Luther said, "before they decide to call backup for us."
"Let them see you put away the gun." Jane kicked through the ruins and back to the pea-gravel lawn. She holstered her pistol and gave the Airbus guys 2 thumbs up. Luther thumbed them too and waved them off. The chopper hovered for a moment, but then it turned in place and faced north and buzzed away. They watched it until it was no bigger than a fat housefly. Then they sprinted for the Suburban. Chapter 4. With one hand, the father held his bitten chin together. That was the worst of it. Lesser bites in his left trapezius muscle, left cheek, left brow at the arc of the eye socket, right thumb, right forearm. None of the wounds was mortal. Only the reconstruction of the chin might leave him disfigured, but the pain must have been severe. Holden was beefy, self-confident, unaccustomed to being afraid, but he was scared now. Swaying, he muttered curses at his attacker, even though the man lay dead on the pool deck, his bullet-deformed head half empty. The son kept trying to call 911 with an iPhone. "They don't answer!" He was shaking, frightened by the very fact that his father was afraid. "There's nobody there! We need an ambulance! Why isn't anyone there?" Bernie took the phone from the teenager and wiped the blood-spotted screen on his shirt and entered the 3 digits. 2 rings. An automatic pickup was followed not by a 911 operator's voice or any version of "please hold," but by an electronic twitter and a series of clicks, and then silence.
"Is there someone who can drive you?"
Bernie asked the boy. "My mom." The mother was already running toward them from the office. To the father, Bernie said, "Hold the chin, apply pressure, but with an ice pack if you have one. You want to minimize the bleeding and the swelling. You understand?"
"Yes."
The boy shouted at his mother to bring the car. "The hospital! We gotta get Dad to the hospital!" Bernie realized that he didn't have the burner phone on which Jane would call him. He'd left it in the motorhome. He turned away from the Hammersmiths and shoved the pistol under his waistband and concealed it with his Hawaiian shirt and hurried along the pool decking. He was almost to the end of the pool when the full importance of what had happened abruptly settled upon him, and his heart began to pound. He had intervened in a violent assault and shot a man. A thing. Something like a golem, but not made of mud. A golem without a soul that had once been a man with a soul. He had shot him to death. Yet somehow he'd remained calm throughout the confrontation. He had not been afraid, only concerned about doing what needed to be done. Now his heart knocked hard, though not because he was worried about the consequences of what he'd done, which he wasn't. These events, the insane attack, the shooting, the failure of the 911 system, had something to do with Jane and her boy. She'd said her enemies would be here in force and seal off the valley as best they could, but suddenly it seemed they hadn't just sealed it off. They had also transported the valley out of the world as Bernie had always known it, out of the real world, into the darkest corner of the Twilight Zone where anything could happen, but nothing good could be expected. As Bernie approached a large Winnebago, one of the other motorhomes currently in the park, a deeply tanned, barrel-chested man in sandals and khaki shorts stepped out of it. He gestured toward the farther side of the pool.
"What's going on? What the hell happened over there?"
"Crazy man," Bernie replied. He kept moving.
"Big fight. Somebody shot somebody. Oh, shit."
Before boarding the Tiffin, Bernie disconnected it from the park's power supply. By the time he took the .45 from his waistband and put it on the console box and got behind the wheel and started the engine, the Winnebago was roaring past on its way out of the park. A minute later, a Thor motor coach decamped, and behind it, a Fleetwood. Shivering in the outflow of air conditioning, which wasn't very cold, Bernie picked up the burner phone and stared at it, hoping. Chapter 5. Passenger, as always, Carter Jurgen is being driven through the quivering thermals that rise from the sun-scorched blacktop, the wasteland flat and sere and daunting to all sides, like a dreamscape in which emaciated horses bearing dead riders will appear in a long, ghastly procession, as they do sometimes in his sleep. The four-door, six-wheel Velociraptor is a big vehicle, but it's a subcompact compared to the valley-wide waste management Uber truck, which could demolish it in the equivalent of a headbutting contest. The V-Raptor is the very essence of cool, yes, but driving cool wheels when you go off a cliff won't buy you a soft landing. Having conceived of his mortality while touring the scene of slaughter in the kitchen of the Corrigan house, Carter Jurgen is hour by hour becoming more obsessed with the prospect of his death, which previously had seemed no more likely than going to bed here in California and waking up on the moon. He doesn't want to find the dumpster-lifting truck and endure the demolition derby that might ensue. He doesn't want to come face-to-face with Arlen Hosteen, because Hosteen has gone through the Forbidden Door and fallen down the Forbidden Stairs and is just an older version of Ramsey Corrigan, the teenage mutant death machine. After having been enthusiastically in the hunt for Jane Hawk, Jurgen does not any longer want to find her either. Now that he's able to conceive of his death, he's increasingly concerned that Jane Hawk will deliver it to him. He's surprised by the transformation he's undergoing, but he's pretty close to embracing a live-and-let-live attitude, and it doesn't feel half bad.
"Maybe we need to step back and rethink," he says. "Step back from what?" Dubose asks.
"The brink."
"What brink?"
"Jane Hawk."
"She's a brink? She's not a brink. She's a dumb bitch who's been damn lucky."
"She could be a brink," Jurgen insists. "We've been racing after her full tilt for so long, we could suddenly find ourselves airborne with a long drop and nothing below but rocks." Radley Dubose doesn't bother to reduce speed when he looks away from the road and pulls his sunglasses down his nose with one finger and peers at Jurgen over the frames.
"You're too young to be going through a midlife crisis, Cubby."
"I have a bad feeling."
"Well, I have a good feeling."
"I've never had a bad feeling like this before." Dubose repositions his sunglasses and looks at the road again and says,
"Maybe you need testosterone shots."
This is when Dubose receives a call from the Desert Flora Study Group. The valley-wide waste management truck, and probably Arlen Hosteen with it, has been spotted by the Airbus crew conducting low-altitude surveillance. The truck plowed into a house approximately 1.5 miles from the Velociraptor's current position. FBI agents, Arcadians, of course, are already on the scene. Chapter 6. Travis had been huddled on the floor behind the driver's seat, below window level. At his mother's instruction, he now sat on the seat long enough to thrust his legs into a roomy gray duffel bag she provided, pulled it up to his shoulders as if it were a sleeping bag, and then returned to the floor where he curled in the fetal position. Head toward the front of the vehicle, back to the port side door, he faced the transmission hump that separated his half of the back seat from Cornell's. He was small enough to fit nicely in that footwell. Jane leaned through the open door and kissed his cheek. She pulled the duffel bag over his head and partly closed the draw cords at the top, leaving a large enough opening for air to enter. "Are you okay, sweetie?"
"I'm good."
The gray bag was emblazoned with a red cross in a white circle. "Now you're just bandages, honey. Lots of bandages and medical supplies. If we're stopped, you don't move." From within the duffel, he said,
"Not a finger.
"You're a brave boy."
I'm an FBI kid."
When Jane looked up from the Red Cross bag, she met Cornell Jasperson's stare. His eyes glistened with torment. He whispered too softly for Travis to hear, "I won't let him die. Won't let him. Won't let him." The white plastic zip ties around his wrists and ankles had been cut and mended with white tape. They looked secure, but they could be pulled apart with ease. "Just play it like I explained," she whispered, "and we'll all make it." When she closed the door, she realized that, in the imploded house, still alive in the cab of the truck, the driver continued to pump the accelerator with demonic insistence. The engine roared, and an underlying shrill grinding noise might have been the front axle spinning relentlessly against the joists that had not yet given way. If he was one of the adjusted people, something had gone so wrong with his nanoweb control mechanism that he was now perhaps as much of a machine as was the truck he had once commanded, stuck in gear and unable to shift himself into neutral. She hurried around to the front passenger seat, where Luther had propped the fully automatic 12-gauge shotgun on its butt plate, barrel against the dashboard. She stood it between her legs, keeping it upright by pincering it with her knees, and pulled the door shut. As they drove past the destroyed residence, the mounded wreckage abruptly cratered, as apparently the joists succumbed. The basement swallowed the truck, along with a few tons of debris, and the ruins disgorged a thick gray plume. The only portion of the structure remaining upright was a 6-foot-wide section of stuccoed wall with a glassless centered window offering a view of churning dust, like a cenotaph standing as a memorial to a lost civilization. In the back seat, Cornell said, "Goodbye, little blue house." 20 yards north of the ruins, a Lexus SUV was parked aslant the shoulder of the road, its back end on the pavement, the driver's door standing open. There appeared to be a dead man slumped in the front passenger seat.
"What's this?"
Luther wondered. Jane figured that the man who had broken down the front door before the arrival of the garbage truck had driven the Lexus.
"Is you whisper sex me, kill you, whisper inside head?"
To Luther, she said, "I'll explain later, if I can. Just get us the hell out of here." They headed north on the leg of County Highway S3 that was called Borrego Springs Road. Chapter 7. Although he was expecting the call, Bernie Riggowitz startled and almost dropped the phone when it rang. He said only, "Yes?" To allow for an array of scenarios, they had prearranged 4 possible sites for a rendezvous, each identified only by a number. Jane said 1, which meant she and Luther and Travis were en route in the Suburban with no one wounded and with every reason to believe they could get back to the parking lot, just outside of the campground gate where they had parted earlier. Because of the bizarre attack on Holden Hammersmith and the shooting that had left a dead man on the pool deck, Bernie was nervous about remaining at this facility for the 15 or 20 minutes Luther might require for the drive from the southern end of the valley. On the other hand, no one was answering 911 calls, suggesting local law enforcement must be either overwhelmed by events that Bernie could only imagine or compromised by the marshaled forces searching for Jane. If no one was dispatching ambulances or patrol cars, the RV park most likely wouldn't be a crawl with police anytime soon. In answer to her 1, he said 1 and pressed end. The call had been so short that the carrier wave fishermen aboard the trolling airplane could not have had time to lock on either phone's signal and track it to source. Nevertheless, Bernie got out of the driver's seat and stepped into the living room and put the burner on the floor and used a hammer to smash it, as Jane had instructed. On terminating the call, she would have thrown her phone out the window of the Suburban. They could no longer communicate. But come good luck or bad, they would not need to speak again until they were face to face. Chapter 8. DuBose drives north on the leg of County Highway S3 called Yankee Pass Road, turns south on Borrego Springs Road, and after half a mile slows to look at the Lexus in which a corpse slumps in the passenger seat. He parks in front of the abandoned SUV. Carter Jurgen doesn't want to join in his partner's inspection of the Lexus. He wants to live and let live, or rather, live and let the dead be dead. However, he doesn't want to be told again that he needs testosterone shots. Even with his newfound awareness of his mortality, he still needs Radley DuBose's approval. This need is sick, and Jurgen knows it's sick, but it's powerful. DuBose is a West Virginia hillbilly with the thinnest patina of sophistication acquired at a second-rate Ivy League school, a lousy dresser, a noisy eater, a mannerless rube who speaks competent French, yes, but with embarrassing pretension. Nonetheless, DuBose is cool. There's no getting around it. He's a self-possessed, imperturbable, totally cool dude. Cool has been a goal of Carter Jurgens since middle school, but he's made little progress toward coolness. Here he sits, in an outfit that would meet with the approval of the best fashion magazine in the world, GQ, a few $1,000s worth of clothes. He also wears a Graph Star Eclipse ultra-slim lightweight titanium wristwatch, and yet he knows in his heart that he is not in the least cool. In fact, when he looks at the Graph Star Eclipse to see what hour it is, as this might be the hour when he dies, he is mortified that he can't tell the time. The watch has an entirely black face, black hands, and black check marks instead of numbers. And, at the moment, anyway, he might as well be looking into a collapsed star, into a black hole strapped to his wrist. DuBose wears a Timex or something even cheesier, with a plain white face and numbers. But Jurgen is too embarrassed to ask him the time. At the Lexus, DuBose opens the passenger door to have a closer look at the deceased, while Jurgen stands at the driver's door, pinching his nose against the stench. The dead man has voided his bowels and bladder, and his ears are full of blood.
"One of the 50 we brain-screwed last night," DuBose says. "Name's Nelson Luft."
DuBose is at all times au courant with details like the names of the plebs, the rabble, the nobodies with whom they are currently involved. To Carter Jurgen, this has always seemed to be proof that the big man lacks a well-honed mind that can focus on what's most important. But now, even this seems cool, evidence that DuBose can take in the whole picture while remaining focused on salient issues.
His partner is Henry Lorimar. Henry must be somewhere near.
Moving toward the house, DuBose draws his pistol, suggesting that Henry is another Ramsey Corrigan.
Hackles up, cubby.
Chapter 9. Travis in the duffel, Cornell playing prisoner, Luther pushing the Suburban past the speed limit, relying on the lettered doors and roof to grant them safe passage, the pale desert burning away toward stark mountains in every direction, and an eerie sense of something unseen falling toward them at high speed. Never in her life had Jane bought a lottery ticket or put a coin in a slot machine. She possessed an intuitive awareness of the odds of success and failure in any undertaking, and the odds for a gambler were terrible. If she had to be in the game, she wanted to be the one who stacked the deck, or replaced the regulation ivories with a pair of loaded dice. For any operation like this, she thought it out ahead, went over it at least 100 times in her mind. Once she was on the ground and everyone was in play, She relied equally on training and intuition, and she remained keen for any advantage that might present itself. Yet she never dared to be certain of the plan's efficacy while it was unfolding. The more distance they put between themselves and Cornell's property, and the closer they drew to Bernie and the motorhome, the greater her tension grew. She wasn't superstitious. A broken mirror, a black cat crossing her path, spilled salt, nothing of that nature could ever disquiet her. However, although this world was beautiful beyond reckoning, it was also a dark world. Evil conspired in every corner, in sunshine and in shadow, and only a fool thought otherwise. So much was at stake for her now, not only her own life, but that of her child and those of her friends. For the moment, the personal took priority over the mere fate of humanity and the loss of its free will. She wished that she'd taken an acid reducer. Her hands were cold, icy. Her chest felt tight. She had lost so much. Luther had lost more. Cornell was rich, but he'd lost the greater part of an ordinary life even before he'd been born. They were not going to lose anything more. This was a dark world, yes, but they were not going to allow the darkness to swallow them. Screw that! As they approached a crossroad, Luther braked for 3 black Jeep Grand Cherokees, all arrayed with rooftop light bars, all with sirens wailing as they raced from east to west, one behind the other. Jane read the shields on the doors of the Cherokees. Homeland Security. Luther drove through the intersection in the wake of the Jeeps, and less than half a mile later they came upon an overturned Toyota pickup, blackened by a recent fire. The driver had not gotten out alive. 2 minutes later, they arrived at a deconstructed motorcycle and the grisly remains of its rider. And then a battered Mini Cooper hung up on the trunk of a cleaved but still standing oak tree.
WTF?
Luther wondered. When they discovered a red Honda lying on its flank and smashed roof first into a retaining wall, as if it had been squashed by an army tank, Jane put both hands on the automatic shotgun that was braced between her knees. Provided by her source in Reseda, the weapon was a slick knockoff of the Auto Assault 12 that had been developed in the United States. This one had been manufactured without license in Iran. 38 inches long, including a 13-inch barrel. The 32-round drum magazine would empty in 6 seconds on full auto. Heavy. About 15 pounds when fully loaded with 12-gauge shells. This one was loaded with slugs instead of buckshot. It fired from a locked breech and looked like a hard gun to manage, though it was, in fact, sweet. The weapon's gas-operated system absorbed 80% of the recoil, and a spring paired off another 10%, so the kickback was a small fraction of that from an ordinary 12-gauge. They were maybe 10 minutes from the RV park where Bernie waited. Chapter 10. Maybe Henry Lorimar is prowling around, alive and demented, reduced to a reptile consciousness, but Jurgen hopes the brain-screwed pleb is dead in the demolished house. He and Dubose circle the structure, looking for indications, signs, manifestations, stains on the fabric of normalcy, the usual bullshit stuff. But it seems to Jurgen that there is no smallest swatch of clean normalcy, that the fabric is stained from end to end, that everything they see is a sign. And what every sign seems to portend is death.
Where's the FBI?
Dubose wonders.
According to the pilot, he overflew an FBI Suburban here just minutes ago.
Maybe they weren't ready to dig through the ruins. Dangerous work. What for, anyway? Who cares if Arlen Hosteen is dead in his garbage truck? In such situations, it is never clear if Dubose is considering anything Jurgen says. The big man affects that profound, pondering expression that suggests Jurgen is a feeble version of Dr. Watson with little to offer.
And why,
Dubose broods,
did Hosteen come here of all places? What drew him?
Maybe he just didn't like the color of the stucco. What drew Henry Lorimer here?
Behind the imploded garage, Dubose becomes fascinated with a garden hose. Between the threaded fitting at the end of the hose and the nozzle is one of those 1-quart bottle attachments that allows the water spray to be mixed with lawn fertilizer, pesticide, or other substances. Another bottle lies discarded and empty. The pea gravel is wet in places, not yet dried by the fierce afternoon sun.
What the hell were they doing here?
Dubose wonders, pinching his chin with thumb and forefinger to convey a meditative mood. Vague impressions in the thick carpet of pea gravel lead Jurgen to risk an observation that might be worthy of mockery.
They aren't clear, but aren't these tire tracks?
Studying the pebbled desert landscaping, Dubose says,
Could these be tire tracks? But from what vehicle? The FBI's? What were they doing with the hose?
Washing the Suburban?
Jurgen ventures.
The entire valley's descending into chaos. These brain-screwed freaks on a killing spree everywhere, and a couple agents decide to wash their wheels? I don't think so, my friend. Though I understand how deeply you Harvard men are into waxed and shiny transportation.
Frowning, Dubose crouches and plucks from the gravel a lump of pasty white substance that he works between thumb and forefinger. He sniffs the material. Carter Jurgen surveys their surroundings for any sign of Henry Lorimer or some other hapless specimen exemplifying the heretofore unanticipated dangers of the direct interfacing of the human brain with a computer.
Chalky,
Dubose says of the pasty white stuff.
Smells maybe a little like paint.
Chapter 11. With its masses of witchy gray hair and its wet breath, the storm seems to pursue the Rhino GX north from the Gulf of Mexico, blasting bedevilments of wind-driven rain against the tailgate, howling curses at the side windows. By now, the average tropical depression would have exhausted its pyrotechnics, but this is weather as stage setting, and the unknown playwright employs it lavishly. As Egon Godfrey at last arrives in Conroe and wends his way to the northeast perimeter of the city, the storm stabs the darkening day with dagger after dagger, and all the works of man and nature leap, leap, leap in stroboscopic terror. This neighborhood of handsome houses features multi-acre lots on low rolling hills. In the eerie rapture of lashing silvery rain beribboned with serpentine fog and flickering with the goblin light of the tortured heavens, tall pine trees stand in groups as though they are sentinels on the watch for otherworldly threats that the storm might blow in from some parallel universe. Egon Godfrey drives past the target house, circles the block. He parks 3 doors south and across the street from the residence. A 2-story brick beauty painted white, set well back from the quiet street. Black shutters framing the windows. 4 broad front steps leading up to a portico with 6 columns. In the dismal day, warm amber light is welcoming in several windows. The wind fails, and now the downpour continues strictly on the vertical. The Rhino stands under the boughs of an enormous pine in front of vacant acreage. Godfrey douses the headlights and switches off the wipers, but to maintain the air conditioning, he doesn't kill the engine. The vehicle's windows are darkly tinted, and the day is too warm for his presence to be betrayed by exhaust vapor. In such a fierce storm, perhaps not even a single soul will be out walking and curious enough to wonder if the idling engine might suggest that someone is conducting surveillance. On the passenger seat is the MedExpress carrier. The digital readout shows the interior temperature is 45 degrees, more than cool enough to ensure that the ampules containing the control mechanisms will be effective when injected. Godfrey intends to wait for darkness. Ansel and Claire think they are clever,
They fail to understand, however, that their roles are not central to this drama, while he is the iconic loner around whom every scene is structured. Their fate shall be enslavement. Chapter 12. As Radley Dubose prowls the scene beside the ruined garage, the white, wet substance clings to his shoes, and pea gravel sticks to the pasty stuff. This is reason enough for Carter Jurgen to remain a few steps back from the site of the investigation. He is wearing gray suede 7-eye lace-up ankle-fit trainers by Axel Arigato. In both the Corrigan and Atlee houses, he barely avoided getting blood on the exquisitely finished suede. He is damn well not going to soil the shoes irrevocably by competing with Dubose in a pointless game of name the mysterious crap. The big man tramps across the layer of gravel, which seems to average 4 or 5 inches in depth, scowling as he considers the subtleties of texture and distribution. With one shoe, he scrapes away the little stones to reveal bare earth.
It's mud underneath. Someone recently used a lot of water with an urgent purpose,
he observes solemnly, as though he will shortly retire to his rooms on Baker Street, there to fill his favorite pipe with black tobacco and play his violin while pondering this clue. Dubose walks in widening circles, scanning the ground. He halts when, in addition to the crunching noise, there arises a metallic sound, like an empty soft drink can crumpling under his weight. He scrapes aside several inches of little stones to reveal a buried California license plate. A pair of plates, not rusted and long out of date, the current design. Frowning, he holds the plates between thumb and forefinger of his right hand, as if they are the first 2 cards in a poker hand played with a giant deck. From his safe-for-the-shoes position, Carter Jurgen feels his oppressive sense of impending doom relieved somewhat by the mixed emotions that Dubose stirs in him. Contempt for the man's boobish pretension, grudging admiration for the way he often resolves a mystery, in spite of being born with a hillbilly brain that has been further stupefied by the faculty of Princeton, and an embarrassing but undeniable adolescent veneration of the big man's total coolness and, admit it, his genuine charisma. Suddenly, Dubose casts aside the license plates and withdraws his smartphone from a pocket.
No time to relay this through the Desert Flora study group. Got to call him direct.
Call who? Jurgen asks.
Whom? The helo pilot. Live and learn, Cubby.
When the pilot answers, Dubose says,
Hawk somehow brought a white Suburban through roadblocks, washed off the special formula paint with a solvent, put on federal tags. It's that black FBI Suburban you scoped out where the truck took down a house. Find it, and we'll have the bitch.
Jurgen stands, awestruck, his hope renewed. Chapter 13. They were 2 minutes from Bernie. Jane wasn't superstitious, but her many experiences of desperate situations had taught her that sometimes the closer your destination, the more you might slip-slide away. Which only made sense. When your adversaries were formidable, whether they were 2 sociopathic serial killers on an isolated farm or multiple law enforcement agencies of the United States government, the longer you took to wrap up a piece of business, the greater the chances that you would lose momentum and the other side would gain it. In such circumstances, time was seldom a friend. She called out to Travis where he curled in the duffel bag on the floor behind the driver's seat. "How are you doing, Travis?" When he didn't answer, she raised her voice. "Travis, are you okay?" This time he said something, but too softly for her to hear. Cornell relayed the boy's reply.
He says bandages don't talk."
Luther laughed, and after a hesitation, Jane laughed as well, though at the moment, laughter made her nervous. Even though she didn't believe in fate, she wanted to avoid taunting it. Luther turned off the highway onto the approach road to the RV campground. Bernie had moved the motorhome to the overflow parking lot outside the main gate. He stood beside it in the sun. In white sneakers and white chinos and a pink and blue Hawaiian shirt, slight and white-haired, with a face that would have gotten him role after role as a kindly grandfather, if the movies still told stories in which kindly grandfathers were relevant. Just the sight of him would have given her hope, except the uncharacteristic angularity and tension of his posture signaled that something was wrong. Chapter 14. Jurgen hears a car stop in front of the house, and a door slams. Already additional investigators are swarming to the property. Looking around wonderingly at the garden hose and the license plates and the pea gravel and the chalky, pasty white stuff, he is able to put some of the pieces together, but the puzzle is far from complete. How can you be sure it was Hawk?
Helo pilot reported one agent was a woman.
We have several in the valley right now.
The other was a black guy.
We got black guys. That Minnesota sheriff she teamed up with before was black. You think the boy was hiding in the house? Jurgen asks.
Maybe in the house.
Dubos's attention shifts to the distant ramshackle barn.
The house, or somewhere on the property.
But why did Hosteen drive his truck into this place?
I don't know everything, Cubby.
He picks up the license plates he previously discarded.
Gotta call Desert Flora, have them run a search of plates scanned on incoming traffic, see where the Suburban came from when it was white.
Just then, an outlandish yet somehow familiar figure appears from around the ruins of the house and says,
"Hey now, boys, that there's some ass-kicking truck you got. I'd get myself one if I had more than a pot to pee in, which is about all I got after 4 lazy squandering husbands and what with the pathetic check I get from the thieving embezzlers at Social Security."
She looks as old as the desert, centuries of hot sun baked into her wrinkled face, long tangles of brittle white hair frizzling from under her wide-brimmed straw hat, dressed in a red neckerchief, a tan linen shirt almost as wrinkled as she is, cargo pocket khakis, and red athletic shoes. She carries a big shoulder-slung purse from which peers a small dog, a Pomeranian that regards Jurgen and Dubose with keen interest.
"I figured a fancy-ass truck like yours couldn't stay hid for long in the Anza Borrego. A dandy like that'n must take years of profitable sinning to pay for it. What's the sticker price on that there sucker?"
Dubose smiles, though not warmly, and says,
"We're FBI, and this is a crime scene, ma'am. You need to leave the property."
She cocks her head and squints at them, and the Pomeranian does the same, as if it mimics her gestures as a parrot might mimic her colorful language.
"You boys 'member me broke down by the side of the road in killer heat? You went blowing by like a wind out of hell?"
"Ah," Jurgen says. "Yes, that rust bucket Dodge pickup." The old woman says,
"I come here to tell you a thing or damn two about manners and courtesy, seeing as how your worthless parents never done their job."
"Granny," Dubose says, "you could get yourself in a world of trouble if you don't vamoose."
Ignoring the implication that she risks arrest for interfering with an investigation, the old woman says,
"Maybe some didn't stop 'cause they were on their way to comfort a dying child, but you're not that kind. What blisters my butt is you not only go flying past, but you just got to mock me with a toot-toot. Wasn't me alone might wither and blow away in that killer heat. Was Larry, too."
At the mention of his name, Larry the Pomeranian looks adoringly at his guardian.
"This here precious pup is the light of my life, the only one who's loved me in 90 years. You toot-toot me, you toot-toot him."
Dubose has had enough. When the big man has had enough, he is a wonder to watch.
"Listen, you stupid, dried-up old twat. You get your skinny ass out of here, or I'll break more bones than you can count, make you watch me crush Larry's head, and then bury you alive in the rubble of this house."
She sighs.
Idiot.
She draws a Sig Sauer P245 from her monster purse and shoots Dubose twice, point blank. She shoots Jurgen as he goes for his pistol, shoots him again as the weapon falls from his hand. He collapses to the pea gravel, suffering pain far greater than anything he's ever known or imagined. Jurgen looks up at the old woman as she stares down with disdain.
Rattlesnakes, she declares.
Shit. I must have killed 1,000 of them.
From Jurgen's perspective, when the shooter turns and walks away, she is not a diminutive old woman any longer, but a towering figure with a mystical aura. His entire life now seems to have been a wandering without purpose, incoherent until she walked in to say,
"Hey now, boys, that's some ass-kicking truck you got."
Whereafter, she has defined his life as he's never been able to do, has drawn a red circle around his 37 years and penciled in the margin one word: meaningless. Chapter 15. In case the authorities were stopping all incoming and outgoing traffic at the roadblocks, as they had done little more than 2.5 hours earlier, Cornell Jasperson would leave Borrego Valley in the motorhome, tucked under the platform bed where Luther Tillman had hidden earlier. Travis would occupy the smaller space under the built-in sofa where Jane had been concealed. She helped the boy extricate himself from the duffel bag, and she knelt beside the Suburban to hold him close, to feel the beating of his heart and look into his eyes. They were his father's eyes in every striation, in their crystalline clarity, in the directness with which they met her eyes. "Good so far," she said. "Not much farther to go. Mr. Riggowitz will show you where to hide. He's a lovely man. Do exactly what he tells you to do."
"I will."
"Listen, in there where you're going to hide, there might be this cockroach. Don't let it scare you at the wrong moment."
"Cockroaches don't scare me, Mom."
"I should have said don't let it startle you. Be very quiet and still, and everything will be all right."
"Why can't you hide in the motorhome with us?"
"There aren't enough spaces to hide, sweetie. Besides, Luther and I are going to be Bernie's escort, like a police escort." She hugged him very tight again and kissed his cheek, his brow. "Hurry now. Mr. Riggowitz is waiting." As Luther led the boy to meet Bernie at the starboard door of the Tiffin Allegro, into which Cornell had already climbed, as Jane got to her feet, she heard the helicopter. Chapter 16. Carter Jurgen, lying helpless on a catafalque of pea gravel, under a searing sun as fierce as the eye of some merciless monocular judge, a chorus of crickets singing a monotonous dirge. The agony first squeezes from him screams more terrible than those to which any of the people he's executed have ever given voice. But either his nervous system short-circuits from an overload of pain, or his brain is pumping out a flood of endorphins, for the torment soon subsides to mere misery. He doesn't know exactly where he's been shot, and lacks the courage to assess his wounds. He is too weak to move, and growing weaker by the moment. Bleeding out. He can smell the blood. He is lying on his side, facing Radley Dubose, whom he believes is dead. The big man is sprawled flat on his back, arms out to his sides. Then Dubose speaks.
"An historic moment, my friend."
"Call 911, says Jurgen, as a flicker of hope fires through his unadjusted brain.
"No can do, cubby. I'm paralyzed from the neck down. No feeling at all. Wish I'd called Desert Flora about the bitch hawk before I called the pilot. Now only the pilot knows."
Jurgen begins to weep.
"No tears are warranted," Dubose counsels. "This is a great and noble death."
"Noble?" Carter Jurgen is still capable of astonishment and a small flame of anger.
"Noble? Tell me what the hell is noble about it? We're dying for the revolution."
Jurgen's words come in a rhythm of exhaustion.
"We're dying 'cause you
tooted at a crazy old skank demented from a lifetime of vicious heat. Tarantulas, snakes, flying bats, eating flying beetles in the night, and 4 useless desert rat husbands who she probably deserved, the hateful bitch. Whom, not who, Dubose corrects. Love the revolution, my friend. It is our monument. Jurgen's vision is fading. He can draw only shallow breaths. It's bullshit. The revolution. Just bullshit. All revolutions are bullshit, Cubby. That is, until you win one. Then you rule like gods and take what you want, who you want. Meanwhile, man, what a ride. Jurgen's hearing is fading too, sounds distant. He can hardly hear the big man. He whispers an expression of love, such as he knows it. You were always so cool. How could this happen to you when you were always so cool? If Dubose answers, Jurgen does not hear him. Chapter 17. The possible evil intentions of those who fly the Airbus H-120 imparted to the aircraft a monstrous quality, so that as it streaked across the desert scrub toward the RV campground, it appeared less like a machine than like a huge wasp with lethal venom to deliver. The helo's approach was so direct and fast. Jane could only assume that in the half hour since the pilot left them unmolested at the ruined house, he had found a reason to reconsider their legitimacy and to seek them out. Now he and his crewmate had seen Travis being led to the motorhome, a boy approximately the size of the one they were hunting. Jane pulled open the front passenger door and grabbed the Auto Assault 12 as the chopper racketed over the car, over the Tiffin Allegro, and executed an arc of return. She hated this. She was trained for the street, not for the battlefield. In the Bureau, and even since, when she'd been forced to kill, the enemy had been a person, dimensional and detailed. She had seen his face, had known beyond all doubt that he was malicious and an immediate threat to her life, or the life of an innocent. But this confrontation was of the nature of war, not law enforcement. She couldn't see the faces of the men in the chopper, didn't know their names, didn't, with certainty, understand their intentions. In war, you needed to kill at a distance, at the earliest opportunity, otherwise you could be overwhelmed and lose your advantage, and then the fight. But the need to do this made her feel not wicked, not even unclean, but in part responsible, because it might not have come to this if she had been a little smarter, quicker. There was no time for self-examination. She existed only for her boy, to give him a chance at life, and perhaps yet a world worth living in. What laws Jane broke, and what sins she committed in his defense, were a cancer on no one else's soul but her own, and she alone would bear the consequences all the way to the grave, and perhaps beyond. The pilot used the Airbus H-120 as a weapon of intimidation, clearing the roof of the motorhome by no more than 20 feet. Maybe the co-pilot was also a shooter. Jane couldn't know if they were strictly on a surveillance run or might be combat-ready. When the chopper crossed the Suburban and turned its flank to her, the starboard door might be opened to facilitate automatic fire. Loaded with slugs, the Auto Assault 12 had an effective range of 100 meters. As the helo passed over the Suburban far lower than that, Jane moved boldly under it and emptied the drum magazine. With a muzzle velocity of 1,100 feet per second, the shotgun pumped out 32 slugs in 6 seconds. The auto-fire report stuttered loud across the parking lot, but the recoil reduction system was as effective as claimed, the butt plate of the stock bumping against her shoulder not with jarring violence, but as if giving her a rapid series of attaboys to encourage her attack. At such close range, the slugs ripped holes in the aircraft's undercarriage, wrecked one of the skids, rattled hard through the whirling rotor blades to no good effect, tore up the tail pylon, blew out the tail rotor,
disintegrated the horizontal stabilizer. 70 or 80 feet past Jane, the Airbus wobbled into an uncontrolled death spin. It came back toward her, and a thrill of terror fired her heart as if it were a drum magazine in her breast. Then the chopper spun away from her, drawing a gray spiral of smoke on the bright air. The engine quit, and the helo tipped, and a blade of the rotary wing gouged the blacktop. The Airbus flipped, tumbled, exploded, vanishing in a beautiful bright flower of infinite petals that for a moment seemed to grant pilot and co-pilot absolution in death. But then the broken craft reappeared as a scorched carcass, and the petals of flame became mere tongues of fire that licked through the wreckage with fiendish hunger. Jane turned toward the Suburban. The 2 dogs were at the side window of the cargo area, neither of them barking. They seemed not to have been frightened by either the gunfire or the crashing Airbus. Their dark, liquid eyes regarded Jane with grave interest, as though in their veins flowed the blood of seers, as if they intended, by the intensity of their stares, to convey to her the nature of some oncoming calamity. Luther stood on the farther side of the vehicle.
Shit.
An avalanche of it, she agreed.
You think they had time to report finding us?
Maybe.
They'd be excited, overconfident, caught up in the moment.
They were both aboard the Suburban. The engine of the motorhome turned over, started. Jane said, "We're too deep in for a change of plans. It's this or nothing. Let's roll." Chapter 18. In the bedroom of the Tiffin Allegro, Cornell Jasperson found the secret space under the queen-size bed to be comfortable and even pleasant. He was not having an anxiety attack, but darkness always calmed him in the throes of such an event, and it calmed him now. As when he was burning with anxiety, Cornell imagined himself floating in a soothing pool of cool water. Under the bed platform, where no one could touch him, he wouldn't go nut-bar and make a spectacle of himself at the very worst moment, which might have happened if he had remained in the Suburban. The motorhome began to move, slowly at first, and then faster. Engine rumble and road noise filtered up into the secret space where Cornell lay. It wasn't pleasant to the ear, but he could endure it. This wasn't like the sound of the airplane that had touched him all over like thousands of crawling ants and spooked him into an anxiety attack. He would be all right. He really would. Nobody could touch him here. Mr. Riggowitz seemed like a good person, very old but gentle and concerned. A nice smile. When he'd shown Cornell the space under the bed, Mr. Riggowitz said he'd driven from one end of the country to the other, over and over again, so he knew what he was doing behind the wheel of the motorhome. He would do a fine job. They were safe in his hands. Nevertheless, Cornell wished that their driver was Mr. Paul Simon, the songwriter and singer. He knew it wasn't realistic to wish for this. Mr. Paul Simon was too famous and probably too rich to drive a bus for anyone, though a constant kindness in his music suggested he would be a person of humility and understanding who would do anything that he could to assist someone in distress. A disturbing thought occurred to Cornell. Until recently, he had worn his hair in dreadlocks like Mr. Bob Marley, the singer, but he cut them off when he learned that the reggae star had been dead for decades. Although he loved Mr. Paul Simon's music, he did not closely follow the singer's life, and now he realized that he didn't know if Mr. Paul Simon was alive or had passed away. If Mr. Paul Simon had passed away, Cornell shouldn't be wishing that the singer-songwriter was driving the motorhome. Mr. Riggowitz was very old, but alive, which made him better suited to the task. Thinking about all this, Cornell became nervous. The darkness and the imaginary pool of cool, soothing water were helpful, but to further calm himself, he began to sing aloud, softly, "Diamonds on the soles of my shoes." Chapter 19. Jane Hawk knew the desert offered unique beauty, but under the current circumstances, This stark realm seemed to have been salted and otherwise poisoned. What little grew across the pale surrounding plain appeared misshapen and threatening, as though the roots of all the local flora extended far down into infernal regions, originating in the tortured souls of the citizens of that deep darkness. When they had first arrived here, the land had seemed to speak to her, and now she felt that it repeated what it had said then. The boy is mine, now and forever. They had arrived on County Highway S-22, but they were leaving on State Highway 78 to avoid encountering the same agents at the same roadblock. Bernie had entered the valley as ordinary Albert Neary, but he was leaving with an FBI escort, which couldn't be easily explained to those who remembered him from a few hours earlier. Luther drove 5 miles below the speed limit. They didn't want to appear to be fleeing and thereby draw undue interest. In the motorhome, Bernie remained only 3 car lengths behind them. Traffic seemed heavier than normal, nearly all of it outbound from the valley. The motorists who passed the Tiffin and Suburban were traveling much faster than the speed limit, although nothing about the people glimpsed in those vehicles confirmed their panic. Jane suspected an urgent exodus was underway, inspired by extreme, bizarre violence witnessed and rumored. She had a second 32-round drum for the Auto Assault 12. The barrel of the shotgun was still warm when she changed out the depleted magazine. Whether the search operation had learned that she was in an FBI Suburban, or whether that discovery died with the crew of the Airbus, security at all the roadblocks had surely tightened in the hours since she arrived. The professionals hunting her possessed intuition no less keen than hers. They would feel in their bones that this was the day when she would come, that she was among them, and, in fact, that she might already have her boy and be on the way out. Furthermore, they evidently had augmented their searchers with a cadre of adjusted people, and something had gone terribly wrong. The ensuing chaos gave them another reason to conduct tighter searches of every outbound and inbound vehicle. They might even seal off the valley for the duration and allow no one to enter or leave. She couldn't risk the motorhome being subjected to a closer inspection than it had received earlier in the day. She and Luther would try to bluff their way through the roadblock with bureau ID and badges that she'd gotten on Monday from her source in Reseda. Duke and Queenie might give them away. However, the dogs might as likely add credibility to their story of escorting a VIP Arcadian out of the chaos zone. Yes, it was known that Gavin and Jessica Washington owned a pair of German Shepherds, but Jane suspected most of these elitist Arcadian creeps would be unable to imagine that she might risk rescuing the dogs along with her boy. Their ethics, such as any existed, were utilitarian ethics. Were their roles and hers reversed, they would abandon the dogs, or even kill them rather than bring them along. Fortunately, Duke and Queenie were of the breed most often trained to assist law enforcement officers, and the Bureau employed a kennel's worth of them. After certain events in Iron Furnace, Kentucky, Luther had been publicly connected to Jane. However, he hadn't been at her side during frequent hits she made on Arcadians in Orange County, California, and Lake Tahoe. They might think he had died or gone to ground in grief over the nanoweb enslavement of his wife and older daughter, unwilling to risk his remaining child, Jolie, by further helping America's most wanted fugitive. Luther could not disguise his race or his size, but his shaved head, beard, and new wardrobe might be enough to avoid suspicion. As for Jane, she was being Eleanor Dashwood, shoulder-length blonde hair long gone, pixie-cut chestnut-brown wig, colored contact lenses to turn her blue eyes brown, stage-prop glasses. A simple disguise was nearly always successful if worn with confidence. Never avoid eye contact. When stared at, stare back. When flirted with, flirt in return. Don't evade casual conversations with strangers. In fact, initiate them. Know who Eleanor Dashwood is, and then be her. They were approaching the crest of a low rise when Luther said,
"Something's on fire."
A dark column churned high into the faded blue sky. 3 vultures circled the smoke as though it bore the scent of charred carrion that whet their appetite. The Suburban topped the rise. Half a mile ahead, light bars flashed on the barricading vehicles, one of which burned furiously. Chapter 20. The water, surging in the gutters, bears upon it phosphorescent laces of foam. Deprived of wind, the rain falls hard in plumb lines. Thin scarves of fog do not race like the rain, but instead wander through the day to a different tempo. Like lost spirits seeking some final resting place, glowing with the lightning as if each bolt is a welcoming call that lures them toward some far shore. The scene is beautiful, and it is crafted solely to enhance the drama of what Egon Godfrey will soon do. Yet he's weary of it. Here in eastern Texas, in the central time zone, perhaps half an hour of daylight remains, but the dark gray overcast is so thick that the sun seems already to be setting behind the swollen clouds. He is eager to proceed, and would approach the target house now, if only the storm would relent. A moment later, the volume of rain diminishes, becomes a light drizzle. The drizzle becomes sprinkles. The arsenal of heaven seems to have fired its last thunderbolt. In the gathering gloom, the rain entirely stops. Chapter 21. Luther said,
"This doesn't look good."
Vehicles had been ordered off the road and were parked on the flanking desert, 3 long parallel rows beside the outbound lane, many fewer along the inbound side. Agents wearing FBI t-shirts and baseball caps were carrying riot guns and watching over the restive motorists in their cars and trucks. The bureau boys looked pissed, as though they wouldn't hesitate to shoot out tires, maybe even a windshield, if one of the drivers they'd ordered into limbo decided to tramp on the accelerator and take off. Jane said, "If we are who we say we are, we'll play it bold. Drive straight into it, but slow." In the eastbound lane, a disabled Dodge Charger, which perhaps had been serving as a barricade, had been T-boned at high speed by a Cadillac Escalade. The Charger was on its side, afire. The front doors stood open on the caddy. Evidently run down by the Escalade, 2 mangled corpses, one male, one female, lay in the eastbound lane. As Luther pulled around the dead to proceed slowly eastbound in the westbound lane, an armed agent waved him vigorously toward the shoulder of the highway.
"We're coming straight at them, so they can't see the FBI on the roof and doors," Luther said.
Or maybe the Airbus pilot got the word out and these guys are onto our game. Jane put down the window in her door as Luther lowered his. She held out the badge in her right hand, raised high for all to see, as Luther offered his in his left hand. The agent still waved them insistently to the side of the road, and 2 other men warily moved forward with their shotguns raised, one to each flank of the Suburban. With the motorhome close behind, Luther braked to a stop, but didn't leave the pavement. The Auto Assault 12 stood between Jane's knees, butt on the floor, muzzle aimed toward the ceiling. Under the circumstances, it availed her nothing. Any attempt to use it would draw instant fire from the 2 approaching agents. The man who came to the driver's side saw FBI on the door, but he didn't lower his weapon. Blood spattered his face, maybe not his own blood. From a distance, Jane had thought these men looked angry, and they did, but they were also terrified, wide-eyed, and as pale as soap, wound so tight that if a neural spring failed, there could be unintended shotgun fire.
"What's happened here?"
Luther asked. Staying 3 steps back from the driver's door, the agent spoke as if Luther's simple question was an affront.
"What happened here? What do you think happened here? What's it look like happened here? Freaking zombies happened, like they're happening everywhere."
The agent on Jane's side said,
"In like
10 seconds, one of our guys had its face chewed apart, torn off. What kind of crazy bastard can do that? Can even think of doing it? Luther said, "That's why we've been ordered to escort the man in the motorhome the hell out of here." The bloodied agent looked toward the Tiffin Allegro. "Who's he? He gets an escort." "Better you don't know a name. There's no revolution without him. He's from the Central Committee." Jane leaned toward the console and looked through the driver's door window at the agent. She didn't have to fake anxiety. Her voice was shot through with fear for her boy. "Hey, listen. The guy in the RV is a mean ballbuster. You want to know who really runs the DOJ and the Bureau, pulls the strings? It's not the Attorney General or the Director. It's that son of a bitch back there. If we don't get him out of here fast and then something goes wrong, we'll wind up with needles in our arms. Maybe you have bigger worries right now, but number one with me is being injected and brain-fucked. So can you just, damn it, please cut us some slack?" The agent glanced at the Tiffin again, then quickly away, as if the man up there behind the wheel might curse him with the evil eye. He was harried, shaken, thrown off his game by recent weird events. "All right. Go on through. But slow. It's a mess." Although Luther and Jane had been granted permission to proceed, the other agents watched them with sharp suspicion as they passed. Beyond the wrecked Cadillac and the burning Dodge Charger, 4 more bodies were splayed on the pavement, 2 perhaps cut down by gunfire, at least one of the others butchered in a manner that Jane could not discern. Small flying insects of a species unknown to her had ventured forth from their shadowed havens into the desert heat, enticed by the feast of fresh blood. Wings silvered by sunlight, they swarmed in shimmering hysteria above the dead, and the burning cars smoked into a sky as pale and dry as the land below. Beyond the windows of the impounded vehicles alongside the highway could be seen stricken faces, drivers and passengers who seemed as patient as spectral voyagers, waiting on the bank of that final black river for the ferry that forever conveyed travelers in only one direction. As the scene of horror and chilling portent receded, Jane felt no relief. The junction of State Highways 78 and 86 lay about 20 miles ahead, and the town of Indio, where they would return to the comparative safety of Ferrante Escobar's fenced property, was almost another 50 miles farther. In 70 miles, in this new, wicked world a-borning, anything could happen. Chapter 22. In all likelihood, the downpour ceases only temporarily, to facilitate Egon Gottfried's approach to the target house. Once he gains entrance to the residence, no doubt the unknown playwright will cue the lightning and thunder, crank on the spigot, and flood the scene with storm effects once more, as this act of the drama moves toward its violent, Wagnerian conclusion. Carrying the MedExpress container and a tote bag, he crosses the quiet street to the house that stands 3 doors south of the one where Ansel and Claire Hawke abide in a false sense of security. He turns north. The storm in intermission clots and blackens the sky no less than during its performance. The early dusk it has brought to Conroe becomes darker with each step that Godfrey takes. The following is what he knows by dint of extensive use of NSA data troves and connections. Sue Ann McMaster, born Sue Ann Luckman, the clerk at the bus station in Killeen, was once married to Roger John Spencer, her first husband, for 8 months prior to his death in a traffic accident. Roger's mother is a Mary Ann Spencer, now the manager of the bus station in Beaumont, who presented Egon with the staged video of Ansel and Claire's stand-ins arriving from Houston. Tucker Treadmont, the young Uber driver with man breasts and a snarky attitude, who led Egon, Rupert, and Vince out of Beaumont to an abandoned house in the boonies, is the son of Arnett and Corey Treadmont.
Arnett's maiden name is Lemon. She is the daughter of Lisa and Carl Lemon. Carl is Lisa's second husband. Her first was one Bobby Lee Bricker. Lisa and Bobby Lee, now in their 70s, had a child all those years ago and named him Lonnie John. Lonnie John Bricker isn't only the half-brother of Arnett Lemon Treadmont, but is also the driver who, during a Skype interview with Godfrey, claimed that Ansel and Claire Hawk were passengers when, on Monday, he drove the 1025 bus from Killeen to Houston. This leaves Jim Lee Cassidy, the tall, folksy, white-haired realtor and lying sack of shit in Killeen, who claimed that Ansel and Claire had been getting out of the Mercury Mountaineer in front of his office when his valise fell open, spilling a lot of important papers. Supposedly, they helped him pick up the documents before the wind blew them away, and then they hurried off in the direction of the bus station. Jim Lee Cassidy is surely the wily bastard who worked out this chain of deception. Sue Ann McMaster and her husband live in a house in Killeen that they acquired through Cassidy, as do Lonnie John Bricker and his partner. Arnett and Corey Treadmont had lived in Beaumont, where their son Tucker still resides, but they later moved to Killeen, where they bought a house through the ever-busy Jim Lee Cassidy. The links between Cassidy and the Hawks were more difficult to uncover. Jim Lee has an older sister, Corinna June, 70, who is married to one Preston Eugene Fletcher. Preston Fletcher has a twin sister, Posey, who is married to one Johnny Don Ackerman. Posey and Johnny Don have 2 daughters and a son, all grown. The son is Dr. David Ackerman, 42, a military historian and a civilian employee at the Corps Combat Development Command at Quantico, to which Nick Hawk had for a while been assigned. There, Nick met Jane. Those are facts known to Godfrey, and the following are suppositions he makes from those discoveries. Nick and Jane Hawk were friends with Dr. David Ackerman at Quantico. Subsequent to Nick's death and Jane's ascension to the most wanted fugitive list, David Ackerman discreetly contacted the Hawks to say that he wanted to help any way he could, and Jane vouched for him to her in-laws. At some point, it was decided that Ansel and Claire might one day need a bolt hole and a plan to obscure the journey they would make to get to it. David Ackerman's parents, Posey and Johnny Don, now retired, made a lot of money in the construction industry in Conroe. They lived in a large house on 3 acres, but owned as well a vacation home in Florida, where they spent part of the year. Whether they were home in Conroe or not, they were pleased to allow Ansel and Claire to hide there if and when the need arose. So Ansel and Claire didn't drive the Longren's Mercury Mountaineer to Killeen. Say they drove it as far as Austin. Say they were met in Austin by Dr. David Ackerman's sisters, Kay and Lucy. Say Kay drove them 4 hours to the house in Conroe, while Lucy drove the Mountaineer to Killeen and parked it in front of the real estate company owned by her uncle, Jim Lee Cassidy, who then waited for the authorities to tie the Mercury Mountaineer to the Hawks and locate the vehicle by its GPS signal so that he could send them to Sue Ann McMaster and the bus station. Texas isn't real, and neither are Texans, but Egon Godfrey hates the state and its people nonetheless. There's no point hating the unknown playwright who created Texas and Texans, because when all is said and done, this has been conceived as a dramatic vehicle in which Godfrey will triumph and achieve greatness as an iconic loner. But though he doesn't hate the UP, Godfrey does sometimes wonder about his, her, its mental state. Now the street darkles under the paused storm. He arrives at the Ackerman property. Posey and Johnny Don are in Florida. Although the daughters, Kay and Lucy, will do all errands for Ansel and Claire so that the fugitives can remain in the house and not risk being recognized, the siblings will now be at their own homes with their families. Godfrey follows the long driveway to the house. The landscape lights, evidently on a timer, are not yet lit. Immense pine trees overhang the driveway. All is secluded, dark, and quiet, except for the rainwater that drips from the branches of the pines. The house has a security system provided by Vigilant Eagle, Inc. It no longer works. From his hotel suite in Beaumont, using a laptop, via the NSA, Godfrey had entered the Vigilant Eagle computer system by a back door. From there, he'd accessed the computer that the alarm company had installed in the Ackerman house to monitor and ensure the proper response condition was at all times maintained by door, window, motion detection, and glass break sensors. He did a bit of fiddling. The readouts that are part of the alarm keypads throughout the residence continue to show a properly functioning system, but when he forces entry, no alarm will sound, and no alert will be received at Vigilant Eagle's central station. He circles the imposing house, studying it. A few lights brighten windows upstairs. The only lights downstairs are toward the front of the residence. Some windows are covered with draperies, or at least sheers, but others allow him views of the interior. He doesn't see anyone. The kitchen at the back of the house is dark. Rather than a porch, there is a large covered patio. By the back door, he puts down the MedExpress carrier and the tote bag. From the tote, he withdraws a lock-aid lock-release gun that will automatically pick any deadbolt. This device isn't entirely silent. He will need to pull the trigger a few times to cast all the pins to the shear line. In a quiet house, the clicking noise might draw attention. He can hear no music, no television. When he hesitates, the storm abruptly resumes, rain hammering on the patio roof. Godfrey smiles. There is no lightning or thunder at the moment, but the rataplan of rain will mask what noise the lock-release gun makes. He uses a penlight, on and quickly off, to locate the keyway in the deadbolt. He inserts the thin pick of the gun. He needs to pull the trigger 5 times to disengage the lock. He puts away the lock-aid. From the tote bag, he removes a taser pistol and a spray bottle of chloroform. Leaving the tote and the cooler of ampules on the patio, he enters the kitchen and eases the door shut behind him. His long-building frustration is about to be relieved. To get information about Jane and her boy, he needs only to inject one of her in-laws, which will be Ansel. If Claire is still the looker that Lonnie John Bricker says she is, he will use her and then beat her to death with his collapsible baton. His eyes are sufficiently dark-adapted that he has no fear of setting a foot wrong and making noise. Besides, he is the lead of this drama, every line of every scene crafted to serve him. On the farther side of the kitchen, a door to a hallway stands half open, soft light beyond. He circles the kitchen island. The susurration of the rain in the night, the hum of the refrigerator. 2 glowing digital readouts mark the time on the stacked ovens. He is 2 steps short of the half-open hallway door when the cold muzzle of a gun is pressed to the back of his head. Startled, Godfrey lets the bottle of chloroform slip from his left hand. A man with a deep voice says,
"Drop the taser, too. Don't mind doing my share of housework, but I don't want to be mopping up your brains from this nice mahogany floor."
Godfrey drops the taser.
"How many others?"
the man asks.
"Other what?" "Other pestilential specimens like you."
"There's only me," Godfrey replies, trying to imagine how the UP is going to get him past this reversal of fortunes and allow his inevitable triumph by the end of this act.
"Only you," says the gunman. "Likely."
"I'm an iconic loner," Godfrey declares with some pride, "like Dirty Harry or Shane." The gunman is silent for a moment, but then says,
"Loner my ass. You're a creature of the hive if ever there was one."
Chapter 23. 3 minutes after Luther Tillman parked the black Suburban at the back of the fenced compound, Ferrante Escobar's men had pulled off the forged federal license plates, identifying it as Department of Justice ordnance. 1 minute after that, they'd moved the vehicle into the paint shop to strip it down and repaint it neither white nor black, maybe Sahara sand or Grecian blue. In anticipation of the rescue party's success, Ferrante's uncle, Enrique de Soto, had gifted Jane and her team with a bottle of Dom Perignon, which all along had been chilling in the Tiffin Allegro's refrigerator. There was a large bottle of root beer for Travis.
I would prefer root beer too, said Cornell,
who did not stand with them, but sat apart in a chair that was too small for him.
Root beer, please and thank you.
A card from Ricky came with an offer to take back the Tiffin and the Suburban, for which Jane had paid $120,000 cash. He'd give her a $50,000 credit toward whatever future purchase she might make. He proposed an alternative deal in which she would receive $90,000 in credit instead of $50,000, but the terms were onerous. Jane was and wasn't in the mood for a brief celebration. She was inexpressibly grateful to have Travis safe with her. However, in truth, no one in her company would be safe for long, and she needed to decide on other arrangements for him. Whether she felt like a celebration or not, she knew the value of one, the essential sense of camaraderie it generated, the hope that it inspired. They sipped the icy champagne from plastic cups, and Travis had his root beer, which he shared with Cornell, while the dogs drank water from a bowl and ate peanut butter treats and repeatedly explored the motorhome, wagging their tails and delighting in a banquet of smells that no human nose could detect. Neither Jane nor Luther nor Bernie, nor probably Cornell, could shake the foreboding with which the events of the past few hours had left them. Their laughter was muted. What toasts they made were modest and too solemn for a celebration. She loved these 3 men for their courage, their loyalty, their kindness, but she could not keep her eyes from Travis. If the sight of the boy filled her with gratitude, it also settled on her a sadness close to grief, because they would so soon need to part. Chapter 24. After flying Luther to Palm Springs in his Learjet and then driving him to Ferrante Escobar's place of business earlier that day, Leland Sackett had returned to Palm Springs in his rental car to wait for a call. Now he was once more en route to Indio. Before this day was done, he and Luther would fly back to the Sackett home and school in Texas. Jolie Tillman waited there for her father in the company of scores of orphans, wondering if she would soon be one of them. Jane walked with Luther to the guardhouse near the entrance to Ferrante's compound and explained why Travis would not, after all, be going to Texas with him. "I hope to God these Techno Arcadian bastards don't find you and Jolie there. I don't think they will. I think the link between the Sacketts and Nick's family is too obscure for them to smell it out. But if they do... This is awful and selfish of me, Luther, but I've got to say it anyway. If they do smell out that connection and find you and Jolie there, they will inevitably find Travis. I've never met your Jolie, but I know I'd love her, and I love you. I can't have all 3 of you in one place. I can't lose all of you in one moment. Besides, there's the issue of Cornell." He said,
"I've been wondering about that."
"It's truly amazing how Travis has bonded with Cornell in such a short time. He's going to be devastated if I send him somewhere different from where Cornell goes. He's a strong little kid, but he isn't stone. He's lost so much. He can't lose Cornell, too."
Maybe Cornell can't handle losing him either.
She smiled. "I think you're right." The early April afternoon began to submit to a sunset that gilded the fleecy clouds in the west, and a warm breeze issued out of the north, bearing on it something like the scent of orange blossoms.
"But Jane,
Cornell can't take care of Travis long term.
No, he can't. Anyway, soon they're going to find his library for the end of the world, his bunker, and they're going to know he harbored Travis. And after that, he'll be almost as wanted as I am. Do you realize how much they'll torture him just by touching? Poor Cornell has no defenses against people like them.
But where?
Bernie had a talk with me. He says his daughter, Nasia, and her husband, Segev, have a big house on a double lot in Scottsdale. The property is very private. No one has to know there's 2 new residents. Travis and Cornell will each have his own room, and Bernie says they love dogs. They have one of their own, so Duke and Queenie are welcome. Nasia and Segev, they've been wanting Bernie to give up driving from one end of the country to the other, and now he has even more reasons to stay in Scottsdale. They'll like that.
But do they know what they're getting into? Who you are? The risks of taking in Travis and Cornell?
Bernie told them about the little adventure we had together a couple of weeks ago, the night I carjacked him, and the next day at Ricky DeSoto's place in Nogales. He didn't know who I was then, but later he saw me on TV, and he put it all together. They know where he went today, and why. He says they're half expecting they might have visitors. Luther stood amazed.
How extraordinary.
More than you know. Bernie was a child in Auschwitz. He lost his parents there.
My God.
He told me a little while ago. It's a miracle he survived, thrived, became the sweet, optimistic man he is. He understands what totalitarianism is, from the right, from the left. He knows the evil of these Arcadians and knows this is war. There's no retreating from it. He says not to take in Travis and Cornell would be to shame himself forever and soil the names of his mother and father. He says that Nasia and Segev feel the same, and if they didn't, he couldn't abide them, even though Nasia is his only child. If I can't trust Bernie, then this is a world where no one can be trusted. Just then, Leland Sackett pulled up to the guardhouse in his rental car. Jane felt as though everything was slipping away from her. All those she loved, the past, the future, the light of the day, and all other light that it represented. She put her arms around Luther and held him very tight, and his arms were strong around her as they said their goodbyes. She waved at Leland Sackett and stood watching the 2 men drive away, stood watching the highway even after they were out of sight, stood watching as the gilded clouds grew as red as blood in the west. And then she walked back to the motorhome before the night came all the way down. Chapter 25. In the Tiffin Allegro, she settled with Travis on the queen-size bed and held him and listened to him talk of Cornell's good sandwiches and coconut pineapple muffins and Coca-Cola in Atlanta and Mr. Paul Simon and the problem with leaving your toothbrush on the bathroom sink. He was trying to buy time with his stories, keep her with him by the power of his voice. He'd known they wouldn't yet be together permanently again as they had been in Virginia before his dad died, but he had hoped to have a few days with her, not just a few hours. When it was time for him to join Bernie and Cornell in Bernie's Mercedes E350, they moved from the bed to the front door in stages, parting in baby steps, pausing for him to ask questions.
Will you come visit us?
You know I will.
When?
As soon as I can.
Will you get the bad guys? They killed my dad?
Am I FBI or what?
You're Major FBI, he said.
He didn't know the depth of the ocean of trouble in which she swam, didn't know that she was America's most wanted fugitive, the beautiful monster of 10,000 newscasts, hunted by legions.
Do you think Hannah's okay?
He asked. Hannah was the pony that Gavin and Jessie had gotten him soon before they'd had to go on the run with the boy. The pony had been left behind. Hannah's being well taken care of, honey.
Will I see her again one day?
I'm sure of it, Jane lied.
I was getting real good riding her. Uncle Gavin said I was going to be a real horseman.
Which you will be. I've no doubt about it.
Even rodeos, you think?
In Nick's youth, he had competed in rodeos. Even rodeos, Jane said. At the car, he held fast to her. She didn't know if she could get him to let go. She didn't know if she could make herself let go. In the end, because she was who she was, and because he was his mother's son, they did let go. She watched the Mercedes drive away into the night, as she had watched Luther and Leland drive away in the light of sunset. Watched until there was nothing to see. Then she loaded all her gear from the motorhome into her Ford Explorer Sport. Chapter 26. Egon Godfrey sits at a desk in a book-lined study. 6 men stand at various points in the room, watching him. None of them is Ansel Hawk. They say that one of their friends is already driving the Rhino GX to Austin, where he will strip out the GPS and then abandon the vehicle. This does not concern Godfrey. After all, Rhino cannot be proven to exist, and neither can Austin. The room in which he sits is also an illusion. He needs only to think of what must be done to put him in sync once more with the intentions of the unknown playwright, and all will be well. From time to time, one of the men questions Godfrey, and they remain half convinced there are others in the night with whom they must deal. His answer is always the same, the 5 words he knows that the UP wants to hear from him. I am an iconic loner. Almost an hour after Godfrey was taken captive, Ansel Hawk finally appears. He carries the MedExpress cooler that contains the control mechanisms in ampules of amber fluid. As Ansel places the cooler on the desk, lightning rips the fabric of the night, and thunder speaks against the window glass. One of the other men says, "Ben can do that, Ansel. You keep Claire company. Hold her hand." Claire Hawk appears in the doorway. "I don't need my hand held, and we can't ask any of you to do a thing like this." "The bastard deserves it," another man declares. "He no doubt does," Claire says, "but this is going to be on no one's conscience but mine and Ansel's." The readout on the MedExpress cooler reports a temperature of 47 degrees. The control mechanisms are still viable. An uneasiness arises in Egon Godfrey. Ever since he shot Rupert Baldwin and Vince Penn, he has assumed that this drama is a stirring story of his dedication to the revolution, his genius for sleuthing, and his skill at violent action. As he watches Ansel Hawk open the cooler, and as dry ice vapor steams from it, a dark thought crosses Godfrey's mind. Could it be that the UP has taken a detour into Shakespeare territory? The land of Macbeth and Lear and Hamlet? Could this be not at all what Godfrey has thought? Could this be a tragedy? Chapter 27. Jane sat in the Explorer, near the Tiffin Allegro, in the dark, with the engine running and the air conditioning blowing hard. She needed to leave this place, but she could not drive. She had wept as profoundly as this when she found her mother dead, when she lost Nick, but never otherwise in nearly 28 years of life. Those first 2 times, she wept from mortal cause, her mother lost, her husband gone forever. But her precious child was not lost, and she despised this sobbing, not because it revealed a fatal weakness in her, but because it seemed to tempt fate. Even though she didn't believe in fate, she felt that crying this hard, letting grief so rack her, might somehow ensure that this weeping was for Travis in advance of his certain death, that she was losing him by crying so hard for him. When Ferrante Escobar knocked on the window in the driver's door, she told him to go away, but he would not go. He bent down, staring in at her, until at last she lowered the window. "I'm all right, Ferrante. I don't need anyone to talk to. Just a minute. A minute or two. And then I'll go." "I have nothing to say to you, Jane Hawk. I'm not a man of words. I just thought you might need a hand to hold." Because of the disturbing paintings in his office and what his uncle Enrique had called his obsession with blood, she thought the moment would be creepy when she gave him her hand, but it was instead surprisingly tender. He stood there for a few minutes, his grip gentle, though hers was fierce, and her tears passed. When she let go of him, he walked away into the dark. She put up the window and shifted the car into gear and drove out of Indio into Palm Springs. She found a motel and paid cash for a room and took a long shower as hot as she could tolerate. When she dressed, she assumed the identity of Leslie Anderson, using an ash-blonde wig, lenses that turned her blue eyes gray, and a fake mole the size of a pea, which attached to her upper lip with spirit gum. Leslie wore too much makeup and Smashbox lipstick. Before she went out for dinner, she turned on the television and checked a cable news network. There had been a terrorist attack in, of all places, rural Borrego Valley. It was believed that the area's water supply had been contaminated with a powerful animal tranquilizer, related to phencyclidine, angel dust, but 100 times more powerful, that had inspired acts of extreme violence. Yeah, right. In a corner booth in a quiet restaurant with low lighting, she ate a filet mignon with sliced fresh tomatoes, asparagus, haricots verts. She drank 2 glasses of good Cabernet. She was too exhausted to sleep. She walked residential streets for 2 hours under the benediction of the infinite and eternal stars. Minute by minute, and step by lonely step, as surely as her lungs drew life from the air, her mind drew from the night and all its wonder, drew from it the increasing conviction that she was born for this fight, and that she would not lose it. She had compiled and secreted away a lot of evidence. She knew what she needed next. She didn't know how to get it, but she would figure that out. Bernie Riggowitz had survived Auschwitz, and in spite of all his losses, he stood now with her. Mishpocha. He was proof that though evil could win in the short term, it could be defeated in time. She had no illusions. Her life hung by a thread. She was no more special than anyone else. Over the millennia, billions upon billions of people had died, been remembered briefly, been forgotten, and they were now gone as if they'd never existed. She was merely another among those billions. But just as she had no illusions, so in this matter she had no choices. She could be only who she was, could do only what she had always done. And one thing she had never done was surrender.